All right, let's go ahead and get started. Let me do the sound check real quick. Hold on just a moment. Is this thing working? All right. Am I in the right stream? Hold on. All right, there we go. All right, technical difficulties. I have a very small space where I do my live stream from, so just to get everything set up, had to take a shower. It's freaking hot over here. Thank you, everybody. Welcome to yet another episode of Aloha Friday. Thank you, everybody, for stopping by. It should be a good hangout tonight. Got a few things to show. Probably gonna rip a few packs. I've got some. What do I have today? Merlin football and Donruss baseball. Oh, and I also have these NFL Uno cards that I saw. That's how you know you're a true degenerate. You're not even looking in the card aisle. You're looking in the game aisle to see if there's anything with the NFL logo on it. And then, sure enough, I managed to find some of that. I saw Ace Surfer ripping some of it, so had to pick some up. We're going to check that out too. But thank you, everybody, for stopping by. Should be another great episode of Aloha Friday. I always look forward to this day. This is the end of the week, my work week. I go straight from my work computer, sit down here, and then, yeah, I always feel pretty psyched out to do this. So thank you, everybody, for stopping by. Let's go ahead and say hi to everybody in the chat who managed to stop by in the chat. I apologize. I'm a few minutes late. So what's up, DM Hockey? Why aren't we started? LOL. Well, there's a concept called Hawaii time, which means you're always fashionably late. So that might be part of it. I apologize for being about 5 minutes late today, but thank you, everybody, for bearing with me and making it out for Aloha Friday, because it's no fun without you all, that's for sure. And yeah, let's get this party started. What's up, Barry? Let's get this party started in here. Yeah, I agree. Let's go. And good to see you, Kevin. Random Rips. Hope you're doing great. Hope you're having a great start to your weekend. Aloha Friday. All right, let's see. Sensei Domino, Tony in the house. What's up? Good to see you, Sensei. Got Barrett, Bayhurst. Good to see you, Barrett. James. Aloha Friday to you, all you guys. So awesome. Okay, well, I've got a few things to show. Did not buy anything or did not stop my LCS. Haven't been there in about 2 weeks. So I guess I've been trying to scale back a little bit personally on sealed wax. Right now, there's not a whole lot of stuff to be buying. And, be it the holiday season coming around. And you know what? I kind of want to make it out to Las Vegas or something, hopefully towards the end of the year. That's my goal. So can't go to Vegas without money. Or you can. You just won't have any fun. So I did pick up a couple blasters. I've got a couple. Oh, I'll show you this. This is cool. This is probably my best pickup in the last couple of weeks. I'll show these off first. All right. I was planning on having a more sophisticated camera setup to show these Beckett magazines, because I kind of wanted to go through these, but I think these are the oldest Becketts I've ever seen physically. So I managed to pick these up at my LCS. They have this rack that they have all kinds of free stuff, and you're welcome to leave stuff there and to take whatever you want. I saw these extremely old Becketts. These Becketts are almost as old as I am. March 1998, issue 36. So I like to read these just because, it's almost like a historical snapshot of the hobby as it was almost 40 years ago. So I have 3 Becketts that I picked up. This is March 1988. This is issue number 36. I think Beckett was the first monthly, or it's the monthly magazine that's always been around the hobby as long as I know. I don't know if it was the first, but this is the issue 36, and as you know, Beckett's still around to this day. So I've got that one, and this is Kevin Setzer, I think. And then I've got this one, which is Eric Davis, May 1988, issue number 38. So, man, these are in good condition. And, to see the historical price guide in here, I think these are just cool to have. So, issue number 38, May 1988. And the oldest Beckett that I have ever seen and have ever had in my possession physically. This is the January-February, so I guess it was a bi-monthly at that point. This is, I don't know, like issues 10 or... This is Donnie Baseball right there on the cover. Oh, no, wait, that's Wade Boggs. I can't tell, mustache, my bad. That Eric Davis on the back, too. There's a Wade Boggs 84 O-Pee-Chee rookie card. So cool to add these to my collection. 3 Beckett's. Oh, man. Yeah, Barrett's fantasy team is a beast. Your team is ridiculous as well. My team is 1-2, so I'm not doing all that great, but I do like my team. I think it's quite good. I've got CeeDee Lamb and Malik Neighbors. I think I have the top 2 wide receivers in the league right now. It's just the rest of my team that needs help. Hey, good to see you, Fabian. Thanks for stopping by. Aloha Friday. And I know it's probably Saturday for you already, early in the morning over there in France. So bonjour, Fabian. Good to see you. Let's see. What do you think of the new sticker and shirt? I like the new stickers. Those are pretty dope. I thought the show tonight was great. I was able to listen to most of it. So good to see you. Those are a great show with you and Budget Rips. And Budget Rips, Brian is my fantasy nemesis this week. So good luck. Best of luck to you, Brian. May the best team win. Although I know his team is pretty beat up. So I'm hoping I'm going to be able to squeeze out a win this week. But it's fantasy football. You never know what is going to happen. And all right, let's keep on going. Used to have issue number 4, not so much as a magazine as a flyer. I know that's kind of in the early stages of the sports card collecting hobby as we know it. So, Beckett was really instrumental throughout all those years. So I'd love to see what the first few issues look like. Good to see you, Zach. Thanks for stopping by. Aloha Friday. 3-pack Thursday yesterday. I did not get a chance to stop by, but I will try to catch the replay this week when I get the chance. Good to see you, Zach. Thanks for stopping by. Aloha Friday to you. Yeah, I've got a stack of Beckett's now. I've been able to scoop up at my LCS. I've been pretty fortunate. And here's my second retro item to show off here. And this is some old Pogs that I found from my childhood collection. So if you don't know, the origin of the Pog is actually, I guess you would say, from Hawaii. The drink itself, Pog, is the passion orange guava cap. That's what the name Pog comes from. So Pogs have always been a thing in Hawaii. They got really popular in the early 90s, and then I didn't even know it became like a national phenomenon until I became a little older. But this is half of a set that was made by the local McDonald's here in Hawaii, and I think there's one for every location of McDonald's in here. I don't know if you can see it, but it's just got like a Pog. It's got like Ronald McDonald. There's the Hamburglar. I think there's Grimace right there too. Grimace lifting weights. So this is something that my auntie gave me. I'm trying to find the other half of this set. I think there's 2 pages of Pogs, and this is the first location ever opened in Hawaii. So I guess it opened in 93 minus 25. That would be 68. 1968, first McDonald's in Hawaii. So a little bit of my childhood collection. Handful of Pogs here, whole page. And then I was amused to find out that they still do make Pogs. There's an official Pogs company that still makes Pogs to this day. I guess they license out certain things and make different Pogs. So yeah, shout out to the Hamburglar. I think I like Grimace the most. Grimace is my favorite McDonald's character, but Hamburglar is a close second. I know. I mean, Grimace has become a bit of a meme. You know what the heck is Grimace? He's like a purple, supposed to be, I guess, the taste bud, but Grimace is awesome. I'll put it that way. Hamburglar is awesome too. Yeah, Pogs are fun. Pogs are fun. I remember playing Pogs and then getting my Pogs all taken away by our school teachers here because they considered it gambling. So it started me on my lifelong addiction of random chance and gambling, I guess. So I don't know. maybe they should have taken away from me earlier. But all right, let's get into some packs of cards. I found some Merlin hockey. I've heard this set has a bit of reputation. This is definitely one of the better soccer sets, and I wanted to check some out for myself. So Merlin Soccer from the current season, I think this is UA competition trading cards, 22, 20, or 23, 24. Find ultra rare sword cards, 3 aqua prism parallels per box, and I think there's a chance for autographs in here if I had to guess. So, yeah, I don't know too much about soccer, but this is what I wanted to rip tonight. So we're gonna check out some Merlin Soccer. I've never opened this myself. I'd imagine it's gonna be something like I don't know, anything else Topps makes. Not even sure if this is a chromium set. Chromium set, probably. All right, we're gonna find out. All right, Merlin Soccer. Find ultra rare sword cards. I wonder if there's other inserts in here. I've got to do more homework on this this set. I've kind of got a little bit of a soccer kit going on as well now. So what's up, Zach? Good to see you, Zach. Zach squared in the house now. Grimace is an anthropomorphic gumdrop. Yeah, that's pretty much that's what I'm thinking. Good to see you, Trev. Aloha Friday. Thanks for stopping by. Good to see you, Trev. And then Jim NFL 7 and his channel. He's got some new videos up as well. Definitely go check those out when you get a chance. And Merlin is a cool looking set. Yeah, that's what I've heard. I've heard a lot of positive comments about Merlin. Anytime anybody's ever mentioned it, you know, if I'm talking about soccer cards, one of the first things that comes up is Merlin. So, all right, here we go. My first look, no odds on the back of the pack. I guess, you know, Topps does not do that anymore. Guess that's why we have the internet, but I'm not going to bother to check. We're going into this blind. We're going to hope we get some beginner's luck here. Try to say the names of the European names clubs for each card. Okay. Paris Brunner, and I think that's definitely a Bundesliga team. I don't know which one that is though. Borussia Dortmund, Ford, and Adrian Nino. And cool. Okay, they got like some rookie logos in the top corner. That's pretty cool. And this guy is all right, let's see what we got. Atletico de Madrid. So he's a midfielder. That's pretty cool. Hey, look, there we go. I got a numbered card in our first pack. So there's our beginner's luck. 35 of 75 on this, I'm guessing blue parallel. That's pretty nice. Nice to get some low numbered stuff. Mattia. Okay, yeah, Fabian, you got me. Mattia Zaccagni. I want to say zucchini so badly. For SS Lazio. So I'm guessing that is what. Oh, that's right. This is UEFA. So who knows what leagues these are from? Oops. Well, Fumbledoo right there. All right. And John Belosian, another rookie card. These are nice looking cards, very chromy, but I guess for soccer. So my first chance to see these cards. Okay, that's a name right there. Stade Rennais Football Club. All right, this is gonna take forever if I keep on trying. I'll try if I see a very difficult name to pronounce, Fabian. I will definitely try it out and call it and see if I can do it. All right, Ibrahim Sissoko. Or is every card in this set a rookie, or is this just a getting lucky here? That's like 1, 2, 3. Every beast set card so far has been a rookie. Okay, not that one. Uh, let's see, Paulo Dybala. Okay, that was a pretty easy one for AS Roma. And then we have oh, there we go. I know this one, Jesper Lindstrom. I'm guessing he is a Swedish or Norwegian player. SSC Napoli. Yeah, these are nice looking cards. Fernando Muslera. The problem with soccer is all of it has to be is anytime I watch soccer, it's always in the middle of the night. So I do get to watch some of it. All right. Facundo Medina. Definitely sounds let's see if I can. I know some of the logos, not very many. It's another French club, isn't it? RC Lens? I don't know. I think. It's just fun to see something new. All right, good to see you. Good to see you, Christina. Thanks for stopping by. Aloha Friday to you. Hope you're having a great start. Don't let the Brits fool you. Soccer is a British term, not American. Yeah, it stands for Association Soccer. Wait, Association Football? I forget, something like that. All right. Okay. Now the names are good. Is every card a rookie card in this? Seems like I'm getting a lot of rookies, or maybe just this is more of a prospect oriented set. Silvano Voss, or AFC Ajax. Is that a Scottish team? Irish? Okay, well, we got the base card to go along with the parallel. Mattia Zaccagni. All right. Oh, look, a refractor. Okay. Yusofa Muskoko. There's no S in there. There's a nice refractor, Borussia Dortmund. I think UEFA is all the is it like a Champions League, if I'm not mistaken? I don't know. I'm only vaguely familiar with soccer. I think that's kind of what it is. And it says Jeremy Doku. All right. Base cards. But very, very similar to, I guess, Chrome Baseball, Chrome Basketball, Prism. Very nice cards. I guess Merlin is the soccer equivalent of it. Joshua Kimmich for Bayern Munchen. It's a Bundesliga team. And Paul Kubarsi. Is that Barcelona? I think that's a jersey, right? Yeah, you see, I know a little bit about soccer. All right, Santiago Jimenez. Rotterdam. You can read the little logos too. Fit. Oh, good. What is that? Is that a Welsh team? Feyenoord. Oh man. And Goncalo Ramos. And you can just see the logo. That's Paris Saint-Germain. That's pretty cool. I know they're the big team in the top French league, PSG. And Bradley Barcola. It's a nice prism refractor. All right. Said we're supposed to get 3 or 4 of these per box. So, all right. Very nice. Very nice looking cards. Wonder if I don't know how much more of this. Ooh, I got a cool looking insert in there. Mohamed Salah. That's a name I recognize. I think he's pretty good, right? For Liverpool. Then Jack Grealish, another name I recognize. Manchester City. And then, there's that's a cool looking insert. Mystic Knights, Amine Guiri for Stade Rennais Football Club. Oh, there's one more card. Okay, it's kind of stuck there. Gabriel Jesus for Arsenal. I think that's Will's favorite team. So I'll try to put this card off to the side. Arsenal. It's a pretty sick looking insert there. Mystic Knights, almost like the top's black or Panini Obsidian. Very nice looking card there. Sweet. All right, a couple more packs here. Got a good French footballer TTM back last week. Wow, you got an Mbappe TTM? Wow, that's huge. Jeez. They kept the card, but he sent back a signed follow. You know what? I think that might be better. Wow, what a great TTM. That's freaking amazing. Mbappe. I know he's definitely one of the big names in football. Bruno Gumares. I don't know what that team. He looks like a ref. It's got the zebra jersey for Newcastle United. So it's like a good number of Premier League. There's another PSG player, Bradley Barcola. And Merlin's Chosen Ones. There are too many vowels in that name. Mark Guiu. Another nice looking insert. Not sure about the rarity of the inserts, whether any of these are particularly rare, but these are just very nice looking inserts. They need to bring some of these designs over, I think, to the American cards. I think the entire nameplate. So, Kavicha Kvaratskhelia. I tried. There was an attempt was made for SSC Napoli. That is a name right there. Kavicha Kvaratskhelia. I think I tried. I think I did pretty good on that one. And then we have Ansu Fati. I think I've heard that name as well. Brighton Hove and Albion Football Club. Forward. That's a nice looking card. All right, so here's our last pack. I did enjoy this. This is fun. If I see this stuff at a reasonable price, I certainly would definitely be willing to pick up some more, especially chasing some of the bigger names in football. I don't have too many soccer cards or football cards. So Facundo Medina. Oh my goodness. All right, Fabian, an attempt will be made at this. Javai Zekiel. Zechiel. I don't know. Victor Osimhen. And Alvarado Morata. Atletico de Madrid. All right, that was fun. Did get a numbered parallel out of this. There's a couple refractors in here as well. Best way to find refractors is just do something like this, and then you can always pick out the refractors. They're very easy to see. So that's usually how I do it. There's a couple in there. 2 refractors, 3 of these prism parallels, a nice Mystic Knights insert, and 1 numbered card. Matthias is a Zakagni. Nice blue card. I'm gonna have to look up these guys. So that's a cool thing about I guess opening packs is now you get to do some homework and research on some of these players to see if I've become a fan of a lot of folks or a lot of athletes just by collecting their cards. So all right, let's see. Yeah, I know Mbappe, big prospect name over the last couple of years, and then it certainly will take a little time in order for them to to see if they can. I remember in the States here, we had a very young prospect. What was his name? Freddie Adu was touted to be, the next big thing in American soccer. And then I just think, the expectations were always so high for him. And I think he turned out to have, a pretty reasonable professional career, but certainly not up to the expectations that was placed on his shoulders. I think when he came over as like a 13 or a 14-year-old playing over here in the States. So, all right. Yeah, that's such a great get right there. The Mbappe autograph. Yeah, I'd love a Messi autograph too. That would be amazing. All right. You got a Neymar autograph too? Good grief! Wow, Zach. Okay, I got to get into the TTM game. I agree with this Fabian's comment. You definitely are a TTM legend. Neymar, Jerry Rice, Drew Brees, Sid Crosby, Pat Riley. Oh man, you guys are pros at this, man. All right, let's continue on. This is being a true degenerate right here. Is you're not even buying true uh, licensed sports cards, but you're buying Uno cards, which are like game cards that are randomized. And I know this is literally the trap to get folks to buy Uno cards purely as the sports card collector. But I couldn't resist. Let's go ahead and try one of these out. These are like $5, so I don't think it'll set you back too bad. And I think Random Rips, Kevin mentioned that there are 3 or 4 different CJ Stroud cards, I guess, in here. So all right, let's check out this Uno Elite. I did open up one of these already. I ripped one in the parking lot. So I did pull one CJ Stroud. And I think with this, you'll find these in the gaming aisle in the back of your, Target or Walmart. I'd imagine they're going to print a lot of this stuff. So don't know. I think it was like a 200 card set. So maybe 4 or 5 of these, you'll be able to finish the entire set if I had to guess. And there's oh, this one's got a wrapper on it. Oh, no. The wrapper okay, that juked me. The wrapper was folded over, so I thought everything was wrapped in here. But there is 1 pack of cards with 4 foil cards in there. And then there is this randomized lot of cards here, which are the Uno cards themselves. So let's just go and look through these real quick. I'll probably just flip through these. Probably just looking for CJ Stroud. There's going to be some pretty cool ones. It's a 2024 second year cards. I don't think there's any rookie cards you would consider true rookie cards in here. But hey, you know what? It's a good way to get some cheap cards of NFL players, I think. Check this out. Jalen Hurts, Justin Tucker, be a future Hall of Famer. Aaron Rodgers, Dak Prescott, Josh Allen, all the quarterbacks there. Pat Mahomes, all right. Geno Smith. That's not a bad set. I think, if you're not just looking to collect some cards, this might be a nice alternative. Minka Fitzpatrick, Jordan Addison. Let's see. Oh, Lamar Jackson. Oh, there's Matt Stafford as well. Joe Burrow. Bailey Zapp. Oh, boy. Hey, George Kittle. And Jerry Goff. So about 10 NFL quarterbacks in there, starting quarterbacks. Not too bad. This is I think they're like $4 or $5 or so. I think they're a little over $5 at checkout, for like $5.50 for something like that. And then I guess this is the attraction of this. So there are the 4 foil cards in here. So let's rip this real quick. Then I'll go ahead and probably drop the link. We'll go ahead and get started with the panel. I know there's probably some folks waiting to hop on and get our usual live panel started. Let's see. Sorry, going back to the chat real quick. 4 foil variants, any 800 card combinations. Okay, so it is a big set, but there's all kinds of different variations. Okay, yeah, I'm not even gonna try. Let's see. All right, Kenneth Walker Jr. or the third, Junior, Travis Etienne Jr., Kyron Williams, and then our last foil card, Sauce Gardner. That's pretty cool. My first pack had a Max Crosby, so that'll be a PC card. Pretty happy to pull that. That's pretty nice, Sauce Gardner. This guy's a beast. And yeah, other than that, don't think there was a whole lot in there. Since Zach is here, let's do one of these as well. I've got something pretty interesting. We'll do a little Magic. How about that? I haven't ripped a pack of Magic in a while. I've got some cool Magic cards that I've been wanting to open for a while. And that is The convention exclusive mystery booster. So I think there's Magic cards from all eras in here. Pretty much, this is a reprint set for Magic the Gathering. You pretty much have no idea what we're going to pull. Booster includes one card from each of the following pools: playtest, rare, mythic, older, common, uncommon, rare, mythic, artifact, land, and multicolored. So, mystery boosters, bunch of different cool, uh, some pretty nice high end cards in here. But you can also get skunked pretty hard. You don't know what you're gonna pull out of this. I've always wanted to try to do like a draft with some mystery boosters. So here we go. Let's go ahead and try. I've got a mystery booster. Let's rip this and see what we get out of this one. I wonder how many cards. This fits a standard 15 card pack right here, so you can draft with this. All right, here we go. Mystery booster. All right. Yeah, B sets from pretty much every era of Magic. I think this is Ixalan. There's a dinosaur. Shining Aerosaur. That's a common. Pitfall Trap. Was that MM3? So is that Modern Masters 3? And another Ixalan card. Windstrider. And Blue Elemental Blast. That's a card that the red one is the one, Red Elemental Blast, because it's like the only counter magic that red has. That's from Masters 25. Then Dredgescape Zombie 2014. Don't know what set that is. Renegade Demon. It's like all black cards and it's pretty. Man, I miss the old Magic the Gathering art, man. We'll see if we pull any of the old stuff is really what I like the most. Blood Ogre, that is a Monket. Lightning Shrieker. Is that Fates Reforged? It's a cool dragon. Always love dragons and Magic the Gathering. Especially for Commander, you can build a dragon deck. This will probably go in a dragon deck or something. Blanchwood Armor, M19. Another Ixalan card, Hunt the Weak. Then Shardless Agent. This is from, I have no idea. Cascade. Cascade is always a ridiculous ability. Flip the picture over so we can see what it actually looks like. It's a pretty cool art right there. Gateway Plaza, that is for pretty recent set. And Hedron Crab, this is one of the old new frame. Not sure what set that's from. Tarian Mauler. This is Changeling, some kind of commander card, I'm guessing. And got one of the test cards here. This is one of those. They have the test cards in the this set where these are cards that were experimented with. That's why they kind of have like placeholder art, placeholder abilities, and abilities that never made it into Magic. So they kind of add this in as a little throw-in just to see kind of what goes behind the scenes into making sets of Magic. So pretty cool. Yeah, I like that. Bind, Liberate. So I think the way that these cards work, this would be like one of those you can choose one or both. I don't know. I forget what mode this is. The split. Counter target, activated ability. Okay, it's counter. Draw a card. Okay, instant. Liberate. Exile target creature you control. Return that creature to the battlefield under its controller. So basically, bounce it for a turn, and then it comes back. That can be useful. Oh, exile target creature you control. So, yeah, bounce it back, and then you get its ETB trigger when it comes back in. That's pretty cool. All right, so that out of the way, let's go ahead and drop the link. I've got some Donruss. We'll rip a couple packs of that as well. Picked up one of these blasters at Donruss. Here we go. Get the link. Copy it. Paste it in the chat. Pin it to the top. Otherwise, I've got a lot of stuff I need to sort. Oh, the top loader reclamation project, where I go and try to reclaim a lot of top loaders that I just have lying all over the place. I need to go and start looking through my collection, start reclaiming some top loaders. All right, so our first guest of the night has become a regular stalwart here on Aloha Friday. What's up, Kevin? How you doing tonight?
Hey, how you doing?
I'm doing okay.
The same. I was looking the other night, and I've got people in top loaders that are total washouts.
You just got to get it all out of the yeah. I've got a mountain of a certain
Bailey
player.
Zappi, I think I can take him out of the top loaders now.
It's like, what were we thinking? Or we should have sold these cards when they had some value.
Yeah.
Oh boy! Oh wow! Fabian bought a Score NFL Panini Hobby box. Good luck with that. I know there's 3 autographs in the box, and then that will be the first look at the.
I got a blaster
class.
They got some blasters at Target and at Walmart this week. It's about the only thing new they got.
I think so. You know what? It's good that there's a little bit of a slowdown in the sports card release schedule. You know, it gives us some time to save our money.
Did you pre-order any
other things? Okay. Yeah, I did pre-order some of the update set because I think it's going to be a pretty good release.
Oh yeah, I do too. I always like update.
Well, the rookie class is going to be good. Yeah. And for what it's worth, the print run of update is always less than all of the other sets. So, all right, we got another special guest on Aloha Friday. Be the first time on Aloha Friday. Let's go ahead and welcome good friend Zach. What's up, Zach? Good to see you. Welcome to Aloha Friday. Yeah, we're doing okay. Just chilling. How you doing tonight, Zach?
There, I figured since Fabian is still in here, I'll show off the Mbappe.
See this Mbappe autograph. Oh my, that's ridiculous.
Wow. Yeah. So I don't know what happened to the card. The card's gone.
It's a good. I'll take that trade any day. I got that
back in an envelope, and I'm like, and I saw it, and I was like, and I looked at the return post, like France. I'm like, God, who have I sent to in France recently? It was like a year and a half.
Wow. Ago. All right, I got one more guest in the back. Let's go ahead and welcome our good friend Barrett. What's up, Barrett? How you doing tonight?
What's happening, guys? How's it going?
Just chilling. But back to that Mbappe autograph. Gee, that's freaking amazing. Congratulations on that, man.
Yeah, and it's cool. Like, and that's what I mean. It's like that when I send to him, it's like the guy's a mega star. Like Neymar too, and I'm like, the guy's a mega star. He's not gonna. Nope. Yeah, he did. Yeah, he did.
Took a while, but he did.
Hey, you know what? I've had the longest one I've had so far is 7.5 years.
Wow.
That's shorter than the Panini redemption window. So
yeah, exactly.
There is that.
7.5 years, and it was from Joe Flacco of all people. When I sent it to him, he was still playing in Baltimore.
Ah.
Oh man. He'd moved on to like his 4th team by the time he got it back.
Oh yeah, he was wherever he was. I think.
But you did get it back after 7.5 years. That's crazy.
I'm just amazing. Shocked. Yeah, it's like impressive that he held on to it for that.
Yeah.
Like I would have lost that after about a month.
I know, right? I mean, at least they didn't. At least they keep it with the possibility of them returning it to you. That's cool of them. Usually they just disappears into the ether, I'm guessing, right? With a lot of these
you think about the logistics of it. He took that with him to like 3 different teams, or at least just a drawer in his house.
Yeah,
he's probably got somebody who's watching all this stuff for him. I'm guessing
big name guys have to have some sort of PR minion.
Like secretary or somebody who just sorts through the mountains of mail. I wonder how much mail or how many TTM requests he'll get is what I'm wondering.
So they probably have somebody like opens it. If they want it, they'll like tape a thing to it, like sign this one for this one, put it in this envelope, and then I'll mail them all en masse.
It's probably easier for them to just do that maybe and have
And
then
that's
he just
what-
has to sign the
that's-
card, right?
And that's the key to the hobby is you have to make it as easy for them to do it as possible.
Yeah.
So it's
Mhm.
like, okay, here's the return postage envelope. All you have to do is if you want to, just sign your name, throw it in there. Somebody will drop it in a box in victory.
Well, congratulations! That I'm still pretty stunned and speechless at that one. That's a
Hey,
good.
that's right. You just
like Michael
you got to
Jordan.
try. 'Cause you never know. I figured I would show that off before Fabian left.
Yeah, heck yeah.
I got a
For
couple
you.
packs I can open if you want.
Yeah, we can definitely see what everyone's been up to. We can check out a couple
I got another
things that
one.
everyone's picked up.
I know there's nobody in here to speak of, but
What's up, Joe? Specs Appeal, good to see you.
so
Was that
Select.
22 select, 21?
yeah,
So was that Cade Cunningham,
Cunningham.
Scotty Barnes?
Yeah, I mean they're
You can get some nice stuff out of that.
it's worth $2.
Yeah.
There's some nice bet cards in here.
I found a couple of these blasters on discount. I think they were like $15, and then I there was two of them. I had back-to-back autos, which was pretty
There's
cool.
Primo. Trey Young.
Donovan Mitchell is one of my favorites.
Don't know him.
Hey, Jimmy Buckets.
Jaden Springer is my whatever club level.
Oh, here we come.
We
Oh,
got
those were
John
cool.
Moran.
That's a cool card.
Yeah.
Best shooter in the league.
I get it.
Marcus Smart on the silver hollow.
That's a nice one.
We got there.
Merci, Fabian.
Fabian Mitchell.
Sean Tate.
And this should be a rookie. And it's not.
Devontae Graham.
Didn't get a rookie.
Panini strikes again.
No, I got a couple of Lorcana packs. And I think they came out
Dustborn.
this week.
That's a new set, right? The latest set that
That's
they
the
have.
first time I saw it. So it must be new this week.
Kind of want to check out Bloomborough. That set looked pretty cool too.
I liked Bloomdale. I mean, it's cute. It's got all these forest animals, and you know,
The new set just came out today.
yeah, that's what
Dustborn.
this is.
Yeah, I
First
got a
pack.
box of it.
Good
Yeah.
stuff.
I just got
I'm
one
pumped.
pack. I didn't really have the money.
I
Oh, God.
had because
Penelope.
I looked and I've found at least 19 crossovers with horror movies in that set.
They kind of
Really?
took the Ghostbusters, the font for the.
I don't
The
think I
set
have.
was-
Oh,
Design.
there's the Ghostbusters card in there. It's Ghost Vacuum.
Yeah,
That's awesome.
Like no mistaking it.
Happy. I think I need him. I was trying to get all the dwarves. I'm not
What's
trying
up,
to get the whole
Julie?
set, just certain cards.
Julie Farnham in the house. Aloha Friday. Gaston.
Oh, there's a
That was
rare.
fun to say.
Very French name.
And Maid Marian is my foil. Not bad.
DK.
That was one of my all-time favorite Disney movies.
I love that movie. That's one of my favorites. Certainly my favorite as a kid.
Oh, I
DK,
I love that
cracked
one.
me up.
that one was great.
Little John.
Yeah.
A lot of fun. And it had good music, you know. Healing Touch. Look at that one. Here's the White Rabbit.
Drug fiend.
I have no idea what that's from.
Sure.
Bethany has to answer the recent stuff. No, that's from Wreck-It Ralph. I did see that.
Hmm.
I like that too. Sword in the Stone. Yeah, Wreck-It Ralph. There's a lot of them. Yeah,
Oh wow, Stitch.
just got one in the last pack. Ah, Scar. That's a rare. Tug of War. Another rare.
Tinkerbell.
And a foil Mona. All right, let's see what the new magic's about, and I'm done with my packs for today.
Yeah, I haven't opened it yet. That box is just sitting there staring at me.
Once you start, man, that's why I've been trying to hold off on that mystery booster
By
box.
the by, I got somebody sent me a picture of the Marvel set leak, and they look awesome. The Magic Marvel crossover
Oh,
that's coming
yeah.
next year. So I saw some pictures of it. They look phenomenal.
That's going to be one hot set there.
That is going to be one expensive set.
Yeah. Fanatic of the Harrowing.
All right, here we go. Yeah.
Let's see the
that's
text on
cool.
these cards.
Go on.
Counter target.
You got to pull one of the horror ones that I found on the list. Oh, Jesus.
Oh wow.
As a white card too.
Yeah. Artifact.
Like me waking up in the morning.
Ugh. Oh, the rooms.
Oh, I ain't seen those before.
Yeah, it's a new mechanic they brought in for this series.
Okay. Yeah, these new mechanics.
Yeah, they just keep adding them.
I know. I couldn't keep up if I went back and tried to play again.
It's a new game every time you come back to play Magic the
Yeah.
Gathering. That's what kind of keeps it fresh, right? They have so many keywords. There's like hundreds of them now at this point.
It's insane.
It's ridiculous.
Where it's supposed to be somebody.
Oh, that's a nice one.
What's up, Chance? Good to see you. Thanks for stopping by. Aloha Friday, Chance. Julie Farnham. I saw Joe Specs Appeal pop in as well.
Pretty cool.
Yeah, the lands.
The lands are always worth the most.
wow.
In Magic
They're
the
the
Gathering.
best. They're the best.
That's a sick. That's a sick full art. I
Wow.
love
No
that.
doubt.
Forest.
Pretty
Yeah.
full forest right there.
It's nice.
Yeah, it is. And
Hey, Aries World. What's up?
Chandelier.
Ooh.
Okay. And an art
And a-
card.
Art card, yeah.
Those are some cool looking cards.
Oh man, that set is going to be disturbingly fun.
Yeah, this set looks pretty good. I haven't been buying a lot of Magic cards in recent years, but there may be a couple sets that will pull me back in at some point.
That looks pretty cool.
Well, I know. What do they have coming up that's big?
They have a Final Fantasy set crossover, I think. That's gonna
Yeah,
be
that
pretty
one.
big.
Let's see. The big crossover. They did Assassin's Creed earlier this year.
Yeah. Fallout.
Yeah, Final Fantasy and Marvel are both coming next year.
Yeah. And those are going to be regular sets, not the
No,
Not
they're universes.
Conway.
Universes Beyond, so more than likely they'll be like the Commander decks.
Yeah.
Kinda
Which will still be cool. It's probably better that way than then we don't blow hundreds and thousands of dollars on booster
Right, and
boxes.
that's what they've done with all the other crossovers. That's what they did
Yeah.
with Doctor Who. That's what they did with
Warhammer 40K.
Warhammer, Assassin's Creed, all them.
Yeah.
Fallout.
Yeah.
That's fine. I'll pick up a Commander deck or two.
Yeah.
Yeah, get some good cards in there, and then you always get some interesting art.
And
I still have to go back and pick up the Warhammer 40K ones. I've wanted the Tyranid deck,
They're
and
cool.
the Chaos deck.
came
Those
out.
are the two I
They
wanted.
were
I grabbed a box of them.
$70 at Target for one of those Commander decks.
With those Commander decks, I mean, yeah, they run $50, but usually there's enough in the decks, a lot of reprints, and the value in there is usually pretty good.
The better one of last year is you could break down the deck and it totaled $300 worth of cards based on eBay sales.
I think that's for the first.
A lot of them.
The first few sets of Commander, those decks, man, those had even more inside of those. Those are, pay $50 for Commander deck, you get like $400 or $500 worth of cards out. It was ridiculous. So definitely some good cards in there. Yeah, new Magic mechanics. Anytime I see something sideways, it just hurts my
This
head.
one, the rooms, I looked into it and I've actually played against it on Arena. It's not bad. Like, you throw it out there and you do the one side and then you pay the other side, and while it's still out there, and activates it. So it's not too terrible, unlike the other crap they've been throwing in left and right.
Yeah, and they're getting cheeky with it too. Like, now you have food tokens, you have treasure tokens, you have all kinds. Oh my goodness, token.
Ridiculous. There's many different tokens you need now. They actually started making cards for them. I noticed.
Draw a clue token. What the hell is a clue?
Yeah, and then each one is different. It's like, but then they'll have 3 different things that do the exact same thing.
Yeah,
exactly.
Like,
Magic has gotten overly complicated ever since it used to be so simple and easy to play. But
back when I started, when it was brand new.
Yeah, I was gonna say when
edition, I guess, was really, but that was when it became a big thing.
For sure, I've played Magic off and on ever since it's kind of. Since the start of Magic, so I played like around 4th edition to about 6th or 7th edition, and then I came back for Merlin. Merlin was fun. Kamigawa
started,
and then every 4 or 5 years I go through a Magic kick, and I have to play.
When I started,
Magic.
Ice Age was still brand new. You could still buy it at regular, and then
I've got this card lying around.
$15 a pack.
I'm thinking. My first one may have been either Mirage or a little later 5th edition is when I started looking at it.
Yeah, I still have this from my childhood collection. I showed this last week. This is the Lion's Eye Diamond.
That is a pretty one.
It's a pretty.
Julie coming in at 3rd edition.
3rd edition revised. Yeah, wow. This is the this has the same effect as a Black Lotus, right? Except you sacrifice and discard your add 3 mana of any one color to your mana pool, and it costs 0. So
I'm wondering, I think that might have been one of the ones they banned a while ago.
This is on the reserve list, so they won't reprint it. This is the only printing of this card. This is from Mirage, I believe.
Yeah.
Like it's like every year they come out with a new list of stuff that's banned in tournament play now.
Yeah.
So they just banned a whole bunch of pretty important cards recently.
Oh yeah, the Magic people are up in arms.
Arms, yes. They banned Mana Vault, they banned Jeweled Lotus, and then Dockside Extortionist. All 3 of which were like $100 cards. So overnight, literally, it went like that to like now they're like $30 cards.
Yeah, and people,
early days.
That's one of the things they always say. They don't guarantee that anything is going to hold value.
Yeah. I mean, I see it from both sides. They kind of need to take these cards out of the meta because it's almost like you have to have these cards if you want to play competitive Commander. But on the other hand, they printed these cards and these were the chase cards out of those sets. So folks who spent a lot of money on those sets now have pretty much worthless cards. So
that's what happens in the sports industry. What happens when that big rookie craps the bed?
Bo Jackson breaks his leg.
Yeah, exactly.
Or gets arrested and goes to prison for being an idiot.
I'd love to see that, Julie, if you have some especially the ones that did like even the lands and stuff.
But I sold them all. I sold
would
my
be amazing, Julie.
Before most people today started playing.
I do like any card in that old border, especially the art, which is so much more like grittier, I guess. Now all the art it's all done on computer or tablet or it doesn't quite look the same as the art from like a that's done in a different medium like paint, like oil paints or whatever they've done it in the past. So definitely, and I think that's why there is a big collector's market for a lot of the vintage Magic cards, because they folks remember that. They're very nostalgic about it. I only have a handful of cards. It all fits in maybe a 600 count box of anything that's got an older frame. So I'm not getting rid of those cards. Those will be in my collection probably as long as I have my collection. Yeah, sets like Legends, Antiquities. Those are all the. That's how you know if you're like one of the original Magic the Gathering players. If you have
Well, here I
cards
can
from
give
that
you a
era.
little sneak peek of the Julie Farnham collection because she actually sent me one of those signed ones that she had.
Oh wow, that's amazing. Yeah,
It's
see
a real old one, Howl from Beyond.
Oh wow, Howl from Beyond. Yeah,
signed by Mark Poole.
You see how little text there is on that card? It's simple.
Third edition
But
is
when she's
revised.
here, thank you for this, Julie. This is one that I keep around just to show off from time to time.
Beautiful.
That's cool.
God, that's an old set. I think that might be maybe revised because it's in the white border.
Yeah. Limited edition alpha was released August 93. Limited edition beta was October 93. Unlimited edition was December 93. And all four of those were, or all three of those were only released in like the Seattle, Washington area.
Hmm.
For the
Revised
most part,
edition,
yeah.
also known as third edition, I guess. Yeah, third edition was released nationwide April 11th, 94. That's when most people first heard of it. That's when I first picked it up.
Yeah, around that time, Magic had been quite popular finally. So I probably started around, Mirage 5th edition was probably out. Ice Age had been
5th edition
released by
came
then.
out 97.
Yeah, I was going to say that's about when I got into it was 97, 98.
Hey, good to see you, Maiden. What's up?
So fourth edition, like I thought, came out in spring of 94, and that Labor Day is when I went to Dragon Con, and it took the convention over. I mean, it took the hotel, the Hilton Hotel. The night before the con started, I walked in, and everywhere you could look, there was people sitting on the floor, sitting in the lobby, playing Magic. There must have been 1,000 people just sitting around that hotel playing Magic. Every floor. Everywhere there was a table, including the pool tables in the bar.
Wow.
Take
over a pool table? That's
Yeah, TCGs were really big, I guess. We played a lot of the TCGs.
First one.
Stuff like Overpower.
Took off like
this
a
is
rock.
another one of the TCGs that we played, played growing up as a kid.
God, there were so many failed TCGs from the early 90s.
A couple of the starter decks I picked up recently.
I remember that one.
And then I have another one of these failed TCGs. This is BattleTech. But I should have bought more Magic cards instead of BattleTech. I'll put it that way.
No, but you think about it, how many BattleTech cards are still out there?
Well, that is one thing. You know, this collection of BattleTech that I have is quite large. I have, I think, maybe about 3,000 or 4,000 BattleTech cards. And to be honest, these are probably harder to find than Magic
That's
cards.
what I mean. That probably represents about 70% of what's left.
Very true.
Well, you got to think about it that way.
Let's go ahead and add another member to the panel. Good to see you, Sensei.
Hey.
Thanks for stopping by, Tony.
What's going on, Barrett?
Oh, not much. Yourself?
Glad it's the weekend.
Indeed. That is what Aloha Friday is all about. It is a celebration of the start of the weekend. Oh man, how have you? Oh shoot! I kicked Sensei off by hitting spacebar.
Bye, Tony.
Bye, Tony. What's up, Maiden? Good to see you, Maiden.
Hey, Maiden.
I'm sure to check out Maiden on Sunday nights. That is like the end of our weekend. Marks the end of our weekend, but we always save the best for last. And I know Maiden's been popping off, man. He's had like 30 plus folks on. So congratulations, Maiden. Love to see the Sunday card show, start pop off. So I think it's great. Sold 2 Force of Will Magic cards around 2011, $350 each. Yeah, Force of Will still a big card. You know what the thing about Force of Will? I think it's an uncommon too. It's not even a rare card. Sorry, Zach.
I'm looking to see what it's going for these days.
Probably a couple $100 cards, if I had to guess.
I guess depending on what series. Ooh, well, that's a promo. That doesn't count.
I don't think it's a reserve list card, so they can continue to print it. The reprintings have started to.
Yeah,
that's kind of why I stopped collecting Magic. Is again they reprint everything that's not on the reserve list.
Yeah, that's what
they reprinted it in
Horizons is, isn't it?
Yeah, they reprinted it in Double Masters, Dominaria Remastered. Yeah, but most of them look like they're going right now $40 to $60 for the original ones.
I think if the original printings will have value going forward. That Force of Will art is pretty. It's like a psychedelic.
It's beautiful
color. It's a nice card.
Interesting. Well, that market is even more fickle than the sports card market.
Yeah, Magic is cyclical because you never know what's going to be in the meta.
Yeah, exactly. And it's like whenever a new series comes out, what are they loaded with? Well, that's the popular stuff in the old sets now.
There's the Beckett that I had. I used to have 3 or 4 copies of this Beckett. I don't have a single one of them now that I can find. I swear I saved at least one of them. Number 4.
Number 4, yeah, it does look like a little pamphlet.
Here's number 1.
That's what makes us crazy, Joe. Specs Appeal. Yeah, we're insane for collecting cards, but there's a lot of us out there, I guess.
Number 1 actually got the Dale Murphy rookie card on it.
Do it. Hashtag do it for Dale.
I have to tell Zach, you got to get you a number 1 Beckett monthly, man.
Yeah,
it's $100 for the magazine. That's pretty.
The other Zach,
pretty steep.
Yeah, the Braves fan.
I would say that's not Zach's budget unless he can get it at discounted like Walgreens or something.
Got to take coupons.
Yeah,
Zach's got the hustle down though, man.
Hey,
like his GameStop hustle.
I would. I'll tell you that.
That's like the pro tip right there. And Walgreens.
Yeah,
and even the Fanatics deals he'll find sometimes.
I go to Walgreens regular.
All the different promos that he finds, the different products and stuff. You know, you'll find coupons for the different to get Fanatics fan cash. You know.
You
get the Fairfield repack boxes at Walgreens.
Oh God, they're awful.
I don't know.
Every now and then I've gotten something neat or a good pack. Every now and then you'll get a really good pack.
I pulled 2 on-card autos out of a football repack box.
I was going to say the football autos, every now and then, like the last one I got just a week or 2 ago, I was so embarrassed because I pulled it and I'm like, who the hell is this guy? Yeah, Nathaniel Dale. It was Tank Dale. If I'd paid attention that he signed.
Oh, that's right. I forgot. Sometimes those ones will use.
Oh, wait. Yeah, okay. I know this dude.
What's up, Budget Rips? How about those Tigers, man? We live in a bizarro world. The Tigers clinched the playoff spot.
Yeah,
congratulations to them.
I don't want to hear about it, but
yeah.
Whoa.
Nobody saw that. Who had that on their bingo card this year?
Yeah.
Like, what a year for
people
them.
that had Sam Darnold on theirs.
Yeah, exactly.
And they've been playing strong too coming into the playoffs. So who knows, right?
They're kind of like the Diamondbacks last year. You know, they're coming in hot. They're winning right now. And you know, it's all about what team is playing the best in October. It's not your record. The regular season starts. Everybody's 0-0 to start the playoffs. Right. So that's always the thing to say. Yeah, got hot at the right time, but you know the thing is, the Tigers have, and teams like that, there are a lot of teams that kind of stuck around that have been fighting, and it's all about getting hot at the right time and making that run to the playoffs. So congratulations to the Tigers. Haven't seen them in the playoffs for a while.
I'll give it to them, I guess.
The Mariners, that the last game, they got hot in that season too, right? Towards the end of the year.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. What's up,
Yeah,
Jay?
I was just going to say I got that over my phone, the Carl Anthony Towns trade.
Yeah, I saw that earlier.
Wait, Towns got traded?
Yep, he's going to the Knicks.
What?
What?
Yep,
Did they get back in return?
Randall. Julius Randle's the main piece.
Hold on, let me. Whoa.
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
Dante DiVincenzo.
Vincenzo. That's a good trade, I think.
No. No, it's not.
I just saw a little bit of it. I know Randall and Towns were the two main pieces.
I mean, they're basically thinking Randall and Gobert are going to be a good pairing, and I'm not sure about that.
Right.
I mean,
I think the Wolves are at a place where they need to find a way to improve. I'm not sure if they can over that team that they had, so maybe they needed to make a move.
Yeah.
Minnesota's also getting a top 13 protected first round pick in 25.
It was really
That
their
ain't
first go at the playoffs with that group. So wouldn't you try giving them another go at it before you shake it up, though?
Yeah.
That's using logic, Barrett. You know, you can't have that in the NBA.
Yeah,
Some
there's
teams are big.
probably not much of that in the NBA.
I mean, Towns on the Knicks is scary,
Yeah.
but I don't understand. I don't get why Minnesota would do this.
Yeah, I don't either. Unless there's some dissension that, we don't know about.
Right.
Towns want now.
Right. I mean, if you ask me which one I'd rather have, Gobert or Towns, I'd take Towns all day long.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm trying to think about this. You're probably right on
That's
this
my
one.
basketball input. That's all I got. It came over on my phone.
That's crazy.
That's a crazy deal. Right before the season, too, starting.
Yeah.
Is that all? Just those two?
Trying to see how many games Towns missed last year. So he missed 20 games last year, and he only played 29 and 22, 23.
That's
So
not a lot.
he has been sort of an injury risk over the last couple of years.
True.
And well, he's still only 28. I was going to say he's getting up there, but he's still 28.
And
What's up, Jay
like
Thompson?
PK said too, the Knicks were done with Randall. So
Oh yeah. I mean, he almost left via free agency a couple of years ago because he was flirting with Dallas.
yeah. Yeah, so I bet you it was a mutual thing where both guys wanted out of where they were.
Yeah.
But you think Minnesota could have gotten? I mean, I'm not saying Randall is bad, but
No, Randall's not bad. It's just he
Carl
doesn't-
Anthony Towns is still a good player
he-
in his prime.
When I think of Randall, I think all offense, no defense.
yeah, yep,
And I don't understand how he fits with Minnesota. I mean,
yeah.
I guess with all the defense they have, they don't need it at every position. So, and
I guess-
Towns wasn't the biggest defender anyway.
yeah.
I mean, that first round pick, I guess, is from the Pistons, so that could be good. Pistons stink. but it's
If it's top 13 protected, they won't get it this year. It's probably
You're
the
not getting
unlikely
it at
outcome.
25, yeah. So that might be the key to the deal. Is at some point those protections have to wear off, and that pick might be pretty nice,
Protection doesn't always work.
right?
So, yeah, double wrap out there. Okay, enough of that. I don't know. It could be a chemistry thing, right? Because even when Jimmy Butler was there, I know with Karl Anthony Towns and what was his name, Andrew Wiggins. There was I'm not certain if Towns is a team player. Neither is Anthony Edwards. Maybe the egos is going to be
But
much to manage.
you know what? For all of the stuff that he talked during the Olympics, he still was a team player on that team. So he has proven that even with a significant amount of talent around him, he can be a team player. He just talks like he's like, the number one guy.
Yeah.
He might.
I like Anthony Edwards personally. I think
Yeah.
he's a heck of a player.
I like a little bit more humility, I guess.
Yeah, you and me both.
I don't mind him, but you got to do something before you talk like that, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, Jordan can talk like that. You know,
Right.
You can't talk like that. Not yet.
Yeah, give it a few years.
Yeah.
Very true. Very true. I don't know. I mean, he had a few nice games, so we'll see what he'll follow up with the next season, I suppose. Anthony Edwards is still such a young player. Was he, 23, 24?
If that.
Yep.
Jeez.
I mean, he probably came in the league at 19.
It'll be fun. NBA season kicking off in what are we, like 3 weeks away or something like that?
I mean, October's going to be training camp. By the end of the month, they'll be playing the regular season. So,
yeah.
We're probably a week or two away from camp.
Back to some proper sports. It's like the best part of the year when we have everything going at the same time.
Yeah, I love the months where you get all four of them.
All four sports. You have college football, you have NFL, you have playoffs, and then the new sports kicking off.
I'm watching the Kraken right now.
Wow. Miami came back and had to come back to beat Virginia Tech.
Oh, they did come back.
38-34.
I stopped watching it, I think, when it was 21-14.
Man, that was a shootout in the fourth quarter. All right.
Okay. It's weird. That's was that the tonight's game? But Friday night football is a thing. Yeah. I guess it is now. Wednesday. I know they have Wednesday games now.
Taking some of the spotlight away from those high school games.
It's true. Then again, college football. I don't. The changes now with NIL. I know there was that controversy with the UNLV player. I'm not sure the details on it, but he pretty much said he won't be playing for the rest of the year because he hasn't received his NIL payout. So,
yeah, he was promised so much money to come over there and play, and he did, and they reneged on him, and he said, "Fine, I'm out."
Yep, and between that and the portal, that is the demise of college football, I think.
Yeah,
because these schools aren't going to be able to afford to pay these kids.
Yeah.
Well, not the small schools. You know, how the small schools compete. They couldn't compete when they already had, lesser at what do we call it? Collegiate, like the scholastic. Some schools are obviously better, right? You want to go to Stanford, you want to go to some of these bigger schools,
the big names,
big programs. And now with NIL money, now these schools have unlimited money to attract top recruits. You won't get underdogs that you have had in the past. So college football, if you're not in the top 3 conferences, you're probably nothing at this point. It's kind of
it's like baseball. It's like whoever has the most money is going to win.
And then you have the transfer portal. So if one of these small schools manages to find an amazing talent that's carrying their team, it's just going to transfer out to a big name school. Have a shot.
He's gone the next year for sure.
It's crazy.
NFL is not going to be good in a couple of years, because they're not going to have much to pick from anymore.
Well, although all the big names will come from, the big powerhouse programs.
Yeah, the same 8 schools.
10 schools or so on that list, right?
Well,
you know them by heart.
I don't think it'll hurt the NFL much, because they're still going to have the talent coming in.
Well, I don't know. Whoever needs a quarterback next year, I pity them. This class is hot garbage.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, they go in those spurts, but then next year, then there'll be 3 guys that are good.
When
that's
Sanders is the
problem
top
is the
prospect,
NFL
there's a
doesn't know how
problem.
to develop any of them.
Agree.
Yeah, when Sanders and DJ Ukulele is the top prospects, and DJ Ukulele is getting compared to Kenny Pickett, we have a problem.
True.
I'm sorry,
the
I
next
pronounced
Kenny
his name
Pickett, how
Kenny
flattering.
Pickett.
Uwaigalele, yeah, it's a tough
Yeah,
name. There's too many vowels in that name.
Yeah, but it's like they were hyping the crap out of him all up until Florida State took the field for their first game.
He was even a hype prospect. Where was his first school? Was it Alabama? Even coming into
so.
college, I think he was a pretty hype prospect. Well, there's like one school, there's one powerhouse school that has produced a large number of quarterbacks, right? It's a St. Louis Academy, and you've got Mariota, and then you've got Tagovailoa. Both went to St. Louis, so I think Uiagalelei was another. Did he go to St. Louis? I can't remember. DJ Uiagalelei, quarterback for I think Oregon State this year, if I'm not mistaken. But that one high school basically in Hawaii has produced, I think, 3 NFL quarterbacks now, if I'm not mistaken. So
Nice.
Mariota and then Tagovailoa. So
Yeah, but there's a tiny high school outside of Pittsburgh that has the most NFL Hall of Famers out of anybody with 3.
that's crazy.
3 dudes come out of one high school.
What school was it I was looking at that had some pretty amazing players? I think it was like, what college was it? I was watching a documentary on it, but Josh Cribbs went to school there. It was not Tulane, but like one of those really small college programs. It had him, it had was it Harrison, and then another big name, all went to the same school. But NFL predictions, man. This season has been weird. That's all I can say about this year. You've got Geno Smith, and you've got
Hey.
no disrespect.
No, hold on.
Sam Darnold are the top 2 quarterbacks in the league.
What world are we living in where the only undefeated team, where the Steelers are one of the only undefeated teams left?
How many touchdowns have you guys scored this year? Like 2?
I was going to say, yeah.
You know, the funny thing is, I was looking at it. The Steelers in the 3 games have average scoring, I think it's like 16.7 points a game, right? The problem is they're only giving up 8 points a game.
Yep. That's my
The season's young. So.
They are the first team since the World War II era to begin a season 3-0 scoring 3 or less touchdowns.
That's crazy.
Or less?
Yeah.
So they've scored 3 then, is what
No,
you're saying.
I think they've scored. Yeah, they have scored 3. There was nothing in the first game, 1 in the second game, 2 last week.
Yeah, that's wild.
Steelers find a way to win. I mean, as much drama as that team has had over the past few years, you know, they do have like the Steeler way or whatever it is, and it seems to work for them.
We're the cockroaches of the NFL. You can do whatever you want. We're not going anywhere.
That's very true. Very true.
Remember when Ben Roethlisberger, in the last year of his career, he was a broken husk, and they somehow made it to the playoffs. And the look on his face when the reporter said, "You're going to the playoffs," he was like, "Oh man." They lost, but still, the fact is, like, that's Steeler football. It's ugly, and they win.
And they win, yeah. And somehow they make it to the playoffs, and then who knows what happens, man. Football is just crazy, man. I have no idea.
Oh,
they said that
by the way,
Miami. They said that Miami game, if Virginia Tech threw a Hail Mary and it got overruled as incomplete.
Yeah.
Wow.
No, because don't forget, now the colleges are also the training ground for the referees. So when they get to the NFL and do what the machine tells them to do, they're in good stead. We're already working for the favorites. Prove me wrong.
Like the Chiefs?
Hey, all I'm saying is that
just ask Kirk Cousins.
a lot
Chiefs
of
are very lucky.
suspicious.
Very, very lucky. They're the luckiest team in the NFL.
Yeah, and this year for a little bit, up until they may have stumbled a little bit, the Texans getting a lot of things overturned at the early part of the season, and then it's like, hey, a new rivalry since the Josh Allen thing flopped. It's like, ooh, now we have C.J. Stroud, and then it's like, ooh, but then they got put in their place. So much to the point where they pulled C.J. Stroud for Davis Mills.
What happened to what's his name? The dude who's going to be worth 3 times more than Kyler Murray for the Texans.
Oh, Watson, he's still in Cleveland, ducking out of
man.
playing games because he's guaranteed money.
Yeah, Browns are. I think the Raiders play the Browns this week. You know what's crazy about the NFL is like 1 week your perception of your team is like, man, we're going to the Super Bowl. Then the next week you're like, man, our season's over.
Your team angers,
Yep.
your
Well,
team
that's
angers me, by the way, because I just lost my starting receiver. Devontae Adams has been ruled out.
Max Crosby didn't practice. Like all of our star players are pretty much injured or didn't.
Crosby's out for this week. There was Adams is out this week, and I think the tight end is also out this week.
Jacoby Myers, yep.
Against Cleveland. They would have had a field day against Cleveland.
I know, that's what I'm saying. It's like last week after we beat the Ravens, we're like, man, the Raiders are on the up. This is like a big win. This is like our signature win of the year. We're going to the playoffs. And then this week it's like,
And then
that was fun. That was fun for 6 days. Have some optimism for my team.
You got to do what Steelers fans do. Every week you go in, oh God, how bad are we going to lose this week? And then you're always surprised when they win.
I do that as a Raiders fan. We've had to for the last 15 years.
I sat down to watch the game on Sunday, firmly convinced the Chargers were going to tear the Steelers apart. And then instead, now they have to start Taylor Heineke with no offensive tackles because both Joe Alt and Slater are hurt.
Dude, that team is they're so banged up.
They're snake bitten. They get hurt all the time.
And the Chargers and the Rams
California
are very
teams.
beat up.
Look at the California teams. San Francisco destroyed.
Niners are beat up.
Rams destroyed. Chargers destroyed.
Yeah.
We took it to Vegas too. The Raiders are all banged up too now.
Well, that's just the Raiders. They could have never been based in California, and they do that. Oh.
All right, predictions for this week of football. Let's do this for Fabian. I know we meant to do this, and we never get around to predictions. Oh man,
I predict
Cleveland's a favorite against Las Vegas. Oh my
goodness. Because I hate Cleveland. I hate everything about Cleveland. I want them to lose everything forever.
No.
So come on, Raiders.
I'm sorry. I don't think the Raiders lose that game.
I don't think we're losing that
very
game.
easily can lose that game. I just hope they don't.
The scoring is way down in the NFL. It seems like I'm looking at all the over-unders.
There's also
all
a
hovering.
ridiculous number of injuries to keep players this early in the season.
Yeah.
That's true. I'm looking at everyone's fantasy team, and everyone's got like Qs and Ds and outs and IR. It's kind of insane. Last week, man, none of the star players, a lot of the big fantasy names were just like complete no-shows. It's kind of crazy last week. And I saw an interesting stat that there's only been like one quarterback that's thrown for 3 touchdowns, 300 yards.
Yeah, and it's Andy Dalton.
And it's Andy Dalton.
It's the Red Rifle.
The Red Rifle, lighting it up.
I thought the Raiders' defense was decent until last week, where we just completely
until Dalton got a hold of him.
And that's the thing. It's like people have kind of forgotten about Dalton over the last 3 years. He was a very good quarterback.
He was a great quarterback.
Division in football.
In Cincinnati, yeah.
Yeah, he had to deal with the AFC North, that's why Deshaun Watson gets hurt all the time. Oh, my shoulder, because we have Baltimore and Pittsburgh in the next 2 weeks. Oh, my shoulder hurts.
Yeah, Dalton for the Bengals. They had some good success. Probably the most success the Bengals have had in recent memory.
Yeah,
since Carson Palmer.
Outside of one season from Joe Burrow, that's about it.
Yeah, when they lucked into the Super Bowl. But I mean, Andy Dalton was a tough quarterback, and now it's like, oh, is he another one that's having a late career resurgence?
I don't know if I'd go that far.
I honestly think he's a starting quarterback in the NFL compared to some of the other players that are starting right now.
Yeah, I guess if
Don't
he's
talk
on
about
the right
Caleb
team,
Williams that
quite
way.
possibly, yeah.
I mean, he where did he go after Cincinnati?
Dallas, right?
Did he go to back up Dallas?
Yeah, he was back in
he
Dallas.
He ended up starting when Prescott got hurt.
Yeah, he was in there. I think only there for a year, maybe two, but I think
I think it was just a year.
Yeah,
but he never got an opportunity to start after that. I mean, that was his last time to start until now.
Yeah,
he's been a backup and been content as being a backup.
Yeah,
he's the last couple years.
Yeah, because he's put in a hell of a career so far. It's like, hey, I'll take a couple years holding a clipboard. I don't care.
Right. Yeah, make a little extra money.
But he could have easily started for some of the teams. The quarterbacks that these teams have been trotting out over the last couple of years.
Jaguars love to have Andy Dalton right now.
Right now.
Oh yeah, that team is ready to win. Jacksonville's a pretty decent roster, and
Trevor Lawrence is not looking like the future.
At this point, I hate to say it because he is such a nice kid, but how much would the Jaguars love current Bubby Brister?
Current Bubby Brister,
not prime Bubby Brister in the 1990s. Current 2024 Bubby Brister. I think
he'd be a lot cheaper.
He'd be a lot cheaper, and honestly, he can play because he played in the Wild West era.
No, they would pay that man.
But it's like and it sucks because I ran across Trevor Lawrence and a bunch of his friends in Vegas after his first season. Nice kid. Got his head screwed on straight, very kind, very polite. I have nothing but good things to say about him. He's just, unfortunately, not a good quarterback.
All right, so let me ask you this. All right, say Trevor Lawrence switched places with Matthew Stafford with the Rams. Do you think if Trevor Lawrence had Puka Nacua, Cooper Kupp, he would still be as bad as he is? I mean, because you look over with the Jags, and it's as much Trevor Lawrence's problem as it is that receiving core. They suck.
I don't think he would good weapons.
Yeah, you give that kid some weapons and then decide if he's the future or not. But
it's like,
I mean, he does make some bad decisions. So
yeah, it's like how Chicago never wanted to do with Justin Fields, and he seems to be doing okay so far.
Right.
The 3
you forgot Geno Smith budget reps.
I'm sorry. How many wins do the Bears have?
I know, but you said
that's right.
Justin Fields is doing good with scoring 3 touchdowns.
Yep.
It's not him winning the games.
Don't matter.
It's
that defense.
Also, yes, but at the same time, he's also not losing the.
He's young though. He's only played 4 games.
Game manager.
So much of the NFL, everybody blames the quarterback, blames this, blames it. But it's about your line. It's about your receivers. It's about everything.
The coach calling the plays.
Right, but that's what I mean. Yeah. Why has Chicago never given a quarterback weapons in their history?
And so
in their
much
history,
many of these quarterbacks, there's no development in the NFL. It's like they throw them out there. If they don't do it, get out of here. We're done with you.
Look, give Chicago some credit. I mean, bringing in Keenan Allen, bringing Dunze, they're trying. Yeah. They're trying for the first time in their history to put some weapons on the field.
Caleb Williams has more weapons, I think, than any other Chicago Bears quarterback, and possibly of any rookie quarterback coming into a bad situation.
Yeah, it's very possible.
I mean, an argument could be made for it. It's not a guarantee, but you could make the argument.
I think Chicago never thought that Fields.
When
low,
has Chicago
so
had a decent quarterback? I
Sid
mean,
Luck.
George Blanda.
Yeah, you can go back to the time when they pulled up their helmets and put them in their pocket and went home.
Rex Grossman almost won a Super Bowl with them. So the Bears, they do it in other ways, man. It's not the quarterback.
And that's the thing. It's like maybe it's just how badly the Bears are run as an organization.
Yeah.
They had a few nice years when they had what's his name, the coach,
Ditka.
Yeah,
Coach Ditka.
Well, even in the early 2000s, they had some nice years.
Ditka. Yeah, when Jay Cutler was there, oddly enough.
Yeah, but they had some good years, but their quarterbacks still weren't very good.
No, they weren't.
No, that's the thing. It's like people think like, yeah, they won the Super Bowl with Jim McMahon. Jim McMahon was an okay quarterback.
McMahon was not a good quarterback. He was never a good quarterback. That was like a legendary defense, and that's how
legendary. Yeah. Run the ball and have a defense.
It was Walter Payton in the defense.
Yeah, you had a massive defense.
And Willie Galt. Willie Galt.
Former Raider.
Right?
Second greatest Raider receiver ever, next to Jerry Rice. Not just joking.
you wouldn't put him
next to Jerry Rice.
That's a Raider legend.
It's been a running joke. I've been claiming any legendary player that's played for the Raiders, even momentarily as ours.
Yeah, I do the same thing with the Mavericks.
I showed Aaron a nice Raider Rice jersey card.
No, that's right. In the right jersey, right?
Yeah.
I still hold on to the fact that Tim Wakefield played the first 3 seasons of his career with the Pirates.
He did.
It's true.
People forget that because of how monstrous he was in Boston, but he started off his career in Pittsburgh.
I remember the Pittsburgh days.
This is true. It's something about certain organizations. You're the ones that always pick at the very front of the draft year after year. Like no matter how much talent they bring in, like coaching changes. They get the first pick every year, second pick. They just the Bears are like aggressively mediocre, though. I'll put it that way. They're not a bad team or bad franchise every year.
Yeah, that's the thing. They're not a terrible team. They can't get out of their own way.
It's a good way to put it. Yeah. Then there's teams that like will fail year after year, up until recently. Like the Browns, the Lions.
I'm sorry to have to say it.
Bengals.
Dallas. Jerry sold his soul in 1996.
Chargers. Yeah. The Cowboys have never been the same since. They got rid of that. The egos.
No, they've never been the same since they got rid of Jimmy Johnson.
Exactly. Yeah.
They won in 96 with Jimmy Johnson's players. Barry Switzer won with
Barry Switzer. Yeah.
Barry Switzer won very much with Jimmy Johnson's players.
No, definitely.
Yeah. He didn't compile that roster at all. He didn't bring anybody in there at all.
Plus, the infamous story that came out recently is that he asked God. He said, "If you let me win this Super Bowl, I'll never ask for another one again."
I mean, I suppose Deion Sanders came after Jimmy Johnson, but that had nothing to do with Barry Switzer. And Barry Switzer tried to use him as a receiver.
Yeah, exactly.
So, Collectorholic, thanks for stopping by. Good to see you. And then Jay Thompson, who's not a Bears fan, says mediocre. They're not that good.
He's not wrong.
I said aggressively mediocre, so slightly below the bad bar up there. The Cowboys, at least they're like the regular season champions, right? They always seem to put together a good regular season.
That's why I'm glad fantasy football is only the regular season. Go Dak Prescott.
Yeah, for sure.
Yep, I hear that.
Dak Prescott.
Hey, he's been doing well. He did well for me yesterday, considering
he finished second in MVP last year.
Yeah, and like considering
people
that
don't realize that they trash him all that he finished second in MVP to Lamar Jackson last year.
I always
he
know
does
that
not
he
stink.
puts up a lot of points.
No,
but
yes,
they can't win the big game.
That's it. Like they just
and that's
just
the problem.
don't have it to push over that hump.
And this year, my goodness, they missed Dan Quinn. That defense looks awful.
Oh, that defense is.
It's horrible. It's horrible.
Looking at that, it's like actually kind of makes me sad to see the Dallas defense.
There is too much talent on that defense to be this freaking bad.
Yeah.
Look, I like Mike Zimmer, but he's not doing it.
Well, I tell you,
they missed Dan Quinn.
If Daniel Jones was any kind of quarterback, they would have blown him out last night.
Yep. That game was hard to watch.
Yeah. Oh, I quit. I
couldn't watch it. That was brutal.
It was.
He's never won a primetime game, Daniel Jones.
Yeah, I saw that.
He's 0-13 in primetime games.
Oh, wow.
I'm going to have to remember that, but I'm not a sports gambler anymore. That would have been good info.
Well, I think you pretty much figured Jones isn't going to win any game, so you can bet against him.
Just throw to Malik Neighbors 20 times a game. I'm fine with that.
It wasn't just the Herschel Walker trade. It was the trade, but it was the fact that they made so many great picks with the picks they ended up getting.
Yeah, they did. They drafted.
Super well.
Those picks were unbelievable.
So it wasn't just the trade. It was the how the trade was created, and then flipping those players for picks or cutting them for picks, and then turning those picks into talent.
Yeah,
because you can have all those picks, and if you keep whiffing, it's not going to matter.
And the one thing you have to say, Jimmy Johnson was really good at doing that.
And that's why I say they haven't been the same since Jimmy Johnson.
And that's why, because
Jerry Jones took over that responsibility, and he's not Jimmy Johnson. Jimmy Johnson was a great evaluator of talent. He was in the coaching ranks in college, knew the players that were coming out at the time, and knew what players to go after.
Yep.
Yeah, he was smart, and it's like he more than won that trade because look what he turned those picks into.
Yeah,
superstars
in the 90s.
Yes.
They were that level of team. They were amazing.
I mean, Emmitt Smith and Russell Maryland and Darren Woodson, and just a ridiculous number of players came out of that.
Yeah, they were disturbingly good back in the day.
Yeah. And then bringing in players at the right time, like Charles Haley and Novacek and
Jim,
Tony
you're right.
Casillas from the Falcons and turning him into
free
stars.
Agency.
You know? Well, I mean, Charles Haley was a star, but he was kind of a head case.
Well, that whole team was a head case, but Jimmy Johnson kept them in check, right? And got them to play as a team. You could see the boneheaded moves come through.
He came from the U. He was already dealing with head cases.
Right?
Yep.
He knew exactly what to deal with.
Oh my goodness. So true. That there's so many documentaries on that Dallas team in the early 90s, man. That is a basket, like just everybody was a head case, man. The egos and but they were so talented.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. Yeah. Jeez, that team was loaded.
Yeah, because Jimmy knew how to handle that. Barry did not.
Right. I mean, Barry wasn't a bad coach.
No,
but that wasn't his team, and
that's the thing.
He wasn't around long enough for it to be his team.
He wasn't a bad coach, but he also wasn't Jimmy Johnson.
No. But who was?
No, right. That's why he was so good.
Yeah.
Like I don't know. McCarthy
he couldn't duplicate his success in Miami. I mean,
no.
He just couldn't.
No.
He tried.
Right. He did coach in Miami for a few years. I forgot about that.
He came out of retirement a few years later, coached in Miami, and did not have the same success.
Yeah.
Well, I think at that point, because he had to come out of retirement, the game had maybe passed him by a little.
A little bit, and he wasn't as familiar with the college players.
Yeah.
And that's it. It's like
he wasn't in the coaching ranks.
Anything he did, it's just the game evolved.
Yeah, that too.
It's like watching Gruden when he came out of retirement for a couple of years for the Raiders. It just wasn't the same, quite the same.
No.
Yeah, his ways didn't work quite as well as they did back then with the Raiders.
Now, Bill Belichick rolled his team with an iron fist, so his team was like.
The thing is with players today, most of them wouldn't be able to deal with that.
No,
well, right, because you remember, I can't remember when it was. It was a couple years ago, so before everything got really soft, when Tom Coughlin was in Jacksonville, like the NFLPA put out a notice saying, "Don't go to Jacksonville because he's mean." No, he was Tom Coughlin, man. That man knew success.
He did.
Oh yeah, for sure.
These days, the NFL head coach, 95% of the time, is a player's coach. You don't see the tough guys anymore.
No,
you just don't. It does not work.
Look at
players
the Seahawks
shut down
coach for a while. Pete Carroll was the perfect example of that. He was one of the boys.
Yeah. He was very much a player's coach. Yep.
Yeah.
You just the Ditkas and players that'll get in your face and damn near make you cry. Yeah. Good luck with this. Good luck with this group.
It's like back in the day.
They will revolt in the locker room. You will lose the locker room before you ever gain it.
Yep.
Yeah. Exactly. So, like, what are you going to do?
They'll be heading to the GM. Trade me. I can't play for this guy.
Yep.
He benched me for what? For staying out late? I mean, who was that player? Who was that player that got benched for staying out till like 8 a.m?
Oh, God.
Somebody got benched because he was out till 8 a.m, and then no, he was a baseball player.
Oh, baseball. C.J. Abrams got demoted to the minor leagues for
He got demoted. And Keith Hernandez, of all people, comes out and he was like, "I can understand 4 a.m, but 8 a.m, come on, man." I'm like, really, Keith Hernandez? The guy that stayed up all night snorting coke.
Yeah, it's like, hey, Keith, do you want to be the pot or the kettle?
Yeah. You know what? I think the Jets could actually they kind of turned it around. It looks like they're on the right track with Aaron Rodgers.
They were never a bad team. It was just they had no backup plan when Aaron Rodgers went down last year, and that's it.
They did what they could, which wasn't a whole lot.
But you can't do it all
we
in one
have Zach
offseason
Wilson.
either, so.
To me,
and that's the thing. It's like you put everything on one guy. What happens if that one guy isn't there?
Right.
And what happened was the 2023 New York Jets.
Yeah, but that kind of happens with all NFL teams. You lose your starting quarterback, you're pretty much done.
I don't know. I'd feel okay if Fields went down because there's Russell Wilson waiting there.
I'm sorry. What was that?
Wait. Oh, yeah. Caleb Williams, so good.
What is going on with Warren? Is he just hurt? I mean, he's out. I think he's out this week, but he's not getting used at all.
No, he's battling. He was injured last week. He's battling something in the leg. I don't think it's serious, but it's hampering him.
It is because Najee Harris is horrible.
He should be better than he is. He's Derrick Henry sized, and he's trying to run like Le'Veon Bell in his prime.
Right.
The problem is there was only one man in history that could run like Le'Veon Bell, and it was him.
Yeah, the Steelers' running game hasn't been good for years since Le'Veon.
It's the offensive line. The offensive line used to be a juggernaut, and now
that's the thing. Used to be, and then they got all these.
Yeah.
But it's turned around now. The center they drafted from West Virginia in the second round, that kid is a tank.
Look how much they're paying the players on defense, though. There's not a whole much money left to go around.
No, not really. But like that defense is just disturbing. Like
It is.
And it's
Watt's
like Alex
leading the
Highsmith
way.
is out. That's okay. Nick Herbig is playing. Oh, yeah, that's the funny thing. There's 3 New York NFL teams. Only one of them's actually in New York.
Right.
For now.
Hey, Aaron, I'm going to have to get going. But Thanks for having me in. Hey, I do want to tell you guys, I got some cool news. I talked about it last week. I'm taking my father-in-law to the Mariners game tomorrow.
That's right.
He has ALS, and so I called the Mariners, and they got back to me, and all four of us are going to be able to go down on the field for batting practice before the game.
That's awesome.
He is super excited about it.
Oh yeah, that's great.
It's awesome. So hopefully I'll get some footage and I'll have a video on it, and hopefully it'll be a cool time. So
tell J-Rod to hit a home run for Aaron because he punched in his home run challenge card. Needs a home run from J-Rod.
Oh, you got it for tomorrow?
No, I'm just joking.
You'd be like, yeah, sure, okay.
Yeah. Do it for Aaron. Do it for Aaron. No, don't do it. Don't do it. Enjoy it, Barrett. This is like once in a lifetime.
Yeah,
that
enjoy that.
awesome,
That's gonna be awesome.
Yeah,
that's gonna be cool. You guys have a good night.
All right, take care, Barrett. Oh man, that's so cool, man. He gets to go see the batting practice up
that's
close
awesome.
like that.
Yeah,
that's freaking awesome.
Yeah.
All right.
I imagine they'll probably do something else on top of that. Give them better seats or something.
Yeah, probably, but it's still that's cool, and it's like it's cool when organizations do stuff like that.
Yeah.
Oh God, Mark Sanchez. That's a horrifying name to pop up into the chat.
Mark Sanchez.
Hey,
he had a couple good years.
It's not. He doesn't even have a name anymore. It's just butt.
Yeah, butt fumble. Hey, Jets fans in the crowd, do you remember back in the day when an ancient Vinny Testaverde had to be called up off his couch because you ran out of quarterbacks?
Oh yeah, that was like around
he's a legend
or so.
Hey, he's a legend.
Testaverde, I saw him a lot as a kid. That man.
He played in Dallas.
Yeah, he played everywhere. We love Vinny.
He stuck around for a while. Him and
17, 18, 19-year career. He was a long-lived.
I mean, he played in the 90s and he played in like the 2010s, if I recall, like for the Jets. somewhere.
Are you kidding me? I gotta see that.
I think so. If my memory is correct.
I don't
like
think
2008,
2010.
Maybe 2010.
He retired officially in 2007.
Okay, early 2000, late 2000s. Okay, my memory is a little off.
87 to 2007.
2007, he played in Carolina.
Yes, he did. And how did he actually play in Carolina? Yeah, he played. He started 6 games for them that year.
At 44.
Yeah.
He did. He played in 7 games.
He played in 7 and started 6 games as a.
Oh, you got to be kidding me.
And you know what? How did he do in those games?
Well,
2-4 record, but still, he was 73 years old. So.
Yeah, 54% passing, 952 yards, 5 touchdowns, 6 interceptions. He wasn't abysmal.
No. But like, he was still a 44-year-old Vinny Testaverde.
Yeah.
And
wow. And he started 15 games in Dallas at 41 in 2004.
Yeah.
Those were dark days for the.
Oh, yeah. Well, that was after Quincy Carter, I believe.
Yeah. You had was it Garrett for a while, and then until Tony Romo kind of solidified the quarterback position for a few years.
It wasn't Garrett. It wasn't Garrett. I mean, it was Quincy Carter, Drew Henson, Chad Hutchison.
No.
Chad Hutchison. There's a name out of the
Those are some names right there. Little butt fumble indeed.
And then Parcells comes here and develops Tony Romo, and yeah. Everything's been okay at the quarterback position since then. Go from Romo to Dak.
I mean, you can't argue that. Like, I wouldn't be angry if I was watching Tony Romo and Dak Prescott. There's fan bases that have watched a lot worse than that for a lot longer.
Right.
The Browns, good grief. They've never had a good quarterback.
Well, I mean, Otto Graham wasn't bad in the 50s.
Yeah.
Who are they? What team?
Cleveland.
Yeah. Otto Graham was
I mean
legend.
Brady Quinn.
Oh goodness.
Oh dear.
He had Tim Couch won the Heisman.
Yeah, Tim Couch won the Heisman.
What was it? The one season they were on their third game and on their fourth quarterback. Cleveland was. They're just abysmal. And then the funniest thing is I get on their message boards, their fan boards. Every single one of their fans is blaming Pittsburgh somehow for them being terrible this year.
How does that make any sense? I don't understand. What's the logic behind it?
Like, I'm thinking about it. It's like, first off, their tears of anguish sustain me. But
here are a couple others.
What's up, Chris?
Cleveland, I looked it up. Outside of Otto Graham, you had Brian Sipe. He wasn't bad.
No, he wasn't bad. I forgot about him.
Yeah, Bernie Kosar.
Oh, my God.
Kosar was decent.
Did Elvis Gerbach not play for the Browns for a bit?
I think Tim Couch was like the start of like the absolute abysmal era of Cleveland quarterbacks.
Let's see, Elvis Gerbach. No, he played for Baltimore.
I don't think so.
So technically, he did play for the Browns, just not the purple Browns.
Right. Mike Tomczak, Mark Rippon in '94.
Oh my God, that's right. That's where he went after he left the Steelers.
Eric Zaire,
Jesus,
Ty Detmer, Kelly Holcomb, Jeff Garcia in 2004, Trent Dilfer in 2005.
That's my quarterback. That's my
Trent Dilfer.
Jake Delhomme.
Oh my God! You mean Hall of Fame nominee?
Is he really a nominee?
He's been on the initial list for the past 2 years.
Oh my goodness!
And it's like, wow,
I did not notice that.
They have really reached the bottom. I like.
Don't forget Joe Flacco playing for him last year.
My 7.5-year autograph return, Joe Flacco.
Flacco was actually pretty solid. Garcia was a good quarterback.
And you really got to look at it, like especially in the 2000s of the AFC North when everybody was nasty. If you were a quarterback and survived there, they can never not call you tough. Like, especially the Cleveland quarterback, because then they'd have to play Pittsburgh and Baltimore in the 2000s with those animals running around. Hard pass.
That division is brutal. I'll put it that way. Oh, they had 1 year, but then Cleveland had one quarterback for 1 year. What was his name? Derek Anderson had one good year.
Unfortunately for Cleveland fans.
I was going to say, if you say Brandon Whedon.
Okay, yeah.
Eric Crouch.
Eric Crouch.
There's a one.
Didn't they turn him into a wide receiver or try to because he was so bad at quarterback?
Yeah, I think they tried to, which was an even bigger mistake than putting him in quarterback.
Tennessee quarterback. What was his name a couple years ago? Played at A&M. Right. Ryan
Tannehill?
Yeah.
Tannehill, the guy who's
Tannehill was a wide receiver in college.
Really?
Yeah. At A&M, he was a wide receiver. They switched him to quarterback. I think he was brought in as a quarterback, but there was a starter ahead of him. So they used him as wide receiver until the guy graduated or whatever. And then he switched to quarterback. He was a pretty good receiver.
You remember Alejandro Villanueva, the Steelers tackle for a while?
Oh, yeah.
He was a wide receiver his first year in college.
Really?
Yeah, he looked funny.
The offensive lineman?
Came a tackle? Jeez, that's a position change.
He was also a legit 6'9", by the way, because
Yeah.
My uncle was a professor at Carnegie Mellon, and he was taking some classes there and got some pictures with him. Like, he is
a wide receiver instead of a tight end. I mean, he must have been built like a tight end.
He was built like a tight end, but he could actually run. And then he bulked in and became an offensive tackle.
Wow. And
That's
a very
amazing.
good offensive tackle. That was the line that was really good.
Yeah, him and DeCastro next to each other were a really good tandem.
Yeah, and Pouncey.
Oh.
Greatest Jets quarterback, Dick Wood. Well, the name at least. I agree.
Well, he said the greatest Jets quarterback name.
Yeah.
I
omitted that on purpose.
Jets quarterback.
If anybody says the greatest Jets quarterback is Joe Namath, goodness, he had one good year. He was poop.
But no, and I've often said this. What happens if they lose that game? Nobody ever hears of Joe Namath again.
No, they'd laugh at him.
Yeah.
They would laugh at him.
He just lucked into it. And that's the thing. It's like, was he a great quarterback statistically?
No, he was not a good quarterback.
And honestly, and I'll even say it out there, was Terry Bradshaw a great statistical quarterback? Not really.
Well, in comparison to what was out there in the 70s,
right?
Yes. Compared to today, no.
Yeah, and by today's standards, like he wouldn't be looked at given a second look. But
right,
it's like, it was a different football back then. He threw it for 190 yards in the Super Bowl.
Yeah. Well, it was a running league. It was all about running. The quarterbacks were. It
wasn't just running. It was balanced, but yeah.
And that's, I think, what the Steelers are finally trying to do again is bring it back to that. Yeah, because that's the football I grew up on in the 80s and 90s, watching AFC North football. Ground and pound, ugly to watch, really slow, and low scoring.
They say ugly to watch, but that's my favorite type of football. It really is. I find that entertaining. I don't like
the true definition of football.
I don't like slinging it down the field 60 yards, hoping to get past interference. I just don't.
But that was the football I grew up on. So now I see it again, and I hear people saying like, "Oh, it was such an ugly football game." Like, no, that's beautiful. That's my childhood right there.
That's the beautiful game right there.
It's like
it's exciting. The passing game's built off of play action. You run, and then all of a sudden you see a 40-yard bomb down the field. You're like, yeah. That's the football I love.
And then couple it with a smothering defense, and you have 1990s, 80s, and 90s AFC North football. God, it's good to see it coming back.
It's interesting how the league meta seems to have switched back to running the ball once again.
Yeah, because everybody was throwing it, and then Derrick Henry came in, and they're like, oh, wait a minute, we might need to have a running back.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Because it's like with the majority of defenses heavily focused on the pass, what happens if you get a team with a power run game? Like, they're not going to know how to stop it because they're geared toward the pass more.
You've got linebackers who are more like extra defensive backs, right?
Right. They're basically like, they're just itching to drop back into coverage. But it's like, well, you got a 250-pound running back coming at you. What are you going to do?
Yeah, it seems to. Well, what kind of prevents it is how big the linemen are on the defensive side now. So once you get past that first level, then the running game becomes very powerful. So if you can get past that first defensive line, then that's where the running game is. I think teams are starting to see that now more so than, and it's not even like, I would say the best running backs right now, but they're putting up good numbers. They're not running backs, but
no, the league is always going to shift because somebody's going to figure out a way like, hey, everybody's doing this. Let's try something else.
Yeah, I think the pass coverage has gotten so good now, right? Where they can cover 4 or 5 receivers coming out of a passing formation. There's not a whole lot. So it always goes to the to the safety valve or the underneath pass. So I see so many short passes out to like the running back or to like the slot receiver that's going to go out to the flat. Nothing's getting given up at deep anymore. At least I haven't seen too much of that this year.
There are a couple other things that I think are affecting the game. Rule changes. All right. rule change, not being able to hit the wide receiver after what is it, 5 yards now?
5 yards. Yeah, I think so.
you need to be able to bump the wide receiver 10 yards or whatever it used to be. You know,
until Mel Blunt did it.
Yeah, right. And the Mel Blunt rule. Also, look, I understand you're trying to protect quarterbacks from concussions, but when you're telling your defensive line that they got to slow up before they hit the quarterback, that's not good.
No,
that's not good for football, you know, because they're worried about like landing on him and getting a penalty. You know, I mean, that's good. The defense isn't going to be as effective.
No, and
everything is geared towards passing the ball, holding on to the ball longer just so you can get that penalty, you know, and letting the ball, the play develop instead of having to get the ball out quickly. You know, I just.
No, you're absolutely right. And then
you killed the running game. You killed the running game because of those rule changes.
Yeah.
You want to bring a more balanced football. You need to tweak. I'm not saying that you have to change those back to what they were, but they're not right where they are. And for crying out loud, this new kickoff rule, just get rid of it.
I mean, at this point,
yeah, it's terrible.
At this point, you don't even need a kicker. Like, a kicker is obsolete. Get a punter who can also place kick. That's all you need anymore. Right. You don't need to carry two guys because it's like, how many returns are happening? Not many. Just put the ball on the 25-yard line and let's go.
Yeah. But I think you need to tweak those two rule changes because those have affected the game more than anything that coaches have done, more than anything that the new talent that the players are coming in with have done. And it's not the football any of us grew up with.
No.
Look, you want to know why they did it is because people want to watch football for offense. They don't want to watch defense. I want to watch defense. Defense wins championships.
Well, because that's the thing. Because, you know, you and I both grew up in a market with teams that always had strong defenses.
Well, yeah, that's fair.
You know, and it's like, and plus it was like, especially in the 80s, that was the way of the land.
It was. It was. I grew up hearing stories of, you know, Raiders players, you know, I mean, they would wear tacks in their jerseys. So when people try to tackle them, they'd end up with a hand getting stabbed by 100 tacks. You know?
Like the things they used to get away with. Remember, like back in the 50s and 60s when they had the long sleeve jerseys.
Yeah.
I know Ernie Stautner was the big one. He used to tape cardboard to his forearm under the jersey, and so he could throw a much harder forearm to the guy's face.
I knew there was a reason I liked Ernie Stautner.
Yeah, that's what it is. Like, you know, they would come by, do the inspection, and then he would turn around, grab some cardboard, tape it to his forearm, pull the jersey back down, and go kill somebody.
And let's not talk about the stories that, you know, when you're in the dog pile or whatever. I mean, eye gouging and.
Let's put it this way: in high school football in the late '90s, and this is junior varsity, by the way. Our quarterback, we get out of the pile after some things had happened in said pile, and our quarterback says, "Hey, like, can you check my back? I don't know what's going on." And he had teeth marks.
Yep.
That's awesome.
And I was like,
yeah.
And we're like,
that's old school football right there.
And he's like, and we're like, yeah, somebody bit you. He's like, oh man, all right, whatever. It's like, what are you gonna do? But we were taught by our coaches in the pile, punch anything that's not your color uniform.
Yes.
I think this is why I wasn't allowed to play football as a kid.
At the high school level, then you know they were doing that stuff in the pros.
Oh God, that's what I mean. It's like we were high school in Western Pennsylvania, and yet we were being taught the exact same thing that the NFL guys were doing.
Right.
Oh man, our coaches would be arrested today for the things they did to us.
The game has changed a lot.
What about Lyle Alzado trying to hit somebody over the head with his own helmet.
Yeah.
That actually became a rule, the Lyle Alzado rule. You cannot use another player's helmet as a weapon.
Yeah, it's amazing that they had to actually make that a rule.
I know.
It's like, but even more amazing that it took until that time period for somebody to actually do it.
Right.
The NFL up until I say even the early 2000s, it was the Wild West.
Yeah, early 2000s for sure. You look at like the Tampa Bay Buccaneers of the early 2000s. Yeah. They still had that old school mentality.
Yeah, Tampa, Baltimore, Pittsburgh.
Baltimore, yeah.
You know, Ray Lewis was running around.
Yeah. So you're probably looking at mid to late 2000s is when everything changed.
Yeah, and then the shift happened.
Yeah. And it hasn't been the same since. And I'm slowly losing interest in football over that time period. I'm trying to hang on. I'm trying to hang on. But it's hard to enjoy this style of play. And I'm feeling the same way about basketball with all the 3-pointers too. So it's not just football.
Oh no, it's like
I'm over basketball for that reason. Just the 3-pointer has taken so much away from the game. The motion offense. It's just
there's no low post game. Centers are obsolete. It's positionless basketball.
Because everybody wants stats. That's all that matters.
It's all offense. There's
for football,
defense. They don't care about defense.
For football, I think this is kind of necessitated by the changes because of the amount of concussions.
Yes, I agree 100%.
I agree as well.
That's why I say that you need to tweak these rules. The rules are there for a reason, but they're not right where they are.
Yes, I agree.
And that you need to relook at that and say, what can we do that'll bring football back to what everybody grew up with, but will still protect the quarterbacks? You know, I think I remember last weekend in a game where somebody was wearing like a helmet pad on top of their helmet in an actual game.
Yeah, that was James Daniels, the guard for the Steelers. He's got the commander cap on.
So, you know, why not like mandate that for quarterbacks? Somebody that's going to be constantly getting hit.
I honestly think make it mandatory across the league.
Yeah, if you do that, then you don't have to pussyfoot the quarterbacks.
Yeah.
You know, it'll still protect. And I know that the technology that's in the helmets is better than it used to be. In protecting for concussions, the padding and all the different testing that they do on that.
Back when
all of the gear for the NFL teams.
Yeah.
It looks like they don't even wear pads anymore. Almost like the receivers looks like they have like almost nothing compared to you look at football from like the 90s or 2000s.
Actually, I was going to say, can we take a moment and just appreciate the 80s and 90s as the era of the gigantic shoulder pads?
Hunchback pads.
It was.
Gigantic shoulder pads.
Even the women were wearing the shoulder pads.
And the neck rolls. And then you had Brian Cox.
Neck rolls, yeah.
Nobody has a neck roll anymore.
I miss the neck rolls.
Oh, the neck rolls were fantastic. And like just
Mike Allstott wore it the best.
Tape and pads all over.
I don't know Howie Long, man.
That is an iconic neck roll.
Right.
That ranks up there with the Brian Cox neck board.
It was a board.
Yeah, he had the board for a while.
It was. You'd take a nap if you ever lying down on your back with that thing.
Man, I remember it was just a little board with a little pillow or a little cushion on it.
Little pill, yeah.
Fantastic. We ain't got that no more.
Or the giant shoulder pads. Like you look like a freaking like like you had power, like a suit of power armor or something. Back in the day, when you look at the receivers now, they look like they have pads underneath, but it's like nothing compared to.
It's like most of them don't even wear like the hip pads or the knee pads anymore.
You know, Harrison. DK mentioned James Harrison. Harrison, you could watch Harrison and tell when the rules changed because early on in his career, he was super effective, and then he kept getting fined over and over and over again for stuff that he would do. And he got so frustrated. He's like, man, what is this? What is this crap? I'm trying to play the game, and I keep getting fined for doing what I did early in my career. It's like you're asking me to completely change my game.
Exactly. Like a lot of players got caught in that lurch because, like, that's all they knew.
Yeah, that's how they grew up playing. They grew up hitting them in a certain way, and now you're no longer able to hit them there. And you know what's making it even worse is the players now have to tackle low.
Yeah, which is
causing more leg injuries, causing more torn ACLs. It's not helping.
No, it's making it far worse.
It's making it far worse.
And
Harrison brought that up when it was going on at the first point. It's like, you know, we grew up tackling at the waist, and now you're telling me I got to tackle at the knees?
Yeah, it's like they would tell us, like, you go for the knees as a last resort. You grab the waist, lock them up, and drag them down.
Yeah,
that's how we learned.
Yep.
I don't know. It's just, we'll see. But hey,
I think it's going to take time for it to evolve, right?
But hey,
because even the big pads were causing injuries, is what they were finding, right?
Did you guys notice that they've already dropped the hint that it will soon be the National Flag Football League?
It wouldn't surprise me.
No,
at this point, you're a step away from it anyway.
The Olympics 2028 flag football, and the NFL is hyping the hell out of it. They're prepping everybody for the National Flag Football League.
Good Lord. I will not watch that.
Well, that'll be the end of football.
I have absolutely no interest in the Pro Bowl because it's flag football.
No. I thought, and one of my friends came up with this, and she had a brilliant idea. Instead of the Pro Bowl, you take the worst two teams and you make them play in the trash bowl, and the winner gets the first round pick or the first overall pick. That would sell a lot more tickets than the Pro Bowl.
What if one team tanks harder than the other team to get the number one? Oh, no, because you're trying to win. I guess so.
Yeah.
No, but
there is no way in the NFL, based on injuries, that you can play a Pro Bowl unless it's after the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
After the Super Bowl, not in between, after the Super Bowl. In fact, several weeks after the Super Bowl has been played.
Yeah.
You could play the Pro Bowl. You'll probably have more competition, but still, there are going to be players that are going to be like, no, I'm on vacation. I don't want to play, whatever. But you could still play a competitive game.
Yeah.
You have as big of a risk of getting hurt, in a preseason game or in practice and training camp as you would playing in that game. You could still make it competitive, make it interesting,
and make it mean something. The winner of the Pro Bowl means nothing to the winner.
Well, I mean, I didn't like when Major League Baseball said the winner of the All-Star game got home field advantage in whatever first round of the playoffs or whatever it was.
Yeah.
How first was the World Series? I don't remember what it was, but they made it incentivized.
World Series,
and then they got rid of it. Yeah, I guess it was in the World Series. It wasn't in the playoffs.
But no, that's Collector Holic hit it right. That's what we should do. Just replace the Pro Bowl with the two worst teams, and the winner gets the first overall pick.
Something other than this stupid skills competition. I don't want to watch players playing tug of war, and like a step away from Ninja Warrior, and then flag football.
It's Battle of the Network Stars, is what it is.
It's Battle of the Network Stars. But I enjoyed the Battle of the Network Stars because these guys weren't athletes.
Right, exactly. This was different for them. Like
yes.
Well, the Pro Bowl used to be a thing for the players because it was in a way to earn additional money. So maybe if they made the incentive, large enough to where it would matter to the bottom line, then maybe the Pro Bowl would get good that way as well. But I'm not sure. Sorry, Tim.
I honestly don't think you can save the Pro Bowl. Even playing after the Super Bowl, I still
not
don't
with
think
the modern mentality of the current professional player.
Yeah, and part of that is, the players are protecting their own self-interest because contracts are not guaranteed in the NFL, which is a big problem. And so I understand why they do it, because you're more likely to get a career-ending injury in the NFL, and teams don't want to be on the hook for millions and millions of dollars.
Well, yes.
If you're a player,
screw the pooch on that
good.
One.
Well, they haven't been all that great for, I would say, professional basketball, where you have certain players finessing the league once they get their massive monster contract. So,
well, it's better than giving the rookie contracts like they did. Sean Bradley signed like a 7-year, like $80 million contract before he ever stepped on the court.
Yeah, that's true. Or Jamarcus Russell, his massive contract.
I mean, they've gotten some things right, but yeah, I agree. Every once in a while you get a Ben Simmons.
Oh my goodness, I didn't want to mention him by name, but yeah, that was it. That was it right there.
Or do like the NHL does. Have an actual proper skills competition for the Pro Bowl.
The other thing with the NHL is contracts aren't ridiculous yet.
They're getting there. They're getting there.
Right, but
they get paid fractions of what
the NFL's cap.
Yeah.
They have a cap minimum too in the NHL.
Don't they have a cap minimum in every?
NFL has.
They have it in Major League Baseball.
Baseball,
they don't have
a
cap.
Too. Well, they have a minimum cap.
They have a minimum.
Yeah, but
a couple years ago, they made like Oakland spend money or something like that.
I know for football, you get penalized with cap space or whatever if you go below a certain threshold. I think it's rare, but some teams have been penalized for going under the salary cap. Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, the Marlins a couple years ago were forced to spend money too. I think when Jeter was the GM or owner or whatever it was.
Ben Simmons, comeback player of the year. Ben Simmons is a workout champion of the NBA. I'll put it that way.
Oh, see, football's
if
stupid.
Ben Simmons doesn't develop a jumper, he'll never be a good player.
I've seen him switch them in practice for the last 3 or 4 preseasons. So, he's got a jumper. He just doesn't use it in a game ever. Or he's playing it against no defense, right? So
he attacks the basket and dishes the ball, and he plays good defense. But he's a liability on offense, and basically the opponent can double team somebody on the court because they don't have to worry about a wide open Ben Simmons. They will live and die with a Ben Simmons jump shot.
Yeah, you can completely pack the paint as much as you can in the modern NBA, and Ben Simmons is a liability.
They did towards the end of Rodman's career. They did the same thing. Basically after the Bulls, he played with the Lakers, he played with Dallas, but they basically couldn't keep him on the court because it was basically 4-on-5. In Dallas, he actually refused to take shots. He would get the ball and then pass it off.
Sounds like Ben Simmons, yeah.
The only way he scored is an offensive rebound putback. That's it. He didn't want to touch the ball otherwise, unless it was to pass it to somebody else.
Yeah, I've heard, the modern NBA player has the most skills, but I think it's mostly to do with perhaps dribbling or shooting. The physicality of the game is lost, right? So when they compare it to these older era of players, I'm not certain if the modern players would have that physicality to be able to play in that era. No. I will say the shooting these days, you have the best shooters in the NBA, I'd say, compared to any previous era.
Yeah, and at this point, it wouldn't even matter if you backed the field 3-point percentage up or the 3-point shot up and then got rid of the corner threes. You would still have. You look at where some of these players are taking shots from, Luka and Trae Young and Steph Curry, and they're almost at half court. So it doesn't matter, Lillard. Doesn't matter where you put the 3-point line.
Well, if you move it back, it just is going to space the court even more. You can't have five players defend freaking, 30 feet out. They can't even defend 20, whatever the line is, 24.
Right.
So you can't move the 3-pointer. I don't know. I think taking away the corner is good because then it forces. Right now, basketball is 3-on-3. You have two guys that stand in the corner with their hands ready to shoot the corner, and it's the pick and roll game is 2, and one guy underneath. It's 3-on-3 basketball, basically. Is what we have. Yeah. I think taking away the corner 3 might be a good rule change. But man, these guys can shoot the lights out from anywhere. Now you have the modern 3 or 4, is now a skilled 3-point shooter who can hit 40%. That's unheard of in any other previous era. So yeah, basketball at this point.
Yeah. I don't know how. I don't have a good idea of how to fix the NBA. I honestly think that even if you put the back to the basket and brought back the Charles Barkley era, basically butt backing the guy into the paint for 15 seconds, I still don't think you're gonna prevent these players from shooting just a crap load of threes.
I think you have to do something super radical, like very radical.
Get rid of the 3-point line.
I was going to say,
get rid of the 3 or make it worth 5, and then a basket's worth 4 and a free throw is worth 2 or something like that. So basically, it'd be a 2.5-point shot or something. It'd be something radical to change it now.
Yeah, you would have to do something like that because there's nothing you can do in the paint that would make it a more viable option.
Either that or make anything from the paint 4 points.
Analytics say analytics say that a 3-point. I mean, you got 3-point shooters that are shooting 43% from 3.
You got to shoot 64% from 2-point to just match that. That's one of the big problems, right? You can't get that efficiency for 2-point shots.
Yeah, I don't know what you can do. I mean, other than like a half-court shot being the 3-pointer. Something radical, like you said.
No, you put it in there. Like any shot from the opposing 3-point line is an automatic win. Game ends.
Yeah.
or you can do something.
That's awesome, Collector Holic.
I don't have an answer. Like a revolving like circle that's the 3-pointer and everything else is a 2. And it like moves to different spots.
Oh, the Shaq and the moving rim. Is that what we need now?
You know how many tickets you would sell to that? All of the tickets.
That's not a bad idea.
I mean, honestly, I could be on the court playing and people would come and see it if that was going on.
Oh man, I'd pay money to see that. Remember they had the basketball league with the trampolines on it? That looked like an ankle disaster.
They brought slam ball back a couple of years ago, but it didn't have the same flair interest that it did when it was originally out.
Yeah, people had kind of forgotten about it.
It was fun,
really
but man,
it.
Just watching it just made my ankles hurt. Because man, you mess up on that trampoline, like,
nope.
Oh my goodness, like a twisted ankle on that would just be game over. Ooh.
Oh, and the way the blocks were, I mean, my goodness. They're like 10 feet above the rim and just spot. And then it's just like this pile of bodies and arms and legs that just go falling into the trampoline.
Make the rim 10.5 foot and legalize goaltending or something. I don't know.
You know what? Goaltending is not a bad idea. If you get rid of goaltending, you could stop the 3-point shot from being as viable as it is.
Oh yeah, goaltend on threes. How about that? That would be, because then you'd have to rainbow your freaking
goaltending
threes.
On threes. That would be pretty interesting.
Yeah, that's something.
Because it doesn't affect like moving the lines or the style of
play.
It just you better be a crack shot.
You'll still get those transition threes, and you'll have somebody like running back on defense to goaltend, and so it would spread the court a little bit more. Yeah. Yeah,
It'll be fun to watch too. I think that would be fun.
Well, I mean, I guess I still think the best answer is to get rid of the 3-point line altogether. I mean,
probably yes.
Basically, look, if you want to shoot from 30 feet, fine, but you're going to get the same 2 points that Pistol Pete did.
Yeah, exactly. Back in the day, that's what you made a shot anywhere but the foul line. You were content with your 2 points.
Yeah.
Yeah, gents, it's getting near 1:00 in the morning, so I am going to call it. This was fun.
Yeah, this was fun. Thanks for coming on, Zach.
No problem.
That was good times.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I will catch you later. Be good.
Hey,
Have
Zach,
a great weekend.
You too. Tony, enjoy it. Relax and don't think about work.
I'm trying, but I got work to do.
Yeah.
All right, you guys. You have a good one.
You too.
Yeah, I feel like it would change the kind of player that the NBA would be looking for if you took away the 3.
Yeah.
It's evolved to now where the generation of players has grown up shooting 3. And they're so good at it now.
I mean, the generation before that grew up with a low post game, and they had to adjust. So
we did. We watched those type of players get absolutely completely obsoleted from the league in about the span of 15 years. Right, you go from the early 2000s where the center is still the dominant position, and it kind of always has been in the NBA, to now where the center is almost completely obsolete in the modern game, right? You don't have rim protectors. Like somebody like Roy Hibbert, when he came into the league, was like, that's the kind of center you want on your team. And then by the end of his league, he's like, or by the end of his time, he's like, yeah, he can't even stay on the court because his rim protecting abilities has been devalued so greatly.
Shaq in this modern era, I don't think would be as effective.
No.
He would still be effective. He would still be dominant. I mean, he would still basically be a low post presence, but you wouldn't be able to keep him on the court. He as fast as the game is, I mean, he'd still be on the other side of the court by the time the basket's been made.
I think you're seeing this almost now. Let's take a bad example. Somebody like Zion Williamson, right? Like he's pretty dominant. If
when he's healthy,
when he's close to the basket, he's pretty dominant, right? Yeah. But he cannot carry the team or outpace a team that's hot from the 3-point line, no matter what he does. He could be making 80% of his shots from up close, and it's not good enough.
Right.
But imagine even a more dominant traditional center, with even more low post moves, or physically dominant, somebody like Shaq, right?
Right.
I don't think Shaq wouldn't be competitive in this league because all of his shots, his touches would be going to the 3-point shooters. They don't have to be 50% from, or they're just more efficient from the 3-point line, which is what modern analytics has shown us now. It's kind of ruined the game. Any kind of analytics. Good grief.
I'm not the biggest fan of analytics.
Yeah, baseball too has analytics.
It does all the launch angles and crap.
Changes the way that the game is played.
Rotations, the spin rate.
Oh, on the pitchers,
Yes.
I've watched some pitching. They have schools or the trainers that are teaching the pitchers how to pitch now, and man, it's like, oh yeah, your pitch is dropping 7 inches to this side, but that's because your rotation on your ball is only 3,000 RPMs. You need to. It's almost unnatural now what they have to do.
It is. And I saw a stat that the National League's going to have like 1 300 hitter or something, or is it the American League? Urias is the only 300 hitter.
Yeah. There's only like five or six guys who are gonna hit over 300. It's like Arias, Vladdy Jr.'s over 300. Bobby Witt Jr. I think is like 330.
I think Bobby Witt Jr. Yeah, he's probably going to win
Kwan.
the batting title, right?
Probably, yeah. But it's ridiculous. The league average. It's not even necessarily guys who can hit 300. It's guys. How many players in the league hit 260 nowadays?
Right.
Grief.
Right. People are swinging for the fences instead of trying to put the ball in play, even with 2 strikes.
I think the small ball game is more entertaining to watch, right? Where you have tension, where you have base runners who are on base trying to get home, and the guys at the plate, try to bring the players in versus, I'm just going to hit a home run and just end it here. It's not entertaining to me, at least. Much anymore.
I do like the long ball. I don't have a problem with it. That's why, Ohtani and Judge appeal to me. Just like pretty much anybody that's watching baseball these days, Mike Trout when he's healthy. But there's something to say about the slap hitters. I have always appreciated the slap hitter. And you just don't see that anymore. I absolutely love Tony Gwynn, George Brett, people like that, that weren't just power,
Absolutely.
Wade Boggs, they knew what to do, with 2 strikes to get the ball in play. Or, it's not just small ball. It's not just like, advancing the runner to second base or third base or something like that. It's like, spraying the ball where they ain't,
Just to find that balance, right? Where you have a healthy sport that can have a lot of different variety of play styles coexist. Maybe that's what's missing these days in sports.
Yeah, I remember specifically, my high school baseball coach saying, "Hit it where they ain't." That was a thing that he would say. Hit it where they ain't. And so you would actually be, there, and you would be figuring out, all right, that this pitch is going to go to left field because they're playing too close to center. So there's a giant gap over there between the player and the line. Get it over there.
Mm-hmm.
Find a way to get it. Find the pitch that'll get it over there. And it's just you don't see that anymore. There was a lot more thinking. There was a lot more thinking going on, other than just trying to read the pitch. There was like trying to figure out where to place the hit. And I don't think you have that anymore. At least most hitters. That's why the shift was such a problem. There were players that are just straight pull hitters.
Pull hitters, if you're always just trying to launch it to the outfield, then they'll figure out where they need to stand for based off of analytics.
Yeah.
Took the guessing out of the game, maybe a little bit. Yeah. The randomness, that seems to be missing in maybe modern sports have been figured out, right? Or the optimal. They need to change the rules or refresh them from time to time.
I'm okay with bringing every game that is going on right now back to where it was in the 80s. Forget all the rule changes. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. And the game wasn't broke in the 80s. None of the games were broke in the 80s.
Well, it wasn't broken in the 80s, but teams figured out how to optimize according to those rules. So by the 90s, it got boring.
Let them do that. Just like they are today, somebody will figure something out and it'll change everybody. That's okay. That's okay. I'm all right with it.
It's kind of what's happened, though, right? Like all the basketball rules changes.
It's always cyclical, though, because, eventually it'll go back the other way. We were talking about that with the running back a couple weeks ago.
Yeah.
Look, have it change based on strategies. Don't have it change based on rule changes.
I wonder if you could put together a team that plays purely small ball these days and be able to have the offensive output to still be a championship team.
If you gave me a team of Rod Carews, tell me you wouldn't want that.
Well, yeah. Can you find 6-rod Karus for your lineup is a question.
No, but you're not gonna find 9 Shohei Otanis either.
It's true.
But look, you can find several players that if there was a reason to have a slap hitter today, if analytics said that, you know, just putting the ball in play was useful as opposed to, you know, get on base however you can, you know, whether it's a walk or a base hit, the whole money ball thing, doesn't matter how they get on base as long as they get on base, and then, you know, basically drive them all home with a long ball, you know. I think there would be more players developing that style of hitting.
That's also could be another big issue is that players aren't being, as they're developing, the prospects aren't being taught to play that way.
Yes.
Therefore, you won't have those kind of players.
That's it. Yeah. They don't.
You can have guys
when
who
they're
hit
younger.
Yep.
Yeah.
Guys who can hit like 350 in the minor leagues, they won't get promoted because they have no power. Right.
Yeah. Yeah. And that's a big thing. That's a big thing. I mean, Arias is
he's the
like
exception
one
to the
player
rule.
that has come. Well, look, Altuve is that type of hitter, but he's got some power.
Yeah,
he will shorten up on 2 strikes. That's why he's such a good hitter most of his career.
Oh, he's an amazing hitter. He's over 300 on his career. He's probably like 2,500 hits or something like that.
Yeah, he'll probably get to 3,000 hits.
There might be a few other exceptions. Stephen Kwan has had a pretty good year this year.
Yeah, he's a pretty good player. But it's like you said, if you are light hitting, you know, don't have it very much power, you're not going to get the same look that some of the others that, you know, maybe they have 5 tools or something like that. But then by the time they get to the majors, you know, most of them aren't going to be hitting major league pitching to a 300 clip. At least that's what the league is saying right now.
Yeah, I feel like all these modern analytics, there's got to be a better way, or teams are going to find out that maybe balance is the best way, because there are only a finite number of those exceptionally talented players that are going to, what would you say, almost transcend the traditional norm, right? You're not going to find, as you said, you're not going to find 6-rod Karus or 9-rod Karus or Shohei Otanis or Aaron Judges to put on your team.
Right. You're not. But there's no reason to say that, you know, I mean, I don't know if it's still looked at the same way today, but, you know, when I was younger, you know, you had the speed at the top of the order, right? And then you had, you know, you're basically your good hitter, quality hitter with not a lot of power would be batting second. You know, your batting third would be the hitter that was a good contact hitter with a little bit of power. And then you'd have your power guy. And then you'd have your RBI guy. You know, there was like a prototype for each spot in the batting order. You know? And I don't think that, I mean, for crying out loud, Kyle Schwarber's leading off.
Yeah, he had like 40 home runs this year. It's like 220. But he walks a lot too, right? He gets on.
Yeah, and that's why he's a good leadoff hitter, is because he gets on base. But it's a different style. You don't have that speed at the top of the order. You know,
not your traditional leadoff hitter. That's for
up
sure.
Until a couple years ago when they made bases like huge, so the gap between first and second third is not as big as it used to be.
It's like what, a few inches? Like a few inches matter. The other thing is you can't pick them off. You can only throw so many pickoff attempts.
And that too, but it's brought the stolen base back where it was basically becoming obsolete. And I'm okay with the stolen base. I mean, I think Ohtani got his 57th steal tonight or something. And I didn't realize that.
Tani's fast.
he's
an athlete.
He's doing that because he doesn't have to worry about pitching. I don't think you're going to see him do this again. I think he's doing this because he's just hitting this year. True. I don't think he's going to risk injury when he's also pitching. But we'll see. But he also set the Japanese-born player record with stolen bases. I did not realize that Ichiro never had more than 56 stolen bases or 57 stolen bases in a season. And he did that as a rookie.
That's surprising. Yeah,
it is kind of surprising because he's got a lot of steals. I think he had over 500 steals. But never had
Ichiro was one of the fastest leadoff hitters too. The amount of infield hits he could get, he could steal. He could have stolen second, or maybe just his length. It's like a couple feet less than Otani.
and when I think of leadoff hitter, Ichiro is the prototype.
Yeah.
He's the prototype. It's not Ricky Henderson. Ricky Henderson had way more power than a guy with his speed should have had.
Ricky Henderson was a one-of-a-kind player.
He was a freak. Ichiro was too. But when I think of leadoff hitter, I think of a guy that's light hitting, power-wise, that has a high batting average and speed.
Well, the way Ichiro hit wasn't conducive to hitting. I'm pretty sure he could have popped 20 home runs a season if you wanted to.
No, yeah.
He was more, I want to get on base. I'm just going to slap it to the opposite side and leg you out and get to first base that way.
Yeah, but the thing is they said the same thing about Wade Boggs and Don Mattingly in the 80s. If they wanted to hit more home runs, they could have hit more home runs. But they chose not to do that because they were more worried about batting average and helping their teams win. And so they did whatever they had to do to put the ball in play. And you just don't see that mentality. You don't see that anymore.
It's pretty much all professional sports.
Yeah.
It's your stats for your next contract, right?
Yeah. Money is sort of ruining the game too. I mean, let's say it how it is.
It is. It's
ruining the game. It's ruining fans' interest in it because we're looking at these astronomical prices, that we have to pay to go to the games, to enjoy the games, even on TV. It's like pretty soon all these games are going to be behind a damn paywall.
I wonder if I've thought about this as well. If we're at the point of peak monetization of sports now, they can always squeeze out more money, but at what point will you lose enough fans so that, when it's time for the next TV contract or the next big streaming contract, will the money continue to be there, say 5 or 10 years from now? Like Amazon,
I don't know.
Apple, they're ponying up the big bucks to get into the sporting market, but you're seeing other networks kind of fail, like say take ESPN, right? They have just these massive contracts that they paid for the broadcasting rights, and it's like a millstone for those companies. And what was it? The one sports network, was it Bally Sports? Didn't they almost went under, right?
They are still in bankruptcy court.
So I wonder if we're past that peak monetization of sports. So to where eventually the athletes, the money pool for broadcasting rights is going to diminish over time. And then the athletes, they'll be paid less compared to what it is right now. Right now it's crazy.
It's got to be. I mean, I don't think it's in the near future, but it's got to be in the future at some point.
I think so because, nobody watches TV. Well, people do watch TV, but
people don't watch sports as much as they used to.
Exactly.
There's so many more things to do.
Or sports is driven by gambling now. Most people who watch sports are, a lot of them, a big demographic now are folks who are just betting on the games or for whatever reason. I think that's less. There's even less motivation to sit there and watch the games and sit through the ads because your favorite team is playing nowadays. I'm even guilty of that. I won't even watch full games. I'll just look at the scores or the highlights or the recap. NFL Red Zone.
I haven't had my local teams in 3 years. I'm about to get the Stars back and the Mavericks back, so I'm very grateful for that. But I've missed them, but I haven't had a hard time finding stuff to do.
Yep, I haven't watched too many Rainbow Warriors football games. I used to stay up every night to watch the game after the blackout at 10:30 and stay up until like 2:00 in the morning. So watch the Hawaii football. They moved it to pay-per-view, so I couldn't catch the game. So I just lost interest over time.
And the microtransactions and stuff like that, that's what killed video games for me. I was a gamer all the way through college, and I was a huge sports gamer. But then when you stopped getting what you paid for by buying the game, that's when it really started to. I mean, at first it was like you got to get, your PlayStation Plus or your Xbox Live or whatever. And then it's like microtransactions within the game. And then in some games, it's like you're trying to be competitive and these other guys are dropping like $5,000 on their teams. And it's like, no matter what you do, you're never going to beat them. And it really killed my interest. I mean, not only are you microtransactioning me, but you completely messed up the balance of the competition. It doesn't matter how good you are. You won't have a team that'll stack up to these guys that are putting money into it. Yeah,
because they have their 100 rated players on their entire team. They basically wallet warriored their way to win, right?
Yes.
The other thing that stopped my interest in gaming has been games as a service. Now you don't see nearly as many gaming releases, and not in a variety of genres, right? Because gaming companies are so focused on their one cash cow that they don't bother to make new games in other genres. That's what's killed gaming for me.
And another problem is, I saw this with Madden and 2K. It's like I'd be buying the same damn game every year.
Yeah.
With updated rosters. There was a monopolization of each of the sports, and they had no competition and they had no reason to change the damn game. And
competition breeds innovation, right? Where you're forced to innovate.
It absolutely does. And that's why 90s sports cards were at their peak at that time, because there was so much competition, but that competition brought out the best in all the companies. And that's why everybody's chasing those 90s inserts now, because they were innovative. They were creative. Now, I mean, you've got companies that basically put out the same stuff every
same
year.
cards.
Yeah.
Have you seen the Prism design? It's changed.
Prism, yeah.
Same as like the 2020 through 2024.
It's
looks the same set we've got in the last 4 years. It's ridiculous.
Monopolies are not good for anything. And that's the other thing that killed video games for me. Look, I'll still buy Final Fantasy. I love Final Fantasy. I don't have a PlayStation 5, but I would actually buy a PlayStation 5 to play the newest Final Fantasy if I had to. I love Final Fantasy, but that's basically the only game that I have any interest in playing these days. I play sports games anymore.
It's kind of bad as a console gamer these days, because man, with the PS1 era, you literally had like 40 new releases like every month. It felt like, you could buy the gaming magazine, you'd see like 20 new games that are coming out for this month. They're lucky if they put out 20 games in the entire year now. Like, I went to Walmart just to go look at the games that they have on the shelf. It's like depressing, man. They have like 20 different games you could choose from now for your $600 PS5. Man, it's brutal.
Yeah, and I won't buy that PS5 at that price.
Well, especially not now.
It would have to get in fact, I don't even know how much more time the PS5 is going to be a viable console before the PS6 comes out.
Well, they just announced the PS5 Pro, which will be $700, no disc drive, and with an optional vertical stand that you have to buy separately now.
Yes, so basically I have to pay, $70 per game, because the only place I can get it is digital. And then I'm going to have to microtransaction to death.
What's up, Titus?
And then I'm going to have to get my PlayStation Plus or my Xbox Live. And then maybe I'll have to buy a second controller so I have somebody to play against. And fuck.
It's crazy. I mean, games in the 90s costed $70 a piece, and that hasn't changed.
Yeah,
in 30
if you
years,
bought
so
the
there
Neo
is that.
Geo.
No, even like I've seen old Toys R Us ads where you have like SNES games. They're like $70 or $80.
I think you know, Final Fantasy on the NES was like $50.
Yeah, once the titles, they're kind of past their release time, right? Then you can find them for cheaper.
Yeah.
But the price of a game hasn't changed in 30 years.
Yeah, I would do that. You know, $30-$40 for a game. You know, but I think the sweet spot for me was $29.99.
$30, yeah. That's why I think PC gaming is still reasonable. You know, you just wait a few years and then you can play the game for, you know, $15 or $20, whatever it is. And most of the console games release onto PC now. You plug a controller in and then stream it to your TV or something like that. So there's kind of no need for the console, just like how the console has obsoleted video game cabinets, right? Why go to the arcade when you can just buy a PlayStation 2 and have the better quality graphics and you don't have to use your corners?
Right.
Same thing is happening with the consoles where it's kind of obsolete, or it's becoming that way now, it seems.
Yeah. Well, these days there are probably a lot more gamers on their phones as opposed to a console.
That's true as well.
You know, and those, a lot of cases, you know, those games are free, but they're being microtransactioned. But still, you spend $50 on, you know, that, you don't feel so bad because you haven't spent $60 buying the game.
I don't mind the microtransactions for certain games. There's a lot of good free-to-play games.
I don't mind it when it's like additional content. I don't like it when it's pay to win.
Yes, agree. Yeah.
Yes. I'm okay with unlocking additional maps or levels or whatever you want to do, but yeah,
as long as the core game it's not how big is your wallet versus how much. But that's where it's become now. It's become a time versus money for microtransactions, convenience to access features in the game faster and stuff like that. I feel like there's going to be a backlash against that if it's not already there yet.
Look, there are plenty of people that hate the microtransactions and the pay to win. There's no doubt about that, but you're not seeing the backlash. It's been like that for like a decade at this point.
I feel like there's so much competition now that maybe you can't monetize like when microtransactions were new, right? So certain games, you know, that kind of hit that you know, that initial rush. Now other companies are trying to duplicate that success. They don't have the player base or not. So it's kind of shifting back to you're going to see less games as a service, I think, over time. Hopefully, I hope that's the case.
Hopefully,
it's been a rough few years if you're a hardcore gamer, and
I would have liked to think that I was. I mean, now I don't know if I have the time, but I was a hardcore gamer, and it just it stopped being fun, and it had nothing to do with the games themselves. It had everything to do with money, you know, and not being competitive.
I've been playing, or I played World of Warcraft for years. I have hundreds of days played across all my characters, but once they introduced, you can basically buy gold with your character, or you can cross.
You've always been able to do that, but it was illegal.
It was illegal. It was just harder to do. You're right.
Because I did that a couple times on Final Fantasy 11. You'd have some random guy come up, hey, you know, $1 million
here's
gold,
your money. Here's your 1 million
$19.99. Go to this website. It's like,
that might save me like a few hundred hours there.
Yeah, that'll save me 100 hours. That's how you thought about it. You're like, that'll save me a lot of time. Let me go ahead and do that. You know, but it
now it's built into the game design. That's the problem.
Now it's built into the game, and now I guess it's legal.
It's legal. Well, now the game companies know, right? They're I need to make this money earning task take forever. So now that the player will look at our cash shop and just buy it now. You see a lot of these predatory behaviors, like when they sell you in-game currency, they never give you an even number for the transaction that you're buying.
Right.
So something might cost like 2,000 in-game currency, right? And they're going to sell you a package with 1,900 of it. So now you have to buy either the bigger package that has like 4,000 and pay more money that way.
Right.
And then you have leftover currency that you need to spend. Like it's kind of crazy. Like the psychology games that they've the gaming, the psychology is pretty insane these days.
And you're still gonna have the players that are gonna sneak around and offer the same deal for a discount price if you buy it from them instead of the company itself.
Exactly, because you can have a Chinese bot, a foreign bot, or a company that's botting, with like 200 accounts running at the same time, making pennies and then selling you the gold for cheaper.
And bots are another thing that sort of killed my interest in games too. Is
botting and the lack of player interaction these days now, I think, is kind of diminished it.
Yeah. I mean, I couldn't stand bots. I mean, I would purposely in Final Fantasy, I would purposely like bring enemies. Like, I would aggro them or something like that, and then drag them
griefing
over the
bots. Yeah.
Drag them over the bot and just disappear, like warp away, and then the bot gets killed.
I would wait at the same node that the bot would come back to, every 5 minutes, and then wait for him to start tapping in and be stealth. I would just take it right in front of him, and then I'd wave at him in game. The bot would just try to grief me for hours after I did that. It was good times.
I miss MMOs. I
do miss it a lot too, man.
Oh my goodness, I wasted a decade of my life on those. I don't regret it one bit, but I'll never do it again.
Yeah. I used to have my entire life schedule around World of Warcraft raiding at some point. It was bad.
Oh, I was in I don't even remember what they were called, but a group or whatever they were called. Link Shell for
Final
I was
Fantasy.
In a Link Shell for Final Fantasy, and we had like a weekly schedule. We would do this on Monday, this on Tuesday, this on Wednesday, and if
Final Fantasy was competitive.
I worked,
right? Because you had world bosses that had spawn timers, and then you had to know what time to be online, so you could all gather up and raid, and then you had to fight another guild to get to that boss before they got it. It's freaking crazy. MMOs were. It's almost like you can't repeat that because the current gamer would have no patience for this.
Right. Oh man, yeah, and literally camping, like a notorious monster or something like that. And it might spawn once in a 24-hour period or once in a 72-hour period. And you're literally sitting there and then doing something else while you're
flying
sitting
around
there
in
waiting.
Circles while you're talking to your guild in voice chat or something.
Yeah, or crafting. I would be crafting. I'd be sitting in the middle of a field crafting stuff.
Yep, that sounds like it. Oh my goodness, I've got to go farm for our guild raid this weekend or whatever. You just spend hours, man. Saying how he waited in line for 17 hours in 60-mile-an-hour winds and freezing cold rain.
I
for
read
an
that.
Xbox.
I read that.
Jeez,
That's
man.
crazy. But that tells you, man, it was a different time.
It really was, man. I waited. I camped for the first World of Warcraft expansion. We got there like 6 hours in advance or something like that to stand in line so that we could install the game at midnight and be the first people on the server or something like that. It was fun though. It's fun. I missed that. I went with a bunch of my other real life friends, who are also playing World of Warcraft at the same time. We went to go buy the game. We stood in line for 6 hours. We stopped off at a place, had a nice, late night dinner, and then we went home and installed World of Warcraft and played all night. Those were crazy times.
Yeah. It was right about that time that energy drinks started popping up.
Oh yeah, NOS, Monster, Red Bull. The whole
totally
gamer
catered
meme,
to the gamers.
Doritos and Mountain Dew, right? For the Call
like
of Duty crowd.
You just you don't see that sort of dedication to the console anymore or games anymore.
You do,
Not
but
like
it's different. There is a hardcore gaming.
You think,
but
the same number?
Not the same number,
Yeah,
and it's not the same. Not in person, because you don't camp at a GameStop now. Now you're online or something. You're streaming on Twitch or something.
They just closed the GameStop that's like a block away from me. I noticed that yesterday when I went up to where did I go? Subway. We get a sub, and it's shut down. They shut it down.
Yeah, because there's no
been
games
there 25 years. It's been there 25 years, and it's gone now.
That's sad. It's like the era, because everything's on in a online shop now, right? Like Steam or
yeah.
You know, you don't have to go to
the console itself.
Resident Evil 7 for PS4 VR is the greatest game I've ever experienced. You know what? I mean, VR is kind of the problem with VR is it's so hard to develop a game for VR. It's just the technical complexity to make a game for VR. But man, that kind of might be the last frontier for gaming. Will be
VR messes me up. I can't do
VR gaming. Yeah, I think I'll get
motion sickness. You?
Yeah. It has to do with your field of vision in a VR game. It's like when you're reading a book or you're sitting too close to your monitor for that much time gives you motion sickness. So
I think it causes seizures too, right?
Yeah, well, for some folks who with the flashing lights, but because it's strapped to your head or whatever, right? You really can't change that. That's the problem with VR.
Right.
It's so hard to develop games for it too. I think that's the other challenge for it. The software and the tools necessary to build games in VR don't exist yet, and they may never unless VR gaming becomes popular enough to fund the development of the games.
I mean, I would love to play like a sports game in VR, like to actually feel like I'm participating in the game. I think that would be a lot of fun. That's what I would enjoy.
Crossing over like Michael Jordan in VR. That would be freaking amazing.
Or facing Nolan Ryan and actually feeling like the guy's throwing you like 104 mile an hour
at your head, and then you break your VR headset because you're trying to duck out of the way of his pitch or something.
Right. But that would be for me, that would be like a huge rush. It's like you've always heard that. What would it feel like to face Randy Johnson? Well, with VR, you'd get a chance.
Yeah.
And you don't have to worry. Even if you got hit, you wouldn't get hit,
Yeah.
You won't wake up the next day with your bruised ribs,
All the injuries from sports, man, they accumulate. That's for sure. What's up, Troy? Good to see you. Aloha Friday.
I'm going to step away for a second. Hey, Troy. I'll be right back.
Sounds good. What's up, Troy? How you doing tonight? Good to see you. I think I'll have this Donruss blaster. I'll just rip this while we're kind of chilling for a little bit. I saw on Kevin's desk, man, you got a mountain of One Piece there.
Yeah, I do.
I saw that, man. He looks like you had like 5 or 6 different kinds of packs there too. So
I have at least one pack of every chapter, and the only one I've only got one of is chapter 2.
I think that's kind of what you might want to do with One Piece is to hold on to the sealed wax, especially if they're not going to reprint it.
Yeah. No, I'm going to open all that.
Yeah. Who are we kidding? We can't help ourselves.
Hey, hold on to wax. What are you talking about?
I try. I've got a few boxes stashed away for a rainy day. Look at this, man. You got your own LCS in your house, man.
And I got one of those.
That score was pretty fun. I ripped some of it. Might not be as bad. I know Khalib Williams isn't in there, but Jaden Daniels is. So, you can box in VR. The VR golf game is sick too. Yeah, I think some certain things like VR makes so much sense for certain applications or certain types of video games. It's just that the tools don't exist quite yet. Ooh, gold parallel. Oh wow, freaking Donruss. Hope that's well, maybe that's just a regular gold parallel all in there. I do enjoy the Donruss. It doesn't have any current players, but
I like that Donruss.
Variety is pretty nice. I saw a couple blasters.
The problem is you don't get near enough rookies.
No rookies and no logos seems to be the
well, you got 100 prospects, but you barely get one. You only get like 3 in a pack to 15 of the other. So you end up with a big, huge stack of cards number 1 to 100 and almost none, 101 to 200.
Yeah, I'll show you with the if they didn't change it. Like that's something. Ooh, was that Bobby Witt Jr.? Davis, Austin Wells. Yeah, only 2 prospects in the pack.
Yeah,
that is Bobby Witt Jr. That's a pretty nice. Was that Velocity? That's a nice pull like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, Bobby Witt Jr. Big hit Bobby Witt. Oh, wow, look at that, too. Ethan Salas to $2.99. I'll take that one, too. That was a heck of a pack. I think Ethan Salas is like a top 5 prospect right now. Let's see, he's probably about a year or 2 for the major leagues. Yeah, that was a heck of a pack. Look at that. Ethan Salas to $2.99, and then the Bobby Witt Jr. Hey, yeah, Donruss. That's what I'm talking about.
2 nice cards out of 1 pack.
Yeah, Bobby Witt. But what I was saying with the numbering of the packs, they didn't even bother to randomize the packs. Check this out.
I noticed that. You get like runs.
59, 60, 61, 62, 63, 64.
You get complete runs of numbers.
6, 7, 8. Every number in order, which is great because when you're sorting sets,
it's all work. Didn't take me any time at all to sort those.
Yeah, all right. Yeah, that's not bad at all. You can pull autographs out of here too if you don't get a one what is it? 1 memorabilia or autograph per blaster, which is pretty nice. So that's a nice Ethan Salas. I don't have a whole lot of his cards, I guess, because I've been skipping out on Bowman Draft, Bowman Chrome. Products are just too expensive. All right. But yeah, although the base set is all in order, so easy to sort. Yeah. wait, 71, 70. So if I go like this, they'll all be in order. Wait, that's pretty much the same pack, right? Gooden, Randy Johnson, Pedro. Yeah, I got the same pack pretty much.
That's the drawback.
Grayson Rodriguez, Tyler Black. I went to a kid. I knew a kid
the other day.
3rd grade. His name was Tyler Black. Horvath, Shawno, Jace Young, and a prospect, Ozzie Smith. Okay. Yeah, tons of parallels in these Donruss blasters. I think they're pretty.
Oh yeah.
I think it's as good of a set as they could have made, given their circumstances. Yeah, I got pretty much the same pack. What the hell? Yeah, that is a bummer. Only 2 of these rated rookies per pack, and I think this set is like 100 cards. Oh, and these are all in order too. No. Guess Panini's just kind of phoning it in for certain things. All right. Hoping when we see a memorabilia card, that means we're not getting an autograph. So Alvarez, Westberg, put fatted
Fat
Relic, Carew, Big Mac, Lofton, Wade Boggs. We're just talking about Wade Boggs. Rated prospect, Greg Maddux, get Stone, Yeah, Robert Hassel. I think he just made his major league debut a while ago, didn't he? Might be wrong. There's a lot of prospects. It's hard to keep track of all these guys. Marcelo Meyer, the velocity. We're looking for Paul Skeens, I think, is in here. So nice Big Poppy. Then Colt Keith, Bomb Squad. If this is what this year's Bomb Squad looks like, that kind of sucks, man.
Yeah.
I'll put it that way. Disappointed. This should be the football design as well, right? With the for this year's football, I'm guessing. Looks like we do get a memorabilia card. All right. Ozzie Smith cards should be embarrassing when you look at his offensive stats. Some of the worst ever. Yeah, certain players get in with their glove too. Offense is important. And so should defense be for certain. Johnny Bench, Davis, Wells, Alvarez. The same pack. What the hell? South Frelick. I got like triples almost in this blaster. Bryce Matthews and Blake Mitchell are rated prospects. I did see this autograph. That is a nice looking patch card, I will say. Jersey Kings is usually something they put in like what is it, Court Kings or Gridiron Kings? Nice looking card. And Willie Mays. Gavin's 2 pitchers. Gavin Stone and Tom Seaver. It's pretty cool. So we'll get an autograph out of this one. Yeah, still looking for some Paul Skeens stuff, I suppose. Wade Boggs. Is that another Tom Seaver? What the heck is... I think I might have got triples out of some of this. There's Ozzie Smith again. Tim Tomey. Underrated Tomey. I think he's got over 600 home runs, was it? 500, 580 something, close to 600. David Wright. There's a Nolan Ryan. And Roger Clemens back to back. That's pretty cool. Guess they have some rookie cards. Caminero rookie card. Julian. I know Ellie De La Cruz is in this set as well. Zanatello. Jose De Paula. Cape. Upside down. Greg Maddux. And Wade Boggs. All right. One more pack. That Ethan Salas card is probably the Paul the Blast. That's a pretty nice card. I know out of the previous year, I saw some guys pulling some nice stuff out of Donruss, some nice autographs. Seems to be all prospect stuff this year though. Lofton, another Wade Boggs. Oh my good, another Greg Maddux. Oh my goodness. I feel like I got duped Tom Seaver again, Big Poppy again. Another Ozzie Smith. Oh my goodness. Oh man. I haven't seen a blaster this bad. I might have got triples of everything in here. Ty Floyd. That's a nice Jordan Lawler. That's a good one. Ricky Bradfield Jr. and Nick Lofton. All right. Well, that was fun. I think that was pretty. There should be some pretty nice cards. Then, a lot of these parallels. I guess you get 2 of these per pack. And then the rated prospects, there'd probably be a few decent ones in there. This patch card, they did do a good job on these. These are nice. Even if these won't be authentic jerseys. Enclosed authentic memorabilia is not from any specific game or event. So cool. Cracked ice.
Which means he hung it in his locker.
didn't even bother. They just took some jerseys, cut them up, and glued them onto the card. Basically, could even be like the ones that don't make the quality control. Oh yeah, that one's that's a dud defect. We'll just cut this one up and put it on a card or something. Oh man. Also has some haunted hoops for a nice Wemby. Yeah, I'll try a couple of these. Why not? These are the thinnest cards I've ever seen. They're like 15 points, I swear.
So I don't understand why they're even making these. Nobody trick or treats anymore.
Well, it's the same reason why they made these NFL Uno cards. It's for degenerate pack rippers to buy. You know, it's not even. This is not for the kids. Nice Anthony Davis. Doo-wop wreath. That is
Who?
Exactly.
Flip that over. Doo-wop.
Doo-wop wreath.
I've never heard of that guy.
Drafted? Well, it doesn't say he was drafted.
Doo-wop wreath.
What? Ding Dao played for, looks like, Chinese
Ding
Basketball
Dao?
Association?
That's got to be CBA.
Yeah. How old is it? Born 6? Wait, what the heck?
What is the very bottom? Baduba do what? Baduba doo-wop?
Yeah, Doo-wop wreath.
No, the very bottom of that little write-up.
Oh, something talking about Mbop by Hanson. This card is a total meme right here.
It actually says Mbop on it.
Yeah, I know. That's
the 27-year-old rookie.
Must have been good international player, I guess. So I'm glad he got a shot to at least make the Blazers training camp, I'm guessing.
Wow.
They're really stretching for rookies.
Barrett says he's never heard of him either, and he's a Blazer
fan. Oh my goodness. How about a Wemby? Good grief. You know what? This card is, I don't know. It's definitely that's something I haven't seen in hoops. That's for sure. There's another guy. Who is this? Stanley Umudi for the Pistons. That was not on my bingo card. He played one game for the Pistons.
Oh, one game.
And he's got
2-way
2
contract.
He's in the record books. He is 2 for 2 from the free throw line in his career.
There you go.
You
can retire with a perfect free throw percentage.
Perfect free throw percentage. All he needs is a field
block too.
All he needs is a field goal. He'll retire as the most efficient player in NBA history
and the best defender ever.
Oh man, Stochan, Dariq Whitehead. Man. I saw in one of the new NFL releases, I think that I was watching somebody rip a box of it or whatever. Just, I don't know, my autoplay landed on it. But then I saw that they're putting NIL player autographs in the Panini stuff, like your $300 hobby box. Now you're going to pull an NIL autograph of somebody who may not ever make it to the NFL or be drafted by a team, which is kind of crazy. It's nice, Nikola Jokic.
I mean, it's got to be a cheaper, more efficient way for these people to get stuff to put in the packs. They don't have to pay the high-dollar players.
Really getting some undrafted. Okay, all the UD undrafted free agents.
I mean, these guys all must be like 2-way player guys. Got called up at the end of the year.
This is brutal. Oh yeah, at least I got a Nikola Jokic card. I'll take that. That's pretty nice. I'll try one of these NFL Uno. Oh my goodness.
I've got some stuff to show if you want to save your product.
Yeah. A card pack inside. How about that? Then, yeah, we haven't seen what Sensei's gotten over the last couple of weeks.
Did I pop in last week? I know I went
just for a little bit. We did see you. Your perfect attendance is still intact, by the way.
Good. I was a zombie by the time your show started.
You have gold star attendance. Okay, you get the award at the end of the year.
All right, gotta keep that record going.
All right, I just
pride myself on being an everyday player.
Exactly. Not everybody has perfect attendance. Nobody can claim to. You know what? In fact, I've probably missed my own show once or twice. But Tony's always here. Was that Fred Warner? Yeah, at least this is a licensed product, so there is that going for it. Okay, Chigozium Okongwu. Man, these names.
Yeah.
Okongwu. Trey McBride? Really? Daniel Bellinger? Who are these guys?
Daniel Bellinger. Well, Trey McBride might be the best tight end in football this year.
Yeah, that is true. That is true. All right. Yeah, let's enough of this. We don't need to see Aaron ripping packs to find the Duop Reith rookie card or the Stanley Umudi rookie card. Might be the only card they ever get, maybe. And again, with Panini, you never know. They probably have printed them a couple times. All right. Always love seeing what you got to pick up, what you picked up. Good to see a back Fabian.
I don't even know what I've shown you and what I haven't at this point. I haven't even done a show on my own channel in 2 weeks.
Yeah, I've been rarely putting out videos intermittently these days.
So
Black radish, what does that taste like?
What?
I'm back, just planted in my garden some turnips and black radish, maybe a little late in the season. Wait, isn't it like November? Or wait, not November, it's September. I'm losing my mind right now.
It just turned autumn.
That is pretty late in the season, Fabian. Hopefully those crops you'll get some before the winter sets in. All right. Get some more Oli the goalie autographs.
No.
We're done with that collection.
Yeah.
You're not the Ollie super collector.
Did get this TTM back from San Juan, Puerto Rico. Juan Gonzalez.
Nice.
On the reverse negative.
Very nice. Very nice. Juan gone.
Score rookie. Hitting machines.
It's a cool insert.
Yeah. So that's the first TTM. I haven't sent a TTM out in a couple months since I.
Black radish is good for the liver, better than alcohol. I think just about everything you can eat is better than alcohol. I do like radish. Radish is a good vegetable. Definitely big in Japanese culture.
I don't mind radish. I'd probably try the black radish. So I got a
radish
couple
and
of
turnips.
Yeah. Got a couple of index card autographs of Hall of Famers. I bought these for like $2 or $3 a piece. Got Hall of Fame umpire Jocko Conlon.
Very nice.
And I'm not a big fan of these cutouts on these, but Robin Roberts. And Bob Lemon.
I like that Bob Lemon. That's nice.
Yeah, that was when he was the manager of the White Sox. I also picked up the 1986 Donruss baseball set because I love this card.
Yeah, you gotta have that rated rookie one, Jose Canseco. Wait. I got my 80. What was that? 86. Got the Beckett now to look up the price guy for this card.
There you go.
Let's
Probably
see,
$20
March
in that
80.
Beckett.
March 80. Let's see what a 86 Donruss Jose Canseco book for. 86. Look at that. Only 4 rows in the Beckett. 86 Donruss. Hey, look, it's a $11 card in there.
That's it. Oh,
it probably went up a little bit more. This is
he hadn't hit 40-40 yet. So.
Yeah. 89. Yeah, $20.
Yeah, but that's the second Canseco I have. He's on the mat somewhere, I guess, in this corner right here, this way. But yeah, I picked that up and
got the Clemens.
Second year Clemens. I did not have a Fred McGriff, so I was happy to get that. Cecil Fielder's rookie. And a few other nice cards in there. Did I show you the white bordered yellow cards?
I think so. Did you get more? Wait, you showed the first set. Did you get another set? I know you
not of the white border, no, just the offensive ones. But
I don't think I have seen them then. Is that like another printing, or is that the original?
Yeah, I guess it was another printing. The original printing was blue and orange border, and these are white border. So have you seen those?
Very nice. I don't think I've seen the white border ones. I remember the blue. Was it blue? The borders on the other ones?
Yeah. I've got those next to me, but yeah, these are the white border ones, and so I bought the offensive set of this.
Good night, Barrett. Hope you have a great time at the batting practice. Enjoy the game tomorrow. It should be good. You know, I'm gonna watch that game so I can hopefully see Barrett catch a foul ball or something. That would be pretty cool.
So I'm now up to 400 Red Grange rookie cards.
Okay. I've noticed a pattern here.
They actually have the entire board game on eBay right now. It's been reposted like 7 times or something since I started watching it. It's $75.
You might corner the market on these.
Well, I'm going to start sending singles of my first set that I purchased because the condition isn't the greatest. I'm going to start sending them off to people here in the next couple of weeks.
That's cool.
So, send me your address on whatever Instagram.
Oh, okay. Yeah,
Instaface.
I've got your address somewhere as well. I've got some stuff I've been meaning to send to folks as well. I think now should be the time I finally get that done. Yeah. Barrett, try to catch a foul ball with your beer glass.
There you go, and then drink it.
Tastes like dirt and what is it? Stickum.
Sweat. Stickum. This is something I actually did not realize existed, and I stumbled upon this, and so I decided to buy a pack of this to see how it's like. But I actually like this, and they have a case of this on eBay for $100, and I might buy it because these are fantastic.
A case.
Platinum.
Oh, okay. The platinum top loaders.
Now I've been buying the regular and the premium, but I had no idea that they actually had platinum.
Those are like the darker blue, right? Is that the?
Yeah, I mean the cast.
What's the deal
frame,
with platinum?
I mean, other than they
top loaders,
they don't use like the glue. They still look the same, and to be honest, they don't feel any thicker, but they might be a little clearer. And they're probably better made because I guess that they're not using the glue to seal them together.
To fuse it, yeah.
Yeah. So they're certainly a better quality. And from what I've seen from them, like I'll buy the regulars, and there are like 3 or 4 of them that are like bowed, and I can't use them anymore. These seem to be all like pretty high quality. So,
I have one top loader where the inside, the between where the card is supposed to be, is like fused together. So I was just trying to jam a card into one of my top loaders. It wouldn't go in. I was like, "What the hell?" And that's because it was like fused in the middle.
That's interesting. I mean, I've had some issues with the regular top loaders too, but it's like, the top of it like will kind of be frayed, and you can like see the seam like coming disconnected. And there's like little chips and stuff within the top loader that you can't quite get out unless you like reach your finger in there and stretch out the top loader.
If you could get a whole case for $100, that's a good price.
I was buying 200 regular top loaders for $23.99, and I think $5 shipping. So it's like $30 for 200 of them. But if I buy a case of this for $100, I'm actually saving money long term, and I'm getting a better quality product. So I might have to
bite the bullet and do a whole case of top loader.
Yeah. Now they have regular. I found a case from the same guy of regular top loaders for $80. So it's a $20 difference from regular to platinum. So,
I think I'm already too committed to the regular top loaders to switch to another type. That would just upset me. So.
I actually see. When I was growing up, it seemed like top loaders were a lot more sturdy than they are today. They were like,
they had like another band of plastic around the edges. You remember like the colored top loaders with the colored edges?
Yeah.
It seemed like they were better made. I agree.
But
I never liked the rigid ones. It was always card savers, the semi-rigid top loaders.
See, I like card saver ones the most, but they don't make boxes. Like, card boxes that hold them that I've found. I don't know if they about them if they do. But I buy like, the 3-row boxes and stuff like that, and they hold top loaders. And so it's the best way for me to store my stuff. I mean, I'm not going to buy a whole bunch of card saver ones and then throw them in a shoebox.
Yeah, that's the problem.
Too organized.
Yeah. You need almost a graded card box to put them in.
And even then, they're not going to line up right, because I guess the bottom's going to be thicker than the top, and so they'll end up kind of like like fanning out.
Yeah,
they won't stand up correctly. It just I don't know. I don't know if I would feel comfortable with my cards all in card saver ones. So I guess I stick with the top loaders, but I think I might be switching to this platinum.
Yeah, Fabian, with the Ultra Pro sheets, they make 3 different kinds. Don't get the regular ones. You either have to get the silver or the platinum Ultra Pro pages. Let's see if I have that box somewhere around here. Because the one with like that looks like dotted lines, those pages are trash. I try not to buy those. They're thinner, so if you want to store more cards, that's the way to go. But you usually have to buy either the Ultra Pro Silver pages or the Ultra Pro Platinum pages now to get the thicker plastic for pages. I made that mistake a couple times, Fabian, so you're not the only one.
I don't know that. I'm not the biggest binder page collector or anything anymore. I used to have all my stuff in binders, but I got tired of the rings damaging the cards on the edge.
Binders are good because you can organize a larger number of cards in a small amount of space than top loaders. But I agree that the rings on the binders, especially for those cards on the edge, are very concerning. So you have to always be careful how you put your binders away. You always have to like tilt it down, like hold the pages down so that they're on the edges of the ring, and then you turn it upwards.
Even being careful, you still damage cards.
You still can damage cards. So usually I'll use that I'll use binders for either sets or for now it's sets or parallels that are just that I want to organize a little better than, because it's top loaders. If you have like stacks of top loaders, it's hard to find that card. If you have a binder that holds 400 or 500 cards, then it's easy to find the card in the binder. Put it that way.
Well, I try to keep my collection organized, either by player or year. So it's not really hard for me to find anything, even in boxes.
I'm not on that level. I've got boxes of all shapes, sizes. Oh, nice. Troy Aikman. That's
Right,
nice.
score rookie. I did not have one of these.
Good looking card.
So I decided to pick it up. Now, of all the rookies in this set, the only one I'm missing is the Barry Sanders. I've wanted that for decades.
I do need that Barry Sanders card. The pages are expensive. That's my only problem with Ultra Pro pages. I think 100 is maybe like $25 or something like that. When I last bought 100 count box, I think they're usually about $30 for 100 pages.
I was really happy to get this card, but then I saw the back of it.
Gum?
No, somebody drew with a pencil right here and right here on the bottom.
Why?
I was like, come on, man.
Why? At least from the front, that's a pretty nice looking card.
Gorgeous looking card. Gale Sayers.
We're looking for the Barry rookie card. Barry Sanders. Barry.
Got a 79 Joe Green for my Joe Green collection. It's kind of hard to find Joe Green cards in good condition. I'm having the hardest time finding.
Excellent.
Oh yeah. This is a nice high quality version of this card. It is a little off center though. There's a little bit fatter edge right here than this one. But I was still really happy with it. Got this nice Will Chamberlain right here.
That's a cool card.
Yeah. I don't have a whole lot of Will Chamberlain, so anytime he's pictured on a card, I'll take it.
I don't think very many people do. His stuff is... Some of his stuff is exponentially expensive. Yeah. Nice. Elvin Hayes. Possibly the best bullet Wizards player, Washington player of all time.
There's some good ones. There's some good ones. Yeah, I was happy to get this. I'll probably end up doing the Elvin Hayes player run because he went to my dad's alma mater.
Nice. I'm not sure if the Cowboys have won big games in their silver jerseys outside the 90s, so...
Yeah, I don't know. There's Willie McCovey for my 74 set. Did not have this yet. Nice airbrush job.
Oh, yeah, that's brutal.
That's one of the reasons I love this card.
It's like a Charlie Brown hat or something.
It's in pretty nice shape. Got a couple of 73s. I think I have both of these, but I got them for pretty cheap and bundled them. So 73 Lou Brock. Off center, but fairly sharp.
Yeah, the back looks pretty nice. The black.
Yeah, the back is actually really centered for this set.
Yeah, I've seen cards from this set are just chewed up or mangled, and that's the condition I find them in when I come across them locally. That's nice too.
This one got damaged in the mail. This one got crunched right here on the corner, and I can't blame the guy. He did the best he could to protect these, but it still got damaged. So I'll probably have to pick up another one of these, but I do think I have this card already. I'll have to check.
That is nice.
I'm getting close to finishing the Billy Williams player run, so I picked up a better version of this, sharper version. 73. Although I'm not sure what's going on with this. It seems like there's like a red tint to it.
That might just be the actual color. Maybe it's like almost like at sunset or something, that picture.
It's possible. The one that I have, I didn't even notice that. So I'm not sure if that's like a print defect or if, the one that I had was a little duller than this.
Could be that red is coming through pretty strong. So
Yeah.
it might just be that too.
But
on his face, it could just be the camera too.
But it's nicely centered for a 73, and I was really happy to find this one. I've been patient on this. It's not an expensive card, so you can kind of wait, but all right.
3 cards, Tony Gwynn and Kirby Puckett. I was fortunate enough to acquire a Tony Gwynn autograph. Wouldn't mind having a Kirby Puckett as well at some point.
So I've already told you my
oh my goodness.
My escapade with the 67 Cepeda. Well, make it 5. Make it 5 now that I've picked up, and every one of them said they were in near mint to mint condition.
Oh no, you got another one? That was a dud?
Yes. And I'm getting so frustrated with this, buying these for $10 a pop.
Well, that's a bummer.
Okay, this one's not a crease, but it is right there. A dimple from a binder page.
That is definitely a ring right there.
You see it? Right there. And so, son of a bitch, man.
It's definitely one of the 3 rings on that binder. It did that.
Oh, I know it is. And it's the main reason why I hate those damn things. So now, 0 for 5.
Oh, boy.
And at some point, I'm going to post these up on eBay. I'm giving you one. I already said I would. But unfortunately, I'm going to have to post the other 4. Try to recoup my money, and we'll try for number 6.
Investor lot. 4 Orlando Cepedas. 67.
So I think I showed you the 61 Drysdale.
That's sick. That's a nice card.
It's off center, but it's super sharp. And I don't have a whole lot of Don Drysdale. In fact, I didn't even realize that. But a couple months back, I made a trade. And the guy was asking me before we agreed on a deal if I had any Don Drysdale. And I said, I think I have one. And then I looked in my collection. I didn't have any Don Drysdale. And I was like, okay, now I have a Don Drysdale.
Need to acquire.
Need to acquire. I don't know why I didn't. I just hadn't picked up one. 62 Nellie Fox. I'm actually kind of quietly building up a Nellie Fox player run. I think I got like 8 of his cards. They're just really cheap.
That's worth anything pre 70, 69 is just, you can find it in reasonable condition, then by all means.
And this is, for a 62 with the wood borders, it's hard to find it without chipping.
Yep.
And these are pretty clean. So I was happy with this one. '67 Hoyt Wilhelm. This is another guy that I'm quietly building his player run accidentally. He was a knuckleballer, so I like knuckleballers. I like this one, 67 Frank Robinson. I showed that one. I picked this up. I have a better copy of this. I actually bought it. I was going to send it to Bill Mazeroski. And I was like, man, this is too nice for me to send because 71s are all chipped up. And so I found this one.
Condition sensitive set. That's the understatement of the century.
I found this one. It's got a little bit of chipping and a little corner wear, but I was like, you know what? This is perfect TTM card. So pick this up for a couple bucks, and I'll send this one and keep the other one. I have to send this off too. It is severely off center, but it's an Al Hrabosky rookie. So get a Mad Hungarian autograph on this.
Yeah, that's that would be nice on that for sure.
Yeah, it's got some chipping, corner wear, but perfect TTM fuel. I don't have to worry about it getting too damaged, and no creases or anything. Perfect. Hopefully this says Earth 2024 at some point, because I haven't done that this year. I've got Earth 2022, Earth 2023, but no Earth 2024. So picked up Spaceman Lee. Send this off to get signed. No, I didn't have this one. 73 Alk line. Oh, he was at the Battle of the Bulge.
They'll make them like they used to. That's for sure, Fabian.
That's fact.
Hey, Alma. Good to see you. Thanks for stopping by. Aloha Friday. Well, Saturday probably for you now.
Didn't have this one either.
Yeah. I might have that card, actually.
Really?
Maybe somewhere.
I do collect Billy Williams, and I love Rod Carew, but this is for the set. '74 Gaylord Perry. I need that for my '74 set. Got this for my '74 set. Lou Brock.
Definitely are building that Lou Brock collection up too.
Not really. I don't have too many of his base cards. I'd love to, but haven't yet. This is a guy's. I would love to build this guy's player run, but I'm not rich.
Yeah, Nolan Ryan's pretty pricey. I'll say that.
But I found this for a nice price, and it's in pretty nice. Outside of the centering, it's pretty sharp. So I was happy to win this.
So my LCS has like 2 or 3 Nolan Ryan rookie cards sitting in their case. They're all high 3 digits, that's for sure.
Yeah.
They're not even in the top condition. That's a very pricey card, that's for sure.
Yeah, I've got 2 of his 73s. One's really off center. The other's got like bends and indentions in it. And I think that 76 is probably my second oldest Nolan Ryan. I've got plenty of his 80s and 90s cards.
Yeah, that's the extent of my Nolan Ryan collection. I'm trying to think what the oldest Nolan Ryan might be, like 84 or something like that.
Yeah, I really wanted 71 with the RC Cola display in the background. I love that card. I don't even have to get his rookie. I'd be happy with that 71 at some point.
Nice. Oh, Dan Issel.
Dan Issel with the Kentucky Colonels. Doesn't get a whole lot of hobby love. This stuff is super cheap.
Yeah, I've picked up, I think, 2 Dan Issel autographs. They're like $5 each. I think
I paid about that much for my Dan Issel autograph. Got the 67 Eddie Matthews.
Oh, nice.
This is another guy that I'm a big fan of, but I don't have a whole lot of cards.
I need a 66.
It's pretty sharp.
Yeah, it looks pretty minty to me.
It's a little off center, top to bottom, but I was really happy with this one. Big fan of this set. Both of them TTM signers. So, you know what's really sad is Ryan Sandberg just beat cancer. Now Wade Boggs has it. He just announced it recently. I was like, man.
Oh, that's a shame.
Yeah, but I would love to get these both signed by them.
Not sure if Dan Issel does TTM, but his autographs are pretty cheap.
He doesn't. Fabian. He doesn't. I would love to pick up this 84 set at some point if I could. I think you can get it for probably $70-$80.
Yeah.
That expensive.
I think I've got just a couple cards from that set. I think I've got 2 Tony Gwynn cards from that set.
I don't have the Tony Gwynn. That's one that I have to get.
Pretty reasonable card. I think it's an under $10 card.
It's got to be for a second year, mid 80s card. And then the Cepedas that I picked up, you might have seen some of these. Picked up the 63.
Nice, very nice. There was a rookie Cepeda in the LCS showcase, but it was pretty close to the secondary market price, so I didn't pull the trigger on that one.
You can get it for about $60, $65 if you don't get it graded. I
think that one was like 3 or 4, and it was like $80 or $90 or something like that.
Yeah, no, you can do better than that.
Yeah.
Little off center, but
nice.
65 Cepeda. This might be okay. No, he's got a couple high numbers. The 63. This is a 520. I think that might be a high number. That's why it's kind of taken a while for me to get them. But and that Cepeda, that 67, that was the year he won the MVP. So that's why that one's a little harder to find, I guess.
63 tops. I guess anything over 447 is considered a high number card.
So yeah, that Cepeda is a high number. And then this one is 605, so this is definitely a high number.
Oh yeah.
But I was happy to get that. I got to be pretty close to my Cepeda. I want to finish the Yastrzemski one before I finish the Cepeda. So if I'm one away, I'm gonna wait because I want to finish the Yastrzemski because I started it first. And then this one, I have this card autographed, so I had to pick up another version of it. That's pretty much it, unless you want to see common. What is the 75? Yeah, 75, 76 basketball. We got Bud Stallworth, Clem Haskins, Tom Boerwinkle, Bobby Smith, Travis Grant. And that's a common for my 74 set, and then I picked up a Roy Face to send off. That's it.
It all counts.
That's all I've picked up over the last month or so. I haven't really taken the time to put anything on video. And to be honest with you, as little time as I have, I don't know if I really want to do it right now.
I think it's good to take a break from time to time. I think I might try to slow down at least for the next few months and then come back at it with, your just when you're doing it ongoing, right, for months and up to years.
Yeah, I've done it almost 2 years straight, like multiple videos, if not a single video every week. This is the first time I've gone 2 weeks without it. And there was a point where I was like, yeah, I've got a little bit of time. I could put a video together. But then I was like, you know what? I don't have to do that right now. I just decided against it. Just kind of break the streak. It's over. Now I can kind of relax.
Relax and then come back at it when you have some good ideas.
Little more motivation, I think, right now. I'm just work is my main focus right now. I'm not even really taking all that much time to search eBay to find stuff. So
that's good, though. I think it's as much as we're devoted and dedicated to sports cards, it can't just take over your life, right? You got to have some kind of life balance as well. So
yeah, I've got the fall break coming on. I think the third week of October. So
that'll be nice. There you go. So you guys have been on school for about 2 months now, or
July 31st was my first day. So
yeah, we're just getting over our work project, which is just absolute. The last 3 months have just been crazy. I don't know why they trust me, but for some reason they do, and I have to a lot of responsibilities, so haven't been able to do as much as I want. So I don't want to just do rip videos. I actually want to do some hobby topics that I've had on my mind as well. Finish up like my at least a few series talking about other things just in opening boxes and stuff. So maybe someday I'll get around to that.
1887 Allen and Ginter cards.
I wish I had some. That would have been. What was it? Was it in these Beckett's? Did they have the price guide for those old?
I don't think it goes into the 1800s.
I swear I saw something pretty cool. That was it in one of these. Yeah, they do. Check this out.
Do they really go back that far?
Yeah, let's see.
I don't want to salivate at the prices that they were in 1988, man.
Yeah, you're going to be very, very sad, right? So,
like, how much is the Cap Anson?
I know, right? No, exactly. They have the price guide for those sets, I think. And was it in here where it was like they had so they had the T206, and then they had some of the sets before that. And I was marveling at the fact that, there's a T204 and a T205. And, I was like, I did not know that. I swear I saw
I've got this from a couple years ago, 2022, and it's got those in here, but they're modern prices.
Oh yeah. We're gonna look at the vintage prices and cry. I think that will be our.
That's yeah.
Is it this
very
one?
likely.
It was unreasonably low, and you would cry. Okay, yeah, they did. Okay, so. What is this? Beckett Annual Survey. They have these prices for the, this is the 87 Beckett. I'm going to put this on the 1987 Beckett. And they had this vintage price guide that caught my eye. Oh, they also had the letter to the editor. There was a guy talking about TTMs. Oh, yeah, check this out. Dear Beckett Monthly, I really enjoy your magazine. I'd love to read the articles on autographs. I would like to compose a list of players who have been very gracious to me. Here is my grading scale for players who autograph by mail. When the player fulfills my request and adds a postcard, I give them an A. One who fulfills my request gets a B. One who responds to part of my request or just sends me some sort of item gets a C. And he has a list of all the players or all the folks that he's TTM to. So TTMing.
A lot of them still do. Like Steve Garvey and who else is on there? Wade Boggs. Well, Willie McGee. Oh, he got a C.
Yeah.
Charlie Huff got a B, but yeah, he's a great signer.
Yeah,
Tony Gwynn.
So this guy was
Tony Gwynn.
TTM
Wow,
a lot. 35 years ago in the TTM game.
Well, I mean, I started in the early 90s, late 80s, really.
Yeah. So I thought that was a cool little article. Okay, but they did have this vintage price guide in here. They did have a lot of the oddball sets in here, so like 50s.
See, that's what you need, is that, because some of them don't get any sort of recognition at all.
All the 33 Gaudy Ruth card 53, $600.
Oh man! Oh, the
goodness.
Stallmeyer. Hold on, go back to the Stallmeyer.
Yeah.
Maze. How much is that?
$650.
Oh man!
How much is that card worth nowadays? I'm guessing in the 5 digits.
Yeah, 5 digits. In the mantle.
Okay, well,
mantle
what was the other one I saw? Oh yeah, T206 Onus Wagner.
You know,
$2,000.
Hold on. I've got that right here. Oh, there's the Sherry Maggie. $25,000. Eddie Plank is $60,000.
Oh, we'll just add another 0 to that right there.
There we go with the Honus Wagner right there. 1.5 million 800,000.
That's a low ball right there too. Now,
Well, I mean, what is this?
we have all kinds of like pre-war sets too. It's pretty cool.
The Wagner references good condition instead of EX. All the others are listed as EX, but the Wagner is just good condition. So just a 2 is 1.5 million.
Well, there aren't very many of those out there.
I think there was 57 of them or something. There were only 200 produced, is what they estimate.
Yeah,
and there's only 57 known to exist.
Lots of oddball sets in here for the price guide. Hostess.
That's crazy that they got the Stallmeyer. I don't even have that in my book.
Gaudy.
Oh, the Hostess cut cards.
Hostess sets.
Yeah, those. Look at that. It's 30
63
cents.
Jello. Okay. Johnson cookies. So this I thought this was just cool. Kellogg's.
Hold on. What is the Gaudy Lou Gehrig $400? Are you freaking kidding me?
I know, it's like a $4,000 card now.
Oh, it's more than that. It's more than that. I mean, that Gaudy Lou Gehrig is like iconic. It's probably his most iconic card. $425. You got to be kidding me. I mean, for crying out loud, that entire set is like Lou Gehrig says. Lou Gehrig says. Lou Gehrig says. Even on the Lou Gehrig, it says Lou Gehrig says.
Yeah.
It's like Lou Gehrig talking about himself.
What is this? 1914 Cracker Jack?
Cracker Jack's been around a long time.
I know.
And look at how many of those are like Mickey Mantle too.
Well, Mantle was the driver of all these ridiculous prices, right?
Look at the mantle, the Dan D mantle, 400. You got to be shitting me. 54 Dan D mantle. Yeah, see, that's what I remember. 48 being the one that they list. That was where it started.
Started the price guide, right?
Yeah. The other ones, I don't know what that is, but it's not the actual price guide, I guess. But look at that. Stan Musial rookie card, $100.
I know, it makes you cry.
I can't look anymore. The Mickey Mantle, $3,000 for the 52 Mantle, $3,000.
Which is at a Hank Aaron rookie card.
Hank Aaron's rookie is what, 54?
Yeah, it's 54. Oh my God, $300 for Hank. Oh, look, it was going up in price in this.
It needed to be. That 53 Eddie Matthews. I had that card when I was a kid with a giant rip in the left corner that eventually fell apart. So I ended up, it looked like it was a giant chunk taken out of it. It was actually given to me by my local card shop. I saw it in the bargain bin or something like that. I said, this has got to be the oldest card I've ever seen. And I was looking at it, and the guy was like, "Do you want it?" I was like, "Are you kidding me?" He was like, "Nah, man, take it." He said, it's been sitting in there for months. Nobody wants it. It's like, okay, I'll take it.
I know.
Gave it to me, and it's like, I don't know whatever happened to it, but I would love to get that card back again. I'd like it to be in better condition, but I don't. It doesn't even have to be in a high condition. I would be happy to get that. That's basically a second-year Eddie Matthews. It is a second-year Eddie Matthews because his rookie is 52, and the Eddie Matthews rookie card. I mean, I don't know if it's the same today, but at one point in time, it had the claim of being the most expensive Topps card in history. That was a rookie.
It looks like it's a high number card.
Yeah, most expensive rookie Topps card in history. Now, with all the parallels and stuff like that, it very well might not be anymore. But it
Probably
was.
Not.
And because the 52 Mantle is not his rookie card, his rookie's 51. But even back then, $550. And it's the last card in the set. How much is the 53? What is the 53 list at?
53 Bowman color.
No, not the Bowman color, just the 53 Topps. That picture right there, that Eddie Matthews.
No, Eddie Matthews.
It's like it might be card 20 or something. How much?
$16.
Well, no wonder the guy gave it to me. He probably gave it to me around
Like
87.
Oh yeah, poor condition. It's like a $2 card. Here you go, kid.
Yeah. No wonder he gave it to me.
Oh man,
it got a giant rip in it.
I'm about to fall asleep, so I'm gonna go ahead and log out.
All right, sounds good. Thanks for coming on, Kevin. I know we kind of talked a bunch tonight. Not sure if you wanted to say anything before you hop off tonight.
Y'all.
Sounds good. You doing your show tomorrow, or on hiatus?
I plan on it. At least a little bit of something. I might just open all these One Piece.
That'll be a fun time. I hope you pull something big out of that one. That'll be a good time tomorrow.
Cool. The manga art would be great. But all right, I'll see y'all tomorrow night.
All right, you're due, Kevin. Good night.
Good night.
Have a great weekend.
You too, man.
You gonna call it?
Can hang out for a little bit more. I'm still early where I'm at. For you, it's a different story.
It's 1:26. It's not that late.
For you, it's a different story. For me, it's like
and you know, I got work I got to do tomorrow and Sunday.
yeah, we can call it pretty soon.
No, I was saying this is like my only time to have fun this weekend. So.
Oh, okay. Yeah,
I might have some time at the end of tomorrow, but during the day I'll be pretty busy.
Yeah, whenever you feel like calling it, we can, but I'm okay for now. We're only 4 hours in.
Hey, Rex.
Yo, what's up, Rex? How you been, man? I haven't seen you around for a while. Hope you're doing good, brother. You're having a great start to your weekend. I know Rex is a workaholic too, man. Haven't seen him.
Right.
Hope he's been finding some cool Hot Wheels and stashing away some wax for the Rex freestyle rips, man. I think Kevin or his show is 2 p.m. my time, 2 p.m. Hawaiian, which is 8 p.m. Eastern and 5 p.m. Pacific. So it'd probably be about 2 or 3 in the morning for you, Fabian, if my time conversion is correct. I always get confused. Like time. Or it might be like 1 o'clock.
He said it was 4:27, like right when you started your show. So it's got to be like 8:27 right now.
Okay, so yeah, it's 12 hours. So it's 8 o'clock. There will be 2 a.m. your time, if I'm not mistaken, on Sunday.
So that's like a 7-hour time difference for me.
Yeah, it's exactly 12 hours. So I think we're -10. You must be +2, I think. Or Fabian is +2 time zones. Hawaii is GMT -10. So I don't know. All I know is like everybody is in the future compared to Hawaii. So it's like, everybody's on freaking Sunday or Saturday and I'm still on Friday.
I haven't been in Saturday for very long.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean the best way is to maybe be communications on me. Won't miss his show that way.
Right.
I haven't been doing too much in the singles as far as singles are concerned. I think I spent a little too much on some of the other stuff. I need to try to cut back a little bit on sealed stuff for the near future, especially if I want to get to Las Vegas at some point in the next few months. So
You're
I can
trying
go
to do that? Watch a Raider game?
Yeah. My friend says he's going up in December, so that would be cool if I can go to Vegas, watch a Raiders game, and just have finally a vacation after a couple years.
Right.
Yeah.
Man, I haven't had a vacation in like 5 years.
Years. Exactly. Just woke up, tearing it up on the live. Heck yeah, I pulled this nice Ethan Salas. This was like laser, I guess. This is number to 299. That might be the best pull tonight. Pretty
Ethan
sweet card there.
Salas. I've never heard of him.
This is the Padres prospect catcher. I think he was doing spring training with the Padres when he was 17, so it's considered a pretty advanced prospect. I think he might be top 10 right now according to the MLB rating, so it's a pretty good one to get.
I'm sure hold on, let me look. 18 years now.
Yeah, he's young. That's after a full season and a half at probably Double-A now, I think, where he's at.
Well, June 1st, 2006. He just turned 18. Born in Kissimmee, Florida.
Catcher, I think.
Yeah, he's. I mean, they've got winter league, minor league stats. Wow, he was signed at 16. He played a game, 4 plate appearances, 2 at-bats, 2 walks at 16 years old. I mean,
what were we doing at 16, right? Picking our nose.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not seeing it based on his minor league stats because for his career, he's only batting .222.
Yeah, he's a catcher, so the offensive stats might not matter as much.
Yeah, if he's got a cannon and he's a good pitch caller, yeah, none of that really matters. But he looks like he's got a high strikeout rate, a low batting average. Doesn't seem to have a whole lot of pop, but I mean, he's 9 home runs in 66 games for 3 teams at 17. I mean,
he's playing A-ball, and on average, he's 4 years younger than in the competition. That's crazy.
Yeah, I'm looking at that. Yeah, you must be on Baseball Reference. Yeah, that's what I'm looking at. He played 9 games at Double-A, so he's already been promoted to Double-A. So, well, he was brought up to Double-A and then brought back down to A+, and then A, and then A+ again.
Well, he had a spring training invite this season, so that's when he was 17.
That's freaking crazy. You can't do that to this kid. You can't invite this kid at 17 years old to spring training. Okay, all right, you can do it, but there's no way he can make a major league roster. And yeah, the last thing you want to do is hurt this guy's confidence.
Yeah, they're the Padres. I guess this is their big prospect right now. So
it might be, but don't mess him up.
They seem to be doing pretty good with their prospects, I guess. Now they have Jackson Merrill, Tatis previously. So yeah, hopefully they don't screw this kid up before
right.
Bring him up next season when he's 19, and then
I don't get it. I mean, this isn't a foreign player. He was born in Kissimmee, Florida, and they still signed him at 16. How do you even do that without him actually going through like a draft prospect, draft?
He's got to be an international signing then, right? That's
he can't be. He was born in Kissimmee, Florida, but he was signed at 16, and you're not eligible to be drafted at 16. So I don't understand how.
No, I'm curious now. That's a good point. Jeez. What does it say about Ethan Salas?
I mean, it's not like major league teams are drafting sophomores.
What is it? What does it say? Or some team in the Venezuelan Winter League in 2022. So I guess when he was 16, and then he was considered the top international free agent in the 23 class, one of the top catching prospects in recent history, and signed with the Padres in January for a record $5.6 million bonus.
So promoted to class. He must have been born in America, but then moved to Venezuela.
Salas spent time growing up in Florida, Dominican Republic, and Venezuela. That's an interesting loophole, right? Because normally it seems like you would end up in the regular prospect draft or whatever.
Right.
Domestic draft. So that maybe it's like an odd loophole where
it's gotta be.
They figured out that, okay, if you go the international route, then you just get your international signing up front. But then again, if you went to high school here, you'd probably get about the same amount of money if you're like the number one pick, I'd imagine, right? So I have no idea how this works. It's like no clue.
That's interesting.
Yeah, very, very young player. Obviously, when you're this young and then you have this many, you're obviously a big hobby prospect and hobby darling as well. So yeah, it's pretty nice pull.
Yeah. It's a good story. I like his story. I'm gonna have to look into. I'm gonna have to keep an eye on him.
A lot of these prospects are super young, like these Dominican prospects.
Yeah, the foreign-born players, absolutely, yes.
They're getting the one they have like the complex teams in those respective countries, and they're starting from like 12, 14, 16.
Right.
I found this under what was it? I'm gonna have to find that autograph. It's Adele Amador. He just made his major league debut, but this is 2024. Let's see how old he is. I pulled an autograph of him in 2018 or 2019, so it's like 13 or 14. It looks like a little. It literally looks like a little league autograph. I think he just made his debut this year. How old is this dude? Adele Amador. So he's 21.
Wrong. I must be spelling it wrong because I can't find him.
He is 21. He made his major league debut, so he signed that auto when he was probably 15 or so.
Goodness.
And I was like, okay, well, I'm just gonna throw this in a box. It looks like they got a whole bunch of like literally little league players to sign some autographs and then put it into some Panini product. And then I looked back, I was like, oh, hey, this guy is he's a top prospect now for the Rockies, or one of their better prospects. And then I was like, is this the same guy, or what's going on with this card or whatever? And sure enough, I was like, okay. So, but he's an OPS of 8. That's not good.
Dale Amador, OPS of 8.
Isn't the scale 100 is average, or what's going on?
I've never heard of an OPS that low.
OPS 8. Plus of 8. Only 35 plate appearances, but what is he? A shortstop? Shortstop, middle infielder. But it's amazing how young they sign these players. Like even Jason Dominguez, I think, was 16 or 17 when he was signed. Now he's probably like 21 or 22, but they get these guys super young.
Oh, the guy Hartford Yard Goats.
Hartford Yard Goats. Is that the name of the team he plays for?
Double A team.
Double A.
Hartford Yard Goats.
They're really pushing the envelope with these minor league team names. Oh yeah, we got to look at that. Look for some interesting minor league teams. I think I just about made this set. I'm missing about 10 cards in this minor league, but it has all the minor league teams, the team names: Green Jackets, Dust Devils, Bowie Bay Sox. Is that San Antonio Missions? Grizzlies. Colonels. What team is that? Cedar Rapid Colonels. There's some pretty cannonballers. I'm looking for one to see if I can find a Trash Pandas. Timber Rattlers. Hellcats. Oh, Iron Pigs. That's probably a Pirates prospect if I had to guess. River Dogs. Cannonballers, the Diamondbacks. Oh, the Rumble Ponies. Okay. Oh, and the Sod Poodles. Yeah, that's another good one.
Sod Poodles.
Sod Poodles.
I've heard of the Rumble Ponies, but I've never heard of the Sod Poodles.
Naturals. Storm.
The Naturals?
I know, that's terrible.
You could, come on.
For the Royals.
Be more original than that.
Just asking to get beamed. The Hot Rods.
Oh, goodness.
The Hooks. Bowling Green Hot Rods.
Wow.
Corpus Christi Hooks.
Yeah.
Threshers. Oh, look, Michael Jordan's former team, the Barons.
Yeah.
I've heard of them. Let's see what else you got here.
They're not affiliated with the White Sox anymore, are they?
They're the Angels affiliate now, I guess. Is that correct?
Could be.
I thought they were still the White Sox affiliate. I could be wrong. Crawdads. Oh, the Wood Ducks. That's a great team name. Blue Jays, Pelicans, Missions, the 66ers.
Oh, they are. Double A.
Okay. I know the Phillies, or not the Phillies, the 76ers, they're what is it? Their G League team are the 87ers or something like that. Something weird. Like it just doesn't sound right. Sea Dogs.
The Rangers AAA affiliate in the 90s, maybe in the 80s, was the Oklahoma City 89ers. And that might be the one you're talking about.
I think the 76ers have a minor, their G League team is a similar kind of name.
Yeah, I think you're right.
It's like some probably like their statehood year or something weird like that. Emperors, FCL Mets, Tortugas, Turtle, Green Jackets, Fighting Phils. That's terrible. Captains, Guardians, Blue Claws, Dodgers, Sea Dogs, Biloxi Shuckers, Dust Devils, Pirates, Reds, ACLs. They're just named after the major league team. I'm looking for a freaking something weird. Cards, Patriots, Hops, Blue Jays, Grizzlies. Oh yeah, Yard Goats. Flying Tigers, Grasshoppers. They're running out of animals here. Great Lakes Loons. That's probably a bird if I had to guess. Fireflies, Aqua Sox, Hillcats, Marauders, Cannonballers, Whitecaps, Tarpons.
Man, looking at the players that have played for the Birmingham Barons is crazy.
So let's see who played for the Hawaiian Islanders back in the early 80s. It's kind of break your mind as well. And here's a hint. We were the Padres affiliate and then the Pirates affiliate a couple years later.
They don't even have it listed on Wikipedia. Hold on. There we go. No, right. That's arena football. There we
Hawaii, go. AAA team, Hawaii Islanders.
Yeah, I see it. Yeah. It looks like Hank Aaron, Tony Gwynn, Barry Bonds.
Yeah. That would have been cool to see Barry Bonds play in a minor league team. I think there's some minor league cards that are supposedly like pre-rookie cards that are kind of pricey. Same with Ichiro, played in the Hawaii Winter League. There's a Hawaii Winter League Ichiro card out there somewhere. That's pretty pricey. Quakes, Hammerheads. I'm looking for, what team was I looking for? Cannonballers. Oh, the Nuts. Okay. Hot Rods. Cardinals, 66ers, Inland
Oh,
Empire.
good
66ers.
goodness. There's actually 2 of them.
Ichiro card.
Yeah.
Yeah.
1993 Hawaii Winter League.
Hawaii Winter League. Ichiro. Yeah.
For the Stars. High-low Stars.
Rumble Ponies. Loons. Quakes. Sod Poodles. That gets me. Oh my goodness. The team names.
Oh. No. Interesting.
Because before they had like Winter League, now they have organized Winter League. And we had like a little organized I guess almost like a semi-professional league here for a few years in Hawaii. The Hawaii Winter Baseball League, and some pretty interesting names came through as well. You look at the alumni list for that; it's pretty interesting. I remember going to a few games as a kid.
So it looks like PSA might have stopped grading these.
I wouldn't be surprised. They only just recently restarted grading some of these. I guess you would call them not oddball issues, but
7/25/2024. Based on the evidence, the 93 cards first appeared in the summer of 2001 when Ichiro Mania began. 2001 reprints were a clever way of legitimizing the purported 93 cards. Misinformation was laundered through contemporaneous SMR articles, and voila, the illegitimate cards became canonical in the hobby.
Oh, so it's not even a real card, but it's become a real card that people chase.
Well, it was never a real card. Then they reprinted them in 2001, and then eBay started legitimizing them by grading them. And all along, they were basically illegitimate cards. And I think they now realize that and have stopped grading them.
I see. Fabian's going to take a nap. All right. Have a great weekend too, Fabian. Thanks for stopping by.
All have been added to the altered card database.
Interesting. So I know PSA just started grading the star sets from the 80s. I know there was a big controversy about that with graded Michael Jordans.
They're bringing up the 1988 Bellingham Mariners Griffey card, which is also considered to be an illegitimate card.
Oh, I've heard of I've heard of that card.
Yeah, I've seen it, and when you see it, you're like, wow, that's a cool card. So wouldn't surprise me. But yeah, anytime you can try to make a buck off of something like that, there's always going to be unscrupulous sellers taking advantage.
Yeah, always have to be careful about anytime you buy or put big money on a card, whether it's authentic or not. Speaking of which, I think somebody found, what was it, the T206? It wasn't Honus Wagner, but it was Ty Cobb in like a very shady looking slab that was found to be authentic. I forgot where I saw that. That was pretty interesting. They regraded it and then they reholdered it in a PSA, and then somebody got that card for very cheap on eBay. So there are success stories.
Yeah, and there's also another one, the 1978 Indianapolis Racers Wayne Gretzky, which I think I remember reading that it was actually printed in the 1990s, but it's a picture of him playing in 1978 for the Indianapolis Racers.
Interesting. Oh, and that's not a real card either.
It's not a real card, and it probably sells for about $20-$30. But if it was legit, pre-rookie Wayne Gretzky, you know how much that would go for.
Pre-rookie, low purported print run. Yeah,
right.
Folks go crazy over that kind of stuff now.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, just look at the The 1979 Ricky Henderson.
79 Ricky Henderson, even Michael Jordan cards, and the circumstances around that set, will never be duplicated.
Right.
But there's a reason why that card is expensive and high condition.
Which one?
Or the even the 86 Fleer Michael Jordan.
Right.
Just crazy.
Yeah.
Those circumstances, the way the hobby is now, something weird happens, right? I don't know.
The 86 Fleer set. It's not like it had a low print run. The 87 set had a low print run. Well, a lower print run, much lower print run. If you talk to people that collected around that time, I collected at that time, but I wasn't buying basketball. But you couldn't give that stuff away. Nobody wanted it. I mean, you got to remember that basketball stopped being made in 81, 82, and then it comes back 4 years later. Well, it disappeared because people weren't collecting it.
Nobody was buying it. Yep, the top
and
stats.
It comes back after 4 years, and it's not like it jumped on. It got caught on really quick. People were still not buying it, so you couldn't give it away. And then, Michael Jordan was Michael Jordan still, and you still couldn't give it away. Everybody wanted baseball. Nobody wanted basketball cards. They didn't think they would be valuable. And now, come on, everybody was an idiot.
Missed the boat on that one.
Right.
Even when I was, starting to collect in the mid 90s, probably still couldn't afford a Michael Jordan card, but would have still been a good idea to buy one at that time.
Let's see. I've told the story about this Vince Carter right here. Back in 1998, This card went up to $1,500, and I could have traded it straight up for a Michael Jordan rookie, and I didn't want to do it. You want to talk about a regret? I love that card. It's probably my second favorite card in my collection. But
I think it's an amazing card still. I know it's
yeah, but it's like it feels like a missed opportunity,
Yeah, exactly.
And this card has gone down significantly, and the Michael Jordans continue to go up. So what can you do? You win some, you lose some. But that's it's got to be at the top of my list of hobby regrets.
Yeah, I think that Tatis rookie card that I have sitting in my box there, that was definitely a missed opportunity. Definitely lessons to be learned. At some point, certain cards will always, they'll lose interest over time, though. There will be an opportunity to buy even certain vintage cards at a good price, I think. Maybe not the highest end cards, but at some point, it's all cyclical. That's kind of what brings people back into the hobby in the first place. They're like, oh, hey, look, I can collect this stuff, and it's reasonably affordable. I think all the events leading up to 2019 or so, you could see folks getting back into the hobby even before then. And there was some hype building around sports cards, and then the whole perfect storm after that for those last 2 or 3 years in the 2019 to 2021, I'd say. But, at some point, there will be interest. The interest will diminish. There might be a few weak rookie card or a few weak rookie classes.
I can't think of a strong rookie class in a long time. In any sport.
I'd say baseball has been pretty reasonable. 22 had, you have J-Rod, you have Bobby Witt Jr.
Is J-Rod really a star? Look at his stats right now.
Not this year. He had a down year this year.
No. Bobby Witt, sure. But we're talking a player, not a class, Wembenyama, he's a star. CJ Stroud, he's a star.
There's only
but
these classes
you look
are
at
top
the class.
Heavy. Yeah.
Yep. It doesn't hold up. The Zion class. The Trevor Lawrence class.
2018 for basketball looks pretty decent now, right? You have not only Luka, but you have a lot of other SGA.
Yeah.
It's looking better and better over time.
That's pretty good. That's a pretty good class.
2020 is looking pretty good as well now. You have Tyrese Maxey, Anthony Edwards. There
Maxey's
might be a couple more in there.
Anthony Edwards is a star. Maxey's going to be a good player. A number 2. I don't think he's a number 1. He could prove me wrong, but I don't think he's a number 1.
Yeah.
But again, you have a great player. And we've had drafts with a great player, maybe 2 great players. But, when I think of draft class, and it doesn't have to be, 84 basketball or 96 basketball. You don't.
Well, you want more than one name, or even you want more than
a little
2.
bit more to call it a draft class.
Because somebody, you can look at who was in Derrick Rose's class that year? Was that only him?
Like Noah, wasn't Joakim Noah, and Corey Brewer.
But you look at how good Derrick Rose. You would think he would have been. He could have possibly superseded like a Kobe Bryant or LeBron James. He's the youngest MVP winner of all time. And then after that injury, that class just looks like absolute, we just have one player in that class and he doesn't pan out or for whatever reason, right? Then it's just brutal.
Right.
That might be a good example of like, what if Wemby is a bust or CJ Stroud is a bust, right? Then this class is going to be looked back as just absolutely horrendous, right? It's still way too early to tell. You're going to need at least a few years.
What was that? 2008? It's got to be 2008.
2007 or 2008 or something.
2007 was Odin and Durant. 2008, yeah. So that class, you had Derrick Rose, Russell Westbrook, Kevin Love.
Never mind. Yeah, Westbrook's a future Hall of Famer.
And then you had several other really nice players. Eric Gordon, Brooke Lopez, Roy Hibbert, JaVale McGee's listed, Serge Ibaka, DeAndre Jordan, Goran Dragic, Danilo Gallinari, who's still playing, although usually injured.
Okay, so that class turned out to be pretty decent.
Yeah, Nick Batum. I mean, notable names, long careers, but I would say Derrick Rose, Russell Westbrook, Kevin Love are likely Hall of Famers. Brooke Lopez is a multiple All-Star. Roy Hibbert's a multiple All-Star. DeAndre Jordan's a multiple All-Star. Goran Dragic's an All-Star.
Oh, Westbrook will be in the Hall of Fame. I'm pretty certain.
Yeah. No, I think Rose probably is not a Hall of Famer. Westbrook and Love are probably Hall of Famers.
Yeah, Kevin Love for sure.
Rose had the best. Well, I don't know about the best peak. Second best peak. Westbrook probably has the best peak. I mean, you're talking about 3 straight years of triple doubles.
Yeah,
he had the best peak, but Rose had the earliest success. Was an MVP at his peak. Certainly could be a Hall of Famer, but his knee injury just changed the trajectory of his career.
So early in his career, though, he had that.
Even 3 or 4 years, like his 4th year or something.
Yeah,
and then he spent years like rehabbing. Yeah, he was a 3-time All-Star, 10, 11, 12, MVP in 2011, and basically in 2012, his career changed. 4 years. 4 years, and then he was a role player. So I don't know if that's enough to get into the Hall of Fame. Kevin Love and Russell Westbrook are probably Hall of Famers.
I think the bar for NBA is probably a little lower. Derrick Rose won't be a first ballot or even after the first few years, but maybe. I mean, he has an MVP. That might be good enough by itself.
Kevin Love's a 5-time All-Star, 2-time All-NBA second team, a most improved and NBA champion.
Well, Kevin Love, when he played for the Timberwolves,
leader,
was probably the best power forward in the game for those years.
Debatable, but it's because Tim Duncan was still playing. So.
Oh, that's true. Yeah, okay, you got me there.
and
the Spurs were winning championships too.
Dirk won a championship in 2011. So I don't know. It's possible. He also won a gold medal in 2012 in London.
He was putting up. Like
I think he's got
20 and
enough.
16 or
I
something
think
like that.
I think he's got enough to make it to the Hall of Fame. What are his career averages? Let me see. I don't know if they listed on Wikipedia.
Who was the other guy for Portland that had just a few good years and then his knees gave out? I forgot. Wasn't
Aldridge?
Before?
No, you're talking about Brandon Roy.
Yeah, Brandon Roy too. He had a few nice years, and then his career-ending knee injuries, pretty much.
And I don't think he's a Hall of Famer. But if you look at when he was with Love was with Minnesota, he averaged 20.2 one year, 26 another year, 26.1 another year,
or something like that. It was crazy.
Yeah. 20 and 15 in 2010, 2011, 15.2 rebounds a game. 2012, 2013, he played 18 games, but he was at 18 and 14.
Well, he pretty much was the Timberwolves in that era.
Yeah.
Then they went to him and Bosch went to Cleveland. The rest is Miami. Was it Cleveland? Cleveland.
No,
right?
yeah, he went to Cleveland first. He spent 22, 23, and 23, 24 in Miami. So that was long after Bosch, but
Bosch
2, 3, 4, 5. I mean, he was probably the second. He was the third best player on the team in Cleveland that won a championship with LeBron and Kyrie.
That's what it was. Yeah.
Yeah.
I know Bosch played with them in Miami. I got them confused because they kind of played. They were always like the third fiddle, right?
Right. Yeah, and he was definitely a complimentary player. But you look at his years in Cleveland. I mean, 16 and 10, 19 and 11, 17 and 9, 17 and almost 11, 17 and 10. I mean, that's to 1920. I mean, he was a very good rebounding power forward. Didn't play a lot of defense, but rebounding is a skill, and he was very good at it.
Well, if you're averaging over 10, multiple seasons,
he was averaging over 15.
You're gonna be a league leader almost every year, or very close to it.
Oh yeah. And he had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 straight years over 9 rebounds a game. And then a couple of years, I mean, he only played 18 games in 12, 13, 22 and 18, 19. So those might not count, but he still did. He still averaged over 9 rebounds.
I'm pretty sure Kevin Love will be a Hall of Famer when all is said and done.
And for his career, he's at 16 and a half and 10.
Yeah.
He's averaging 10 rebounds a game for his career. I think that's Hall of Fame worthy. And it's been a long career, so.
It's not even necessarily stats, because I've seen a lot of Hall of Famers that don't necessarily have eye-popping stats for the NBA Hall of Fame.
Right.
So there's that as well.
And Westbrook and Love played together in college, too.
Oh, that's true. Was it UCLA?
Yep.
Yeah.
So they might end up being the only 2 Hall of Famers from that draft class, and they both came up from the same
school. Yeah, that's crazy. Well, UCLA was a heck of a team in that era.
Yeah.
They had a bunch of guys coming out from UCLA. I'm trying to think of some others. Jason Capono.
Yeah. Also played in Cleveland. Yeah.
So all the Hall of Famers go to Cleveland, and everybody else ends up with the Dallas Mavericks.
Hey.
Too easy. Oh, man.
I mean, you're not wrong. The Mavericks haven't had too many Hall of Famers, and the ones that they've had didn't spend the best years of their career in Dallas.
Jason Kidd.
Like Jason Kidd, his prime was somewhere else, and Vince Carter's,
Steve Nash.
he was at the end of his career, and Steve Nash was before he reached his peak. And I mean, it's basically Dirk. It's Dirk. That's the Hall of Famer.
Yep, pretty much.
Adrian Dantley's a Hall of Famer, but he only spent like 1 or 2 years here, and then you've got who is the other one? Alex English. But that was at the tail end of his career too. So
yeah, too bad Jason Terry doesn't quite have the numbers probably for a Hall
not
of Fame
quite there.
career.
And you could say the same about Mark Aguirre and the same about Rolando Blackman. And even Derek Harper probably. But
oh yeah, Derek Harper. Yep.
They were just kind of just below. They weren't, I mean, maybe one-time All-Stars. Aguirre was a star. He was a star. And then just kind of fell off. And he didn't even fall off. He went to Detroit to win championships. But
That's right. It was Mark Aguirre, the bad boy Pistons.
But he was a star. I mean, he was in commercials with Magic and Larry. He was in that Converse ad with Magic and Larry and Isaiah. And yeah, you remember the others, and people forget about Mark Aguirre. You look at some of those sticker sets that Fleer did. Mark Aguirre's in those.
Yep.
He was considered one of the top 12 or 13 players in the NBA.
Yeah, those sticker sets were 10 stickers or something like that.
Yeah, so he's considered one of the top 10 players for most of the 80s. But yeah, Kiki Vandeweghe, is remembered more than Mark Aguirre.
Mavericks had a bunch of tough years, man, where they had just some tough years in the 90s.
Oh, the 90s, yeah. I remember those. I remember those well, but it was because they traded off their talent. They couldn't get lucky in the lottery. They were the worst team in the NBA when Chris Webber was drafted. They were the worst team in the NBA when Shaq was drafted. But they couldn't get the ball to drop their way,
They missed out on they missed out, and the picks that they did have that didn't quite pan out, whether it was who they have, Roy Tarpley.
Well, Roy Tarpley hit, but he couldn't get out of his own way. Roy Tarpley was compared early in his career. He was compared to Karl Malone.
Yeah, he had a couple of years where he was just out of the league, right?
Yeah, well, I mean, he kept getting banned for coke,
drugs. Yeah,
I think he was banned like 3 times, and then he came back like after like a 4-year hiatus in '96, and then got banned again. It's like you're gone for 4 years. I guess you get yourself right, and then they ban you again. It's like, well, at that point, you're Steve Howe.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah, you don't get 5th and 6th chances in the NBA.
Yeah. It's like you can't get out of your own way. But I mean, it's not like with the Mavericks, the early '90s. It's not like Jimmy Jackson was a bust or Jamal Mashburn was a bust or Jason Kidd. I mean, he became a Hall of Famer, but they're not Shaq.
Yeah. Shaq was a force in nature in the 90s.
Yeah.
That was something to behold. That's for sure.
Yeah. But I mean, look, if Shaq had been drafted by the Mavericks in '92 and left for LA in '96, I would have been devastated.
Oh yeah, that's for sure. I would be crying.
I would have been absolutely devastated. So I guess it worked out, I guess. I mean, I remember, I think it was before he got traded to Miami. So I guess it was after 2003. Shaq's wife at the time, actually, I remember seeing it on Sports Center. She was on there pleading for Mark Cuban to go get Shaq. Please come get Shaq. Please come get Shaq. And nothing ever came of it because the Lakers were never going to trade Shaquille O'Neal to Dallas. They weren't going to trade him into the West.
Yeah, that's true.
But his wife at the time, for whatever reason, wanted him to come to Dallas. That was the closest they ever got to Shaq. And I don't think he's married to that girl anymore anyway.
I thought Shaq is fan. I'm not sure. Maybe.
I barely pay attention to the love life of athletes.
Yeah, I can't.
Unless it's just like thrown in my face like Taylor Swift.
Yeah. That's had such a fun and influential effect on the NFL.
And let me tell you, it has had a horrible effect on Travis Kelce because he has not been anywhere near the players.
Yeah, that's true.
He's winning championships, but man, he's playing horribly.
I guess if you had to pick between Taylor Swift and your NFL career, I don't know. It's kind of a tough
one. Hey, man. Taylor Swift's hot, man.
You get a pass. Travis Kelce.
I don't like her music, but she's hot.
It's amazing how many times they go to the luxury boxes to see what Taylor Swift is up to when the Chiefs are playing. It's funny.
Yeah, and look, the NFL's loving every minute of this because it's bringing in new people to watch the league.
Eyes on the game. Yeah.
And they will milk this until it's over.
It's Taylor Swift and what is it? Pat Mahomes' wife. They're always like, anytime there's a pause in play, we need to go see what they're doing or watching.
You know, I mean, they've been doing that for years. I mean, they did it with Tony Romo and Carrie Underwood.
That's true. Yeah, I do remember that.
Yeah. So, but this is on another level of that. But that was like the poor man's
Taylor
version
Swift
of this.
is like, this is next level with Taylor Swift.
Carrie Underwood parlayed that into the singing the what was it, Sunday Night Football theme song.
Career highlight there.
I can't stand that version either. It's been going on for way too long.
I miss that the Sunday Night Football. What was it? The Monday Night Football. They always had a new
Hank
song.
Williams Jr.
Yeah.
Are you ready for some football? All my rowdy friends are coming over tonight. I miss that. That's the one. But I mean, he said some stupid shit.
That's
I don't
true.
even remember what it was, but he said some like racist stuff. And
I know, but you knew it was football time when you heard that. We were watching, getting ready for Monday Night Football or whatever it was. And then the game's about to start, and that Hank Williams Jr. comes on. It's like, all right, it's time. It's Monday.
Yeah. I understand why they moved on from him. It was bad publicity, and I mean he said some stupid stuff.
Yeah,
he didn't even try to backtrack either. You know, he was very unapologetic about it. I remember, but
for sure, you can't do that. You'd just be an idiot. And then not
and he did that decades ago. Imagine trying to do that today, man. It would have ruined his career.
Oh, it would have been over. It's like was it Kramer from Seinfeld? Your career is just over.
Yeah. That's a pretty good example. Yeah. Sorry, you're done.
Yeah, you will not be seen ever.
You know, another one, smaller version of that is John Rocker.
John Rocker, yeah, that guy was a jackass.
He was a good pitcher for the Braves. But yeah, he couldn't get out of his own way, man. My goodness.
I think the other one was who was it? No, it was Mel Gibson, yeah.
Mel Gibson, and he somehow recovered.
He's recovered, but man, he was such a big actor in the 90s.
He was. He's never going to reach that peak again, but he's still recovered. I mean, he's been in some blockbusters since that.
He has. He's apologized and has been forgiven. And I think to a certain extent, maybe that's part of our culture, but we do need to show forgiveness for those who are truly sorry for what they've done or whatever, some stupid stuff that they've made. But yeah, his career was never the same after that.
Yeah, I agree.
Dog the Bounty Hunter.
I agree, and we're starting to see that with Will Smith for a different thing.
Oh yeah, Will Smith. Oh boy,
his career has not been the same since he slapped Chris Rock.
Well, it was never the same after Fresh Prince of Bel-Air. I'm not sure what maybe around somewhere around Wild Wild West and Men in Black, and then after that it was just downhill.
I don't know about that because he did Ali and he did Concussion, and I mean he did the Williams sister movie.
Oh, that's true.
So,
Yeah,
some of his biggest hits came after that. I think he won an Academy Award after that, didn't he?
Wasn't that the event where he was receiving the said Academy Award?
Yeah, that was for the Williams sister one. Yeah.
Yeah. So, yeah, well, Will Smith might have to go into for a few years until he gets memory hold and can come back.
I mean, he just had Bad Boys 50 or whatever it was, and it's almost like that was the only role he could get, is he had to bring the old group back together, put himself back on the map. We'll see if it works. I mean, I don't really have any interest in seeing that movie, but
yeah, I think what is that? Like the fourth Bad Boys movie at this point?
It's something like that. Yeah,
I think the first and second one were good enough, and then I don't need to see any more after that.
Yeah, I mean, it's basically a buddy cop show that they've done 500 times since.
like Lethal Weapon. I could do that for Lethal Weapon, but not for Bad Boys. That's for sure.
The end of Lethal Weapon wasn't even very good. It's kind of like Die Hard. I mean, how many Die Hards did they do? It's like,
how many buildings are you gonna blow up and frickin', or what was the TV show? It was Prison Break, right? When they got to season 4 of Prison Break, it's like you're so dumb. You got put back into jail for the 4th time. You need to find a way to escape. It got stupid.
Yeah.
Die Hard. It's a good example.
I mean, I like Die Hard. I might have been 12 years old or something like that, and I actually went as John McClane for Halloween.
That's awesome.
I basically walked around with a bloody wife beater.
Are you serious? Yes. Well, thank God there's no social media back in the day.
And I remember being so proud of that costume. I would knock and say, "Trick or treat, can you guess who I am?" And it's like I was so naive that I'd say, "Yippee ki-yay." Fill in the blank.
Oh man, my parents would kill me if I ever did something like that.
Well, I grew up in a different era. I was 10 years old listening to License to Ill and collecting Garbage Pail Kids.
That's hilarious. I think I went as a Karate Kid one year. I was 6.
There's
awesome. Pictures somewhere out there as Daniel's son.
That's awesome. I love that. It still is to this day one of my favorite franchises.
I do like Karate Kid.
Yeah. I mean, I remember seeing the next Karate Kid in the movie theaters.
Karate Kid
I didn't
3.
even care. I didn't even care that Ralph Macchio was not in it. It was a Karate Kid. It was Pat Morita. It was Mr. Miyagi.
They've even kept it going with the TV series that they've done too.
And I haven't watched.
Kai.
Yeah, I haven't watched I think the last 2 seasons, but I watched it through the first 2 or 3 seasons. I don't know if it's 4 or 5 seasons, but and I haven't watched it since then. So I would, but I enjoyed it. There was. Oh, did you lose me for a second?
just for a brief moment, but you're back. No, okay. Cobra Kai is on that list of shows that I'm going to watch.
I just finished Ahsoka
at some point,
and I was halfway through Ahsoka, and I just took the time to finish off Ahsoka. I didn't even realize that they kind of left you with a sort of a cliffhanger. I guess there's going to be another season of Ahsoka, but yeah, I definitely got to catch up on Cobra Kai.
Cobra Kai, right? What's up, Ace Surfer?
They did announce that whatever this is the last season, so the series is ending, and I'm thankful for that, because I mean,
before it gets old and they run out of ideas, right?
Everybody that's still alive has now appeared in the series that should have, so it's at this point there's no reason to
continue,
to keep
right?
it going on.
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah,
you're gonna water it down. So I need to check out season 4 and 5 so I can kind of see how it plays out.
How it finishes.
Yeah. Is season 5 even out yet?
I don't know. I don't keep up with TV a whole lot. I don't watch a whole lot of TV. It's either YouTube or I'm playing video games or something.
Yeah, these days, yeah. That's why I'm so far behind in some of these. And I've wanted to see what the new Game of Thrones is about. I haven't heard good things about it, so I don't expect it to be good.
Oh, that's right. Was it? Is it a prequel or is that like another side series?
It's a prequel. It's a prequel, but I haven't started that, and I would be interested in it. Hey, Surfer.
It's hard to catch the lightning in a bottle. I think to do another series. I watched Better Call Saul. That was pretty good. I would say that might be one of the better ones that
I haven't even seen an episode of that.
That's for Breaking Bad, but
I haven't seen Breaking Bad either.
No, okay, yeah, that's an undertaking as well. I think that's like
I've never watched The Walking Dead.
I've only seen a little bit of The Walking Dead, but I think it drags on a little too long. It's almost like I wouldn't say like Lost, where Lost drags on forever and then you lose interest, but I think the later seasons of Breaking Bad, or not Breaking Bad, of Walking Dead might be like that. Yeah, the first few seasons are always the best.
And they've even got like spin-offs and stuff. At a certain point, it becomes like Disney, where they're just watering it all down, and everything Disney does is watered down. They kill it. They play it and 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 until people stop watching it.
I just feel like they went the wrong direction with the. They should have taken the extended universe from Star Wars and made that into Disney Star Wars. But they didn't. They went their own way, right?
Yeah.
They wanted George Lucas out, and then they wanted to make their own thing and do their own. But Star Wars already had such a big established lore and universe. Why not take advantage of that? Because that's what the fans of Star Wars love, right?
Yeah, there's some that I like and some that I don't. But the stuff that I don't, I really don't.
Yeah. I mean, Mandalorian. There's certain.
I like
series,
the Mandalorian.
Rogue One.
I liked Rogue One. I didn't really like Solo. I don't like the sequel trilogy.
Yeah, sequel trilogy
makes no sense.
Makes my head hurt.
Yes.
I don't consider it official canon.
Ahsoka is good because it fills a gap, and I was appreciative of that. But the story is just horrible. It's just horrible. It's horrible. And I tried to get into the Acolyte. I think I got 2 episodes in, and I was like, I'm done with this.
Well, one thing with Star Wars is, okay, there are central characters, and I guess like Luke Skywalker is like hero, but the thing with the thing I always liked about Star Wars is like an ensemble cast, right? Where you have just the whole collective of all of the characters make the movie or have made the first few Star Wars movies good. I feel like they took, what is it, Rey, and they made her too big of a part of the story.
Too OP. I mean, she comes in, and you know what I also didn't like is this telekinetic communication between her and Kylo Ren.
Oh yeah, well, Star Wars always had issues with their Jedi magical wizardry.
Yeah.
They've never gotten that right since the first.
I don't understand. It's like this. I don't know, like 90210 love thing.
I mean, nobody liked it in the prequel trilogy when they had like emo Darth Vader.
Yeah.
And then they made it even worse in the sequel trilogy, which I don't understand the decision. I mean, okay, you got to have a love interest, but maybe not. That shouldn't be the primary focus of Star Wars. The universe shouldn't revolve around that. That's what Star Wars.
I think part of it was they were hearing from the fan base that Star Trek had so much more like love story stuff built into it. You know, Captain Kirk was like a player. You know, and it's like nobody in Star Wars outside of like, you know, Han and Leia had any sort of like sexual relationship. Well,
Lando looks like a baller to me.
He does, but you didn't see it, you know?
Yeah.
I mean, you kind of saw him flirting with some people in Cloud City, but that's about it. And then they moved away from that, you know? I think that there I don't know, there wasn't enough sexuality in Star Wars. So I think they played into that. You know, there are so many things to pick apart in the prequel trilogies. Although I've come to appreciate it after watching like Clone Wars, you know, the cartoon.
I like the prequel trilogy. Well, I like certain parts of it.
I didn't because look, I couldn't stand Jar Jar because that's just like openly racist. It really is. Let's be honest.
I like Jar Jar. Jar Jar's freaking okay. He's not funny in the movie.
No, Misa,
the meme is hilarious from Jar Jar.
No, I was not a fan of him. And like, you know, the first one, they're talking about midichlorians. And midichlorians make up everything within, you know, every individual. And then they completely drop the concept of it.
Anybody can be a Jedi. You just have to have the magic midichlorian sauce.
Yes. And after episode 1, you never heard a mention of midichlorians for the rest of the series. It's like, okay.
Yeah, we screwed up. We're gonna retcon that real quick.
Right.
Jedi mind trick. Forget we ever said that.
Yeah. And there was way too much politics. I mean, I can't imagine trying to get into the prequels as like, you know, a young child or maybe a preteen.
We're basically
like, good goodness. I mean, you're not going to hold anybody's attention. As an adult, I had a hard time watching it. Just dragged. I have a greater appreciation for it now, but my goodness, that had to grow on me, man. And Revenge of the Sith is great. Revenge of the Sith is great. I have nothing against Revenge of the Sith other than emo Vader. Revenge of the Sith is great.
Put more epic space battles into Star Wars, and they
do. The
prequel trilogy had some great scenes for that, but they needed more. And with the sequel trilogy, as soon as I saw the standard TIE fighters and basically pretty much the same reused assets and ships, I was like, okay, it's not going to be epic star battles like the original Star Wars. That's the part of Star Wars I enjoyed the most as a kid, where the star battles are freaking amazing.
Yeah, it seemed like with the sequel trilogy there was a lot of rehashing. Like, you know, episode 7 is like really like an ode to episode
1 or 4.
Yeah.
Original
there are a whole lot of similarities and parallels.
Same plot.
Those two. Yeah, basically, yes.
Ultimate weapon. We must stop.
Yeah.
Oh, we have the secret code. We have facing impossible odds, and whoa, look, we blew it up again.
Yep.
So,
yeah, that's basically it. You know, and then you were really excited to see Luke at the end of it, and it gave you hope. And then they completely screwed up the director for the second one, and there's like nothing. It's
that
like
guy
they could
idiot.
show one,
Oh,
they could show 7 and 9 and completely abandon 8, and it would make more sense.
Well, they brought back the director for 7, right? To do
7, they brought back
one.
for 9, but they had a completely. I don't even remember who it is anymore. But they had a completely different director for 8, and he decided to tell his own story. And I actually have a draft of what originally was going to be 8. And I've read it, and it is fantastic. And I wish they had gone in that direction, because 9 would have been different.
Yeah, they even recreated like the Battle of Hoth in the episode 8. And you know what really upset me about that was the hyperdrive blowing up everything. Because why not just make everything hyperdrive and then just completely they broke so many rules, and then you can't put the cat back into the bag, I guess, once you do these things, right?
Yeah. And and Rey herself, I enjoyed the character, but she was way too OP. I mean, I understand she's, you know, Palpatine blood. All right, I get that. But how is she able to do all this stuff without any training whatsoever? And every other Jedi in the history of Jedis has had to like train their ass off. And she from the get-go knows how to do all this stuff. I don't get it. And then Leia, who probably had the least amount of training of anybody in the history of Jedis, is the one that's able to help Rey unlock her fullest potential. Okay. Mm-hmm.
Good night, Collectorholic.
I'm not buying it. I'm sorry, Collectorholic.
Well, a lot of it is like character development, right? Where you're supposed to start off weak and then show that you get stronger over time. Where Rey is just like, she can pilot starships. She knows how to fix them. She's like a Jedi master. She's a sword, Jedi lightsaber master. You saw this with Luke, right? Where, Luke made mistakes. Yep. And clearly was more human. I don't see that.
Rey made minor mistakes. Like, when she was called to the darkness and she went to it. And he's like, you can't, you got to control it. But that's basically it. That was like the one little minor mistake, and it had no negative effect on anything. Just freaked Luke out that, because he basically didn't want her going to the dark side. You need to watch out for the dark. You need to have that balance. That's what it's all about, the light and the dark.
I think what it is you don't have, for those movies are like designed by committee, right? So they go with whatever the group thought behind whoever's building the plot or whatever, the writers. And that's why you end up with a poor movie where maybe the original one, you have one visionary, like a George Lucas, that's really directing it.
Yes.
And that's, they can make these bolder decisions, right?
And that's what hurt. Look, the sequel trilogy was hopeless from the get-go, to be honest, because you started it with an unoriginal idea. But kind of just like the prequel trilogy, there could have been epic moments within, the bad storytelling or whatever. You didn't even really have that.
It's true. Or even a competent enemy, right? Like what is it? Not Resistance. Whatever the hell they were called in not the Empire, right? They're called something, the First Order or whatever, right?
The
Republic. The whatever the dark side became, the First Order after.
Oh yeah, the First Order. Yeah,
they're like completely incompetent. Okay, you don't even need like Rey quality heroics.
Let's
they would have
beat
honest. Themselves on their own. They're like the dumbest enemies in the world.
When has a stormtrooper ever hit their target? So I mean, they've been dealing with incompetence the entire series.
But it's not even like an accomplishment when you beat them, because they're like they're so incompetent at like being a bad guy. Like you have like what was it? Even in the prequel trilogy, right, where you had, what was it? Not Boba Fett, but his father or whatever.
Jango.
Like Jango Fett. Yeah. He's like built up to be like this ultimate badass that he just like
gets decapitated.
Yeah. That's how that ended. And I was building up. I was like, dang, Jango Fett, he looks so freaking badass. And it's like, oh.
Yeah. Yeah. But yeah, I mean, you think about how the main characters died from, our beloved original trilogy.
Oh, yeah.
And, I mean, Han Solo didn't put up a fight, his son killed him in an emo rage. And then you've got Luke, and this one's the one that was the most depressing. He uses so much of his life force beaming down to Kylo Ren to shoot imaginary holes into him from a AT-AT or whatever it was. While he's like on another planet, and then it's like he used up all his life force and then just disappears. Okay. All right. You lost me there.
Yeah. At least like.
And I get Leia because she died in real life,
Yeah,
but
you can't.
it was
There's not much you could do there.
it's still unceremonious. But I mean, your beloved characters, none of their deaths were like all that memorable. They
At least like Obi-Wan and Qui-Gon Jinn went out with in a blaze of glory.
Look, I've always had a problem with how Obi-Wan died, because he basically like sacrifices himself, but it's like he basically just disappears. I mean, even Vader's like, using his foot, like, where'd he go? He's checking all the robes and stuff. Where'd he go? He just disappeared. I've always had a problem with that, but I mean, I guess I accepted it, but it still didn't make sense.
That's true. Yeah. Forgot about that.
It's
been a while since I've seen the original trilogy. They keep on changing with the different versions as well. So you almost need to know which version to watch now.
They have like a CGI version of the Vader Obi-Wan fight on YouTube. Have you seen that?
I have not seen that. I've kind of tuned out of Star Wars. I mean, I'm not the biggest Star Wars
Vader
fan.
versus Obi-Wan. I'll find it.
All right, since Surfer's here, let's rip this.
Yes, SC-38 reimagined.
SC-38 reimagined. I'm gonna have to check that out later.
SC-38 reimagined. That is fantastic.
I know a lot of the animated series for Star Wars, even the non-official stuff, like the fan-made stuff, has been pretty good. And I've been meaning to go and check into that, but I haven't really had a chance to. All right, I pulled one CJ Stroud out here. Let's see if I can pull the other colors. I think I got the blue one.
Who was the guy that you were excited to get last time?
Was it Trey McBride?
No, no, never mind. That was the basketball.
Oh, was it? Oh, the basketball. What was the dude's name?
Some weird
Doo-Wop. Yeah.
Doo-Wop, yeah.
Doo-Wop.
Yeah, the Mbop guy.
He's like the song Mbop.
That guy. Doo-Wop Wreath. Like, who the heck is this guy?
Yeah, looks like the guy you generate as your player in 2K, right? And becomes, but did it get past the character generation?
He's the guy that starts out as a 65 and you got to build him up.
Yeah, you got to build him up. The Uno stuff, yeah, I found this, and I couldn't find any cards at Wally or Target, but they had this in the game section for $5.
How is the Wemby selling for $700 from a pack that costs $5?
Oh no, a pack that costs, what do you get? 30
the
of them?
Wemby? The Wemby.
Haunted Hoops. I think you get 40 packs for like $20, and there are numbered parallels in this, I think.
That is crazy. I mean, if the thing's selling for $700, you basically go into a store and buy it out.
Well, don't buy it's probably really hard to pull. There might only be a few hundred.
It's gotta be, because
card.
At that price,
it's gotta be,
packs?
yeah.
40 packs.
Well, 40 packs. You're probably 1 in 3 to get the base.
It's basically like the Pokemon, but with sports cards, right?
Well, that Wemby is probably like not just a case hit. It's probably like a pallet hit or multi-pallet hit, to be honest.
I got you.
It's like pulling one of those autographs from like 90 Donruss or something. 1990 Donruss.
Oh, yeah,
right?
Donruss Elite, yeah.
Yeah. Oh, Khalil Mack. Too bad he's in the wrong jersey there.
I love Khalil Mack. Hall of Famer.
Yeah, he had some great years for the Raiders. And now he has his best games against the Raiders. Every time he plays us, he puts up like 4 sacks against us. It's crazy. There's no history there, Khalil. Thanks for just brutalizing the Raiders every time you play them. Get half your season worth of stats in one game. Miles Sanders, Bullard, Love.
I guess this is just more proof that the
retired Jason Kelsey.
The people that are in the hobby these days don't really.
We're absolute degenerates.
Yeah, they don't care about the players. They care about the money. It's just flipping.
Yeah,
It's just flipping.
Well, it doesn't even make sense to pay $700 for that card. Go buy his Silver Prism. I guarantee you, at least that will retain some value. That's probably like a $700 card too. I'd rather have the Silver Prism than the Wemby spider webs from Haunted Hoops. Jeez. Oh, Geno Smith. He could be MVP this year.
Some random kid that's just trick or treating that doesn't even collect is going to get one of those over Halloween. Watch.
Good for him.
They're going to have no idea what they have. They're just going to trash it.
I hope they get that, and then
they don't. They're like 8-7 years old. They don't care about sports. Their parents don't care about sports. They're into music instead. And they're going to be like, why did I get this instead of candy?
They're into Pokemon cards even more so, I think, or One Piece. That's like the new collectible for, or maybe even Fortnite cards might become ultra collectible 20 years from now.
Oh goodness, no.
This is the world we live in now. Kids they're definitely a lot different. These darn kids. Spillane. Thielen. Anthony Richardson. Okay, Anthony Richardson.
Probably using their bike spokes.
Yeah, exactly. No, kids even ride bikes anymore? Don't they have like the e-bikes now?
What they're gonna do is they're gonna do what Surfer did and see how much it can survive.
Oh, there's the CJ Stroud.
They're gonna like freeze.
Oh yeah, he makes 8 videos on trying to see how much damage the card can take. Takes it with him swimming.
That's what they're gonna be doing with the Web Wemby.
There you go. There's a CJ Stroud. All right, got Anthony Richardson and CJ Stroud. Yeah, $5 for this. You still get the little foil pack, I guess. Not bad. Ooh, Aaron Rodgers.
Oh yeah, I love that Surfer. I couldn't wait for that series.
Yeah, you got to do that again. That's freaking hilarious.
You do have to do that again with another card.
Go swimming with it, chill out on the beach, and just do it to somebody you really don't like. Garrett Wilson. Oh, there's Tua. All right, Tua. Debo Samuel. And then you get that foil pack. I think I saw the CJ Stroud out of here selling for like $100, which is kind of ridiculous.
Oh my goodness.
Uno Elite.
What is that?
Uno, the card game Uno.
No, I know that, but is that just a regular pack, or is that like a bonus pack?
What is it? 56 randomized plus 4 collectible foil cards included. So
yeah, okay, so those are the 4 foils. Okay.
Yeah, I think folks are degenning Uno cards from just like they're doing the Panini, the Prism basketball, the Monopoly Prism.
Yeah,
it's a little different, but I think was this made by Mattel owns this, and then Hasbro owns Monopoly.
Man, so, I'm not a fan of Hasbro.
I hate Hasbro with a passion, especially since they own Wizards of the Coast and by Fiat TSR, the original makers of Dungeons and Dragons.
I was a big fan of the Star Wars collectible card game that was Wizards of the Coast.
Oh, wrong quarterback.
It was Decipher.
Decipher. They took over the license, and then Wizards of the Coast. Did they ever make a Star Wars TCG? They might have.
No, they did. Star Wars
Young
TCG.
Jedi.
Yeah. No.
Oh, and Anthony Richardson. Oh, come on, CJ Stroud. Let's get Stroud out of here too. That's not bad, Anthony Richardson. Oh, Kyler Murray. 3 for 3 on the quarterbacks. Oh, that'd be sick if it was CJ Stroud in that last cards. Even Collins. But not too bad for $5. Got the Will Levis, Anthony Richardson, and the base CJ Stroud in there. So that was worth $5. that was totally worth it. Where's that CJ? What color was it? Yellow? I got the blue one too. I think there's 3 different colors of the CJ Stroud in here. Oh, I got another Will Levis in there. And Tencel. What was a CJ? I had that. Or I already take it out of the pile. Edwards Hilaire. I probably already took it out. I'm just like looking through here for the card that's not even in this pile. I saw you rip this. That's the only reason why I decided to pick up some of this Surfer. So good move. If I didn't see you opening it, I wouldn't have opened any myself. What's up, Big Money Sonny? Thanks for stopping by. Doing collectibles and just hanging out on a Friday night. There's that Stroud. Not bad. I'm gonna buy a little bit more of that. What else did I have to rip? I'll do some haunted hoops. See if we can pull Wemby out of here. Opened up all my good stuff earlier tonight. So is that JD5 at? What's that? AR5, AR15. All right, let's try some haunted hoops. See if we can pull Wemby out of these. Did pull some nice stuff. I pulled this nice Ethan Salas rated prospect. That's number to 299. He's a pretty big prospect for baseball. And the Bobby Witt Jr. Was that Velocity? Not a bad pull either there too. But yeah, we didn't rip anything too big. Oh, that's right. Okay, JD5. That's Jaden Daniels. I don't have any score 24. And I think that's the only retail set out right now with Jaden Daniels. And then I saw a couple other NFL releases out there now. They've got, was it the one that looks like a gold bar, gold standard? Is that what it's called? And then they've had score. But yeah, Jaden Daniels, I think, is going to be the rookie to chase as well this year. And there hasn't been any Khalid Williams stuff either. I don't think he's in score. I ripped a couple blasters of that already. So heck yeah, that's you're like the third or fourth Redskins fan that we know now. There's not too many of you guys out there, that's for sure. Good to see you. Thanks for stopping by. Just quickly mod you up real quick. Yeah, Khalib, I don't see it yet. But the season's early. It's still young. I think you should get at least one season to see where you're at, right? So, I mean, he did have a pretty decent game last game, but that's only one game. We're going to have to see if he can do that. Jaden Daniels, on the other hand, looked pretty good. I didn't catch the whole game, but obviously he had a really good game. Who the Redskins play last? Or not the Skins, who the Commies play last week? Freaking Commanders. Oh, okay. They beat the Bengals. The Bengals look terrible. Their defense looked trash in that game. Freaking Draymond Green. I should tear this card up. Clowney, Powell. You got to rip so much of this stuff. I think I pulled one Wemby out of here so far. We'll just rip the rest of this pile until we find Nick Smith Jr. That's not the right rookie there. All right, where's that Draymond Green? Oh, no. I see? What was that? I threw it. I hit Bobby Witt Jr. That's not what I wanted to do. All right, whatever. Oh man, I used to have a lot of respect for Draymond Green, man. Oh, there it is. Yeah. All right, I'm gonna get one out of here. Yeah, Wemby. All right. Well, Zubac, and there's our Wemby. Rising Stars Wemby. I think I've pulled this one as well, so I've got a duplicate now. That's nice. Yeah, that's all I wanted out of here was one Wemby.
I found a few. So this
is what? Okay.
The Star Wars Decipher.
I do have. Oh, you've got some nice ones though.
Well, these
Chewy would have been a rare
gift from a friend. Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. This is a Chewy. Let's see this. Light side.
I remember they have the dark side. I have a stack of these cards somewhere.
I had a whole bunch of these, and I ended up selling them to a friend and stopped playing it. And unfortunately, that friend passed away. And I've always regretted getting rid of these cards. And I was talking to Card Wolf, who collected this when it originally came out. And I kind of told him that I used to play this game, and he sent me these. He said he had a lot of duplicates, and so he sent these to me.
I'm gonna see if I can find my Star Wars cards real quick. Oh, that's
I had the slave Leia.
yeah, I know. They had all the different versions of it, but that's like the original.
Thanks, Surfer. Yeah.
I do like Draymond. I like the way he played. I still like the way he plays, but man,
and that's sort of the planet right there. That's the dark side right there.
Heck yeah.
Thanks, Big Money.
Find a box real quick. I have Pete too. I'll be right back.
Yeah. No, Aaron went to the bathroom, I think.
Oh, this box.
Digging into the old stuff.
Okay, yeah, there's no way I'm finding that box. But if I do, I'll try to see if I got those cards lying around.
Nice.
I know I have a few hundred of those Star Wars cards lying around.
They're not cheap because I wanted to buy some.
Well, there's the they've kept the rules alive for it. Like there's still people who actually play the game itself.
Mm-hmm.
I believe they've even released some unofficial expansions to that card game. This is like 30 years after they stopped printing it, so that's kind of insane. Not 30 years.
Are you talking about the Star Wars?
The original Star Wars TCG, the Disciple.
I think they were doing that until like 2005 or something.
Yeah. Because I went to go look that up a little bit, do a little homework and research myself, because I wouldn't mind owning a few of those old Star Wars cards at some point myself. I know I think I had just a couple loose cards lying around somewhere. Then I had like the starter kit had like the Vader and the Luke. Remember having those. They had another TCG that they made called what was it? Young Jedi. I think I have a starter deck of that somewhere. But yeah, the old. Oh, here's a loose Star Wars card there.
I got this
It's
price
like
guide.
a freaking sandcrawler.
Oh, there you go. There you go.
Nice.
What set's that from?
95. This might be from the original
Jawa Camp. Yeah, that's probably from the original.
Tatooine. They had maybe the Tatooine expansion. That might have been like the 4th or 5th expansion.
Oh yeah, yeah.
New Hope, Hoth, Tatooine.
That was Jabba's palace, probably, right?
Yeah, somewhere around there. Stupid question. What's your best playing deck? Man, regular playing cards. Well, they have the poker cards, those are nice. The ones that are like the plastic, those you play with poker. The best deck or the best playing cards that you can buy from like say like Walmart or something, I tend to like the B branded playing cards. They're made by Bicycle, but those are just nice cards. They're better than just Bicycle playing cards. They just feel really nice to shuffle. But even like I think they make some premium stuff that they have now for cards. But yeah, do like the B brand playing cards. Those are the ones if I'm gonna play cards with my friends. Play some Pepito house game. Acer will know what that is.
I think that's when I stopped because I didn't get any Endor.
They made a few more expansions and then they ended it. They lost the license, I think, to
They did the enhanced. So they basically re-released the stuff with like a hologram or something. They had enhanced Cloud City, enhanced Jabba's Palace.
What is this? A Wizard magazine?
No, it's a Beckett. The Beckett
Oh,
Star Wars.
Beckett. Oh wow, 2022. Jeez.
Yeah, I
That's
bought
cool.
that. I bought that for my figures because it's got the figure prices in here.
Interesting.
Yeah. So, but it actually has the prices of all the cards. Death Star 2, Reflections 2, third anthology. I had the second anthology. They got Coruscant. That's pretty cool. That Darth Maul. Tatooine, Reflections. So this is May 2001 now. This is October 2002. So this, I guess, wow, they had Theed Palace, Mace Windu. I didn't even know that they went into the prequels into that sort of detail. And then is this Young Jedi right here?
I don't know. It looks
Rising?
pretty close to it. Yeah, I'm gonna have to find that deck of cards I have, the Young Jedi starter. We're gonna look at those one night.
I never saw that. Jedi Guardians, Phantom Menace. So I mean, looks like they had Rogues and Scoundrels 2004. So it looks like Revenge of the Sith. So whatever
those
this
must
is,
be. Maybe that is the Young Jedi TCG.
Yeah. And then they didn't have anything until 2015. So they went a decade without a TCG. And I don't know what that is, but these were great because these were like scenes from the actual movie, you know. And these were great because it was
like
the original
the photos.
Yeah,
like the photos like from the actual movie scenes, right? They just like took a clipping and then put that as the card
and that's what I loved about this set. I mean, because
Sarlacc pit and all that stuff.
Yeah.
They even took like the all the droids and the background characters and they turned them into cards, right? Like the little mouse drones.
And you learn the names and stuff like that of
the
some
droids.
of the characters you never knew.
It's like that guy has a name, and he's like just momentarily you'll see him in like the background of one scene.
Exactly.
It was cool. The whole, even all the Star Wars, the books that they had, the source material books. I used to go to like a Borders and just sit there and read them like for hours.
Yep.
I wish I'd purchased some of those because they were cool. You know, they had all of the lore. Like the ones with the spaceships, you know, they had like the detailed schematic drawings of all the ships and like how all the different systems in the ships. But I picked these up recently. These were some Overpower TCG. I showed these earlier tonight.
Interesting.
But this is like one of the first TCGs out there. This is like from 1995, I think.
Really?
Yeah.
And it's like X-Men?
Yeah, it's called the Marvel Overpower card game. So these are the sealed decks.
How did that not
this.
Catch on?
Oh, it did, and then it kind of died out around 98 or 99 or so, I would say. These are like one of the first generation of TCGs. Like you have Magic the Gathering, you had Lord Five Rings,
Spellfire.
Spellfire. You had like a TCG for everything. There was even like a Sim City TCG, if I recall correctly, man. There's a lot of them out there.
Once Magic took off,
everybody had to make a TCG. There was a Star Wars, there's a Star Trek, there's a Babylon 5 game.
Yeah.
There were a lot of different TCGs back there. I know Overpower was one of them. But Overpower is like maybe one step above Uno as far as complexity, I think. So
are those basically just starter decks or what?
These are the starter decks. You needed the starter decks because they have the heroes in them. So this one has.
That's the only way to get heroes?
I probably from the booster packs you could pull as well.
I mean, if those are starter decks, those must be like weak versions of those characters.
No, I don't know. I forget how Overpower played. Yeah, these are sealed decks. So they had a card show for $10 each. Pretty happy about those. This one's got, what is this? Professor X, Cyclops, Jean Grey, and Jubilee. I was looking for the one with like freaking Wolverine, Cyclops, and like but this one's not bad either. Silver Surfer, Punisher, Colossus, and Beast. I can't remember if they did DC Overpower as well. They might have had DC Overpower as well. So yeah, these are sealed decks.
A lot of 3 sealed starter decks. Well, they've got starter decks for $4.50.
Yeah, they're pretty reasonably priced. I may have overpaid a little bit for these, but the shipping for those would have probably been $5.
Yeah.
So they're cool. The Marvel. These are after the Impel. So Impel was like early 90s.
Yeah. I think the first one was 1990.
1990. Yeah, these are the mid 1990s.
Yeah, Surfer's got like that whole set.
I know Overpower, or not Marvel. Marvel made a bunch of different things in the 90s. Like they had if I get some of those Flare Marvel cards, those are pretty sweet looking.
Did they have any expansions or anything?
For this, I think they made about 4 or 5 sets for Overpower, if I'm not mistaken. But it's a pretty simple game. It's almost like, I think there's probably like a number, and like whoever's got the highest number wins.
Okay. See, I'm looking at some of the singles and stuff. And yeah, that's cool that there's a Deadpool card though.
Oh, I might need to find that.
Deadpool Regeneration. Deadpool. Yeah. Remove 1 hit point from Deadpool's permanent record.
I have some loose cards, so if I can find those, they're along with all my other loose end TCGs that I've had from the 90s. Because if we weren't collecting sports cards, we're probably playing Magic or some other TCG. So gotta go find those. I put those away somewhere. Pokemon came out later on around 98 or 99 and then kind of killed off all these other games. I think so. Yeah. Favorite hero and super villain? Good question. I really don't have too many favorite ones.
Favorite hero, Luke Skywalker.
Comic book? Kind of like Blade. Blade is awesome. He's got like he's an superhero and super villain.
Yeah.
And then for super villains, it's got to be the Joker, man. I think Marvel has the best heroes. The DC has the best villains. That's the way I've always seen it. Like Marvel just has, they don't like. Okay, the movies have made their villains look a lot better, but they're always just like way too OP for some reason. The heroes versus DC, they have like some really heroes with or villains with the best backstories, I guess. Arkham Asylum is just freaking amazing. So Joker, any Arkham Asylum villain in my book. But then again, I don't do a whole lot of comics, so probably not the authority on that. Oh man, from New York City, that's awesome. That's cool. I always want to visit someday. It's on my list of places to go. Someday I'll make it out to New York City. But Joker, I'm trying to see if I've got a couple comics where they did the crossover.
Who's Ursula?
Ursula is she's the witch from Little Mermaid.
Oh, yeah.
Ursula is a good villain.
Octopus
I like
thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, got it.
Ursula. Mickey Mouse is a great
squid. Okay, squid.
Popeye is a cool protagonist as well. Squid Woman with the tentacles. I'm trying to think what other Disney movies have good villains. Oh man, drawing a blank. Yeah, Wolverine. Wolverine is awesome as well. My favorite X-Men. Let me think about this for a bit.
I'm gonna head out here in a minute. Starting to
All
fade.
right. Yeah, it's probably about time. Hard time picking a villain. Yeah, Wolverine is awesome. You know what? Wolverine might be my favorite.
Does it have to be
X-Men.
Marvel or DC?
No, I guess not. Favorite villain of all time. It's hard because there's so many great ones.
I don't even know.
RoboCop, right? The original RoboCop, that dude that plays
the guy from that 70s
show.
You dumbass.
He's one of the best villains. I watched that. He's freaking amazing in RoboCop.
Yeah.
As a villain.
Yeah.
That's a
and
memorable
then he
one.
melts. He gets melted.
He gets like toxic waste at the end of the movie or whatever. I think villains where everything is gray, right? There's no black and white. I think those are the best villains. Yeah, Red from freaking the 70s show.
The best bad guy in history is clearly Dark Helmet.
Yeah. When will it be now? Soon. Oh man, I love Spaceballs, man.
Who doesn't? I mean,
so many good.
Red, that's his name. Surfer called, Red.
Red.
Yeah, I've seen the entire series. That 70s show is great. That 80s show should have been epic, and it was horrible.
Yeah, they had an 80s show. I don't remember that.
They had that 80s show after that 70s show, and I grew up in the 80s more than I grew up in the 70s. So I was like, man, this is gonna be great. No, it was poop. If the same actors that were in that 70s show were in that 80s show, and they just kind of kept it going, it might have worked. But no, it was poop.
Yeah, it's hard with any kind of sequel. We've talked about this earlier, man.
Yep.
Y'all watch Penguin on Max yet? I didn't even know.
No, that's another one that I want to check out, though. I've heard it's really good.
Penguin's a great villain. I love that they used Danny DeVito as freaking Penguin. And what was it? Is that Batman Returns or one of them? Can't remember which one. Where they had freaking as Penguin.
Oh, Danny DeVito.
Danny DeVito as Penguin.
Yeah, I did not like that penguin. I mean, they made him a literal penguin.
They did. That's what makes it hilarious.
They made him a literal penguin, and he eats fish and
eating
like whole fish,
squirting black ink out of his mouth. Just gross, man.
I mean, I kind of grew up with the Bang Boom Pow, Adam West, Burt Ward, Batman in like reruns.
Alma says it came out with a 90s show. Are you serious?
I didn't even know there was that 90s show.
There you go.
Yeah. Well, they definitely took their liberties with that penguin. But yeah, I mean, Burgess Meredith was a really good penguin in the original.
Yeah. Batman's a good superhero as well, because Batman's not overpowered.
Batman's basically got no superpowers. He's just got a lot of money.
He's got infinite money and his unmatched intellect. Batman's OP. Okay, all right. We should probably call it. I guess we're at 6 hours, so like the usual Friday. Batman just has FU money, so
Oh yeah.
Basically, you have Elon Musk could be Batman, but he doesn't have all the cool gadgets. He doesn't have a Batmobile yet.
Cesar Romero. Yeah. Yeah, he was a great Joker, but I don't know if he was the greatest Joker because Jack Nicholson, man, he nailed it.
Oh, that's true. Yeah,
and Heath Ledger is another epic Joker. So, I mean, I grew up with Cesar Romero, but he might be third on the list.
Was it was it Joaquin Phoenix played Joker as well?
I'm not a fan. I'm not a fan of that
Joker.
It's not bad, but I'm not a fan of it.
I think for whoever's casting Joker in whatever series or the movies, they've done a pretty good job picking the right actor to do it.
Yeah, so I imagine
it's hard to pick a
Joker's probably an easy role to play if you're a good actor. You probably have no problems like channeling that, you know.
It's like a what if? What if Daniel Day-Lewis did Joker?
Oh goodness! The whole movie industry would shut down.
Oh man, I don't know. He might be if there would be a person you would want to play Joker, that might be it for me right there. Heck yeah. I do.
There isn't a bad Joker. I mean, even Mark Hamill in the cartoons was a hell of a
Joker.
The
voice is iconic. I think Mark Hamill is the Joker.
Yeah,
the voice.
Yeah. There hasn't been a bad Joker that I know of.
That's a good one. I forgot that Mark Hamill did the voice for the Joker or the cartoon. Yeah, for sure. Batman, whatever it was called. Return. Oh
Batman. Boy! I don't even know.
Batman Beyond? Was that was not no Batman?
No, I don't think that's
the animated cartoon series. Whatever.
Yeah, the animated series. Yeah. I think it was Batman the animated series, wasn't it?
That really was what it was. I think
that's what it was.
Mistaken.
Yeah. No. The Joker is one of the most classic bad guy characters in cinema history.
It's because it's a chaotic evil.
Yeah. I mean, it's like it's the prototype bad guy, and you know, I mean, it plays on the fact that a lot of people hate clowns. Scared of clowns.
This is true. I hate clowns. You know what I hated even more? Well, not the clowns, but you know those nutcrackers, the freaking the face on those, that always freaked me out as a kid too, man. The freaking nutcracker. I was scared to death of that as a kid. That and clowns.
I guess because I was exposed to killer clowns from outer space at such a young age that clowns never really scared me because that's just like a laughable movie.
Yeah.
I watched that movie and it's like, yeah, how can you be scared of these guys?
Nobody likes clown.
Oh man, that original It with what's his name? I can't even think of his name. The guy from Rocky Horror Picture Show.
Oh man.
I'm too tired to remember his name. And I should remember his name.
I know,
Tim Curry. Tim Curry.
Tim Curry.
Yes. Yeah, that was great. But I mean, I guess the new It's probably better than old It, but I grew up with the old It.
I'm scared of clouds. I've never finished Killer Clowns from
Outer Space is not a bad. It's not scary at all. I mean, put people in cotton candy cocoons. I mean, come on.
It's funny after a while when you look at it.
It's horrible acting. I mean, it's just nonstop laughter. I think
if you're a fan of bad movies, then yeah,
I think they had that on TV like a month ago. I didn't watch it, but it was on. I was like, wow, I haven't seen this on TV in like a decade. I was surprised to see it. Oh, is the new one trash? The new It? I saw the first one. I didn't see the second one.
I haven't seen the new one either. So there's a lot of things that I haven't seen that are new. Let's be honest. I don't watch a whole lot of TV or movies, but
I didn't think the first one was trash.
First one was good.
I didn't like the It character. I thought his like forehead was like Peyton Manning style. Why did you give him such a gigantic forehead?
Oh man. All right. 5 hours, 53 minutes. All right, I think it's time to shut it down. We'll definitely we always do this every Friday. So we talk about pretty much anything. It's always a live panel. Anybody wants to hop in and talk about all kinds of different things, whether it's sports cards, sporting events, current events, whatever, TV. We talk about just about everything at some point. So yeah, thank you everybody for stopping by. Hope you guys have a great weekend. Another great episode of Aloha Friday. So mahalo for stopping by. And everyone have a great weekend, and we will see you guys next week. Thanks for everybody stopping by. Big Surfer, everybody who hopped into the panel, all that good stuff. So, all right, till next week.
Bye, all.